Chapter 151 Mist Ninja's Top Team, 7 Ninja Swordsmen. The Flowing River. A river located hundreds of kilometers south of Konoha. At this time, the water surface was filled with mist, and it continued to extend rapidly towards the north, even the woods on both sides were covered in it. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures wearing fog shadow forehead protectors followed the fog, silent and orderly like a pack of hunting wolves. Among these figures are 7 figures with different shapes and weapons. The surrounding fog shadows subconsciously distanced themselves from these 7 people. Because these 7 people are the strongest and most brutal existences in Wu Ying. Wu Ying pursues an elite policy. In other words, there are not enough resources, so we can only cultivate the best among them, and the rest are all bait for the growth of the strong. Cruel and bloody. At the same time, it also developed the bloodthirsty character of the Mist Ninjas. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not only the most powerful, but also the most cruel and perverted in character. Under this premise, it's no wonder that other Mist Ninjas avoid it. Suddenly, the leader of the 7 seemed to notice something. The fat ninja with long orange hair hanging straight down his waist, sharp teeth and green stripes on his cheeks spoke. "I'm really lucky to meet a few little Konoha mice here." He sensed a Konoha team ahead. "Pufferfish Ghost, do you want to die?" The man with yellow fluffy spiky hair, wearing a Kirigakure Enbyu mask on his face, a tall man with slender limbs spoke in a cold tone, and it seemed that he was already unhappy with the whisperer. "Kuretsuka Skewers. He is also the master of long knives and needles, and has a bloodthirsty personality." Kirikage almost has this kind of personality, but he is extremely serious in this aspect. And the 7 people are a group. Even if the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is the leader, the others are not too obedient to him. To put it bluntly, there is no overwhelming strength. If you sit in this position with Tang Ping, you are guaranteed to be able to tame the remaining 6 people as well behaved as dogs. After traveling for so long, it's time to relax. I really want to know the difference between the screams of Konoha's little mice and our Kirigakure's little mice. A man with long black hair, vertical braids, and a long beard, and his left eye covered with a black cloth spoke. His name is Muuri Jinpachi, and he masters the blasting sword and flying foam. He also has a similar temperament with Kushimaru Kurara, and the 2 of them are nicknamed the Ruthless Duo. "No, the mission given to us by the Sandame is to attack Konoha, we can't delay." Loquat, who has no eyebrows, a cross on the right side of his face, and red stripes on the lower half of his face, is trying to stop a few people. As a very ambitious Mist Ninja, he didn't want to affect the mission. "The Sandame can't control us. If you talk too much, I'll kill you too." Kurumi Kushimaru threatened directly. How could he not be angry when someone interrupted him after finally having fun? For perverts and lunatics like them, if you give him face, he is called the Sandame Mizukage. If you don't give him face, he is nothing. Seeing this, Loquat Shi, the only sane guy among the 7 people, could only remain silent. Because he knew very well that the other party was not joking. If you try to dissuade him again, the other party will definitely take action against you immediately. As a normal person, although he is also murderous, but Loquat is very much in this group, and the pressure is really great. The other people didn't say anything, just following the crowd. Anyway, they would not refuse if they could smell the blood and relax before entering Konoha. The other side. The 3 genin, Kai, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma, were currently traveling through the forest. "Shao, is the rose milk tea enough?" With a senbon in his mouth and wearing a sports coat, Shiranui Genma looked at his new teammates behind him. Yes, the opponent was Ebisu, who had previously teamed up with Sarutobi Asuma and was recently assigned to their team. "It's okay, let's complete the patrol mission first." Ebisu tried his best to answer. He knew exactly why he was kicked out of the team. Seeing Asuma's embarrassed appearance with his own eyes, it's not like another teammate is someone he likes, so it's normal for him to be transferred away. He was extremely satisfied with this new team, so he spent this period of time working together to complete the missions. The vision in front of him brightened up. It turned out that they had already rushed out of the fog area. However, the air is still a bit humid, and the forest stones are still covered with green moss. Suddenly, all 3 of them stopped. "Little mouse, won't you keep running?" A playful voice sounded from a dozen meters ahead. But before that, they didn't even notice it at all, which shows the difference in strength. At the same time, powerful murderous intent rushed from the front. The murderous aura of a powerful cage-level warrior can even affect a jonin. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen do not have a cage-level warrior, their lowest strength is still a jounin. Most of them are elite jounin, and their murderous aura is also extremely terrifying. Little devil, it's unlucky for us to meet you. Lo Quat, who was carrying a beheading sword, said coldly. And what he said was correct. If he didn't meet a few people, there would be no need to waste time. He even left the fog cover to hunt here. It's the Mist Ninja. Kai immediately recognized that the other party was the main reason for issuing the inspection mission. At the same time, his right hand immediately reached for the ninja bag. There are signal flares issued by missions inside, which can be used immediately whenever you encounter Kirigakuer. The original plot only had 7 people, but now there are hundreds of Kirigakuer. There are changes in all aspects. Please do not refer to the original plot. Narashikaku's skill is extremely exquisite. Directly used the human sea tactic to find Wu Ying. If there were only a few people, the opponent could easily avoid this move, but it was impossible for hundreds of fog ninjas to avoid this move. Whoosh! As soon as the flare was taken out, it was pierced by a long needle-like sword and knocked away. Little mouse, we can't let you ruin our plan, otherwise the Sandame will be unhappy. Kurura Kushimura's voice sounded from under the mask. At the same time, the long needle-like sword was also recovered under the force of the steel wire behind the hilt. As fast as lightning. There's nothing surprising about the other party's move, it's just a quick word. But with an elite jounin and a special ninja sword, even a shadow-level expert would be extremely wary of this kind of speed. And the 7 swordsmen were not busy taking action, looking at the 3 of them like a cat playing with a mouse. Anyway, with their speed, it is not a problem to catch up with the Kirigakuer army, so naturally they are not afraid of wasting some time here. However, what they didn't know was that a genin was rushing to the battlefield desperately. A few kilometers away from the 7 people to the north. Konoha arrived to meet the ninja army. Hey! Tang Ping saw the fog spreading towards them in front and slowed down. He turned to look at Hinata Kangya beside him, motioning for her to confirm. White eyes. With so many people around, she still had to pretend, so not only did Hinata Kangya make a sound, but veins appeared in the corners of her eyes. An old actor. In fact, when her reincarnation eye is activated, there is no need to form a seal at all, and no veins will appear. I don't know if it's strong or not, but it's really good looking. Byakugan Kyuhu Ninja. In the original history, it was the Uchiha clan who were good at fire escape, who faced misfortune when they singled out the mist ninjas on the beach. It also caused the Hyuga clan to get a blank look. No. Tang Ping had already heard about this before setting off. The Hyuga clan just lost a white eye. It is precisely because the mist ninja is restrained by the Byakugan that the opponent will deliberately try to obtain the Byakugan. It is indeed the surprise attack force of the mist ninja. Hinata looked at Kangyu for a while before answering in a low voice. In fact, she got the result at the first sight, but she was just pretending. Who asked Hyuga Hisashi to bring the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to the battle this time? He had to wait for the other party to gain something before speaking out. Narashikaku, who was not far away, also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the report. Finally there are people blocked. The biggest fear when attacking is not finding the target. Now that the target is found, the next step is to just deal with the opponent. And Dohei is planning to trouble the 7 ninja swordsmen, but Treasure Boy is right next to them. The tactics were already mentioned on the way here. Anyway, they are divided into small teams to intercept, and no fish are allowed to slip through the net. There are only 4 words for Tang Ping. Move freely. To restrain a shadow-level powerhouse, Narashikaku is not that big-faced. Tang Ping glanced at his 2 teammates and said cheerfully. Withdraw, let's start a happy hunting. The hunting he was talking about might seem to others to be aimed at the mist ninja, but only 2 of them knew that it was Baizetsu who was going to be hunted. Chapter 152 I just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Wrong.jpg, Brother Long's face. Has anyone arrived yet? As Tang Ping jumped forward, he turned to look at Hinata Kangyu beside him. Arrive. The latter nodded slightly. After the second fetal movement period, her reincarnation, the range of vision of the eye has been increased by another kilometer, which means that she can now see through within a range of 5 kilometers. Comparable to a super-humanoid radar. This is why the Byakugan is valued. It is very useful in battles and battlefields. Now, everything else is fine with Dohei, but he really cannot do without him in terms of reconnaissance. It is so useful. General perception ninjutsu is only about a few dozen meters, and secret techniques are only a few hundred meters, and the difficulty of training is still very high. The blood limit is so unreasonable. In the future, there will be Xionglin's Kagura Heart Eye of more than 20 kilometers, which will not give ordinary perception ninjas a chance to survive. Lead the way, Dohei said. Before taking action, he must explain the plan clearly, and some things are also kept by the other party. But when he was moving forward, he didn't know why he felt a little guilty. No, what am I guilty about? I and Kangyu are innocent, and we haven't even held hands. Dohei cheered himself up in his heart. That's it. They came under a big tree. If it weren't for Hinata Kangyu's guidance, no one would have discovered that there was a person hiding on it. Good hiding ability. Doping looked up at a place on the tree and commented. At such a close distance, he could naturally find the target. As he spoke, the light in the tree changed, and the camouflage cloth fell, revealing two figures behind. One of them was naturally Uchiha Shizuka. As one of Uchihame's two major backers, and also an elite ninja specializing in illusion, how could she not come for this operation? The other one was naturally Uchihame, who hadn't been seen for more than a year. After such a long time, her figure became taller and taller, especially her straight legs with perfect curves, which would definitely drive some people crazy. And her waterfall-like black hair was tied into a high ponytail at this time, revealing her delicate and white face that was extremely capable of fighting, and her pale pink eyes calmly looked down at Doping under the tree. It was almost like this, but the background and clothes were different. She was wearing a black mesh tights AA. Haha, facing the gaze of the pink eyes, Tang Ping laughed awkwardly twice and changed the subject. Long time no see, Mei, you have changed a lot. She was his fiancée, and he did feel guilty for being out there for so long without telling her. The most important thing was that even when he was called the last one and waste at the beginning, she still treated him the same way and did not say a word about breaking off the engagement. So, in his heart, he acknowledged their relationship. This was also the reason why he exposed some things to her later, and this time when he needed it, he did not hesitate to ask her to help. She did not live up to his trust and came from the front without saying anything. In fact, the risk of doing so was not small. But she still came without knowing the truth. Such trust made Tang Ping feel a little sorry for her, which was the reason why he was embarrassed. But it's okay, he just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. No, he hasn't made it yet, right? Then it's okay. Humph, Uchihame jumped down from the tree and said, if you don't have a reason that satisfies me, then you can prepare 5 bottles of rejuvenating potion for yourself. Her voice was calm, but the content was extremely terrifying. This meant that if Dohei let her sneak in from the front line without anything important, she would cut off his 5 limbs. Tisk tisk. It must be said that Uchihame is ruthless enough, and she always keeps her word. For the sake of her own 5 limbs, Dohei would not be a riddler. It was not because I didn't want to say it in the letter before, but because I was worried that the letter might be leaked. Now that we meet, of course I won't hide it. This time I want to tell you about my sister. Dohei told the information about White Zetsu. Is there such a thing in the ninja world? Uchiha Shizuka frowned slightly, and her fair and beautiful face was full of doubts. This is not to doubt that Doping is lying to her, but her worldview has been shocked. Uchihame didn't say anything, but the same doubts appeared in her eyes. We'll know it later, right? Doping didn't explain much, and was ready to speak with facts. He took the pile of materials brought by the two, the letter asked him to bring them, and then started to get busy. What is this? Hinata Kangyu bent down and asked curiously. Intentionally or unintentionally, she revealed her burden that she shouldn't bear at this age. Especially when there is a girl who is 1 year older than her, but still poor. The contrast between the two should not be too strong. Seeing this, Uchiha Shizuka not only did not step forward, but took a step back, looking at the scene in front of her with a look of watching a good show. Since graduation, she has almost looked at Doping with the eyes of a monster. Now it's rare to see him suffer, so she is naturally happy to watch the show. These are the ninja tools I made using the sealing technique. I placed them in an area in advance. If the target enters, it will react. After making these flashlight-like ninja tools, Doping breathed a sigh of relief. When Baizetsu was underground it is indeed difficult to detect. But when the other party sticks his head out to observe the ground situation, he has to stick his head out, this is the best opportunity. The effect of this prop is to imitate the infrared alarm before crossing. Continuously emit/receive light. Once something blocks the light, it will trigger the alarm. A very simple ninja tool. The key is the idea. Chakra is omnipotent, and the limiting effect is always the ninja's idea. Orochimaru is such a pioneering ninja, so he can create a large number of secret techniques and forbidden techniques and obtain a large number of scientific research results. The future Kabuto may be more powerful, but they all inherit Orochimaru's legacy. They have no achievements at all, so they are just learners, not pioneers. Now that Dohei has made this kind of small prop, it is definitely something that those who learn sealing techniques have never thought of. Because their sealing techniques will all work on greater power or stronger sealing ability, it is impossible to work hard in this area, and naturally it is impossible to make it. Soon, Dohei handed the assembled ninja tools to Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Shizuka. Yamamakoji and Hinata Sogetsu are his teammates. They are definitely within the vigilance range of White Zetsu. If they are not seen, the other party will be suspicious, so they must always be in the open. Wait a minute, Du Ping first told the plan, and finally solemnly reminded, if there is no chance, it is better to give up the plan, and never mess around. The focus of this plan is not to catch White Zetsu, but to find a way to hide from Ma Da's suspicion. If it can't be hidden, and this old shady guy really comes to the door, although Du Ping's strength has been skyrocketing, he really has no confidence to escape before entering the super shadow level. Yes. *4. Seeing Du Ping's reaction to such a big reminder, the four nodded at the same time. Fortunately, there is no stupid teammate. This is what Du Ping thought at this time. If there is a teammate like Prince Ming, he will definitely want to die. The first is the unexpected. To put it bluntly, it is all kinds of trouble, and it is the kind that others are unlucky and the other party will not be in trouble. After making arrangements, Du Ping took two teammates and rushed to the battlefield. Although it seems that he spent a lot of time, it was actually less than a few minutes. The Konoha ninjas had just started fighting with the mist ninjas. However, Dohei's target was not these ordinary mist ninjas. The 7 ninja swordsmen. The other party was his target. Finding the other party was equivalent to finding the treasure boy. At the same time, his subsequent plans also depended on the other party. For example, firing a map cannon. It is impossible that he would play like this when facing ordinary mist ninjas, right? At least he had to face this top group, and he would not hesitate to fire when he was really angry. At that time, it would be natural for White Zetsu to be destroyed by the map cannon because he could not dodge in time, and it would not arouse any suspicion. Soon, Hyagakangyu locked the target. Through the huge chakra in the other party's body, combined with the number of people, it was naturally easy to find the target. However, Hyagakangyu also reported a piece of information. The other party was chasing after 3 genin. The famous scene is coming. Dohei hurriedly accelerated, fearing that if he was one step late, the future Kai Huang would be gone. Chapter 153 Emperor Kai and Saving the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Chapter 153 Emperor Kai and Saving the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Emperor Kai. This is the title that countless people gave to Might Guy before Dohei crossed over. He lives up to his name. Born in a poor family, he and his father were looked down upon since childhood, and he himself had no talent for ninjutsu. But he rose up with hard work and terrifying perseverance. In the last battle, he was as stunning as a meteor. It is an insult to compare him with Kakashi. That is, he has no background and bloodline, otherwise he might be the protagonist. Unfortunately, the ninja world is the toy of the Otsutsuki clan. If you don't have their bloodline, don't even think about being the protagonist. On the contrary, if you have the other party's bloodline, no matter if you were the last one or nothing before, even if you die, there will be someone in the Pure Land to help you revive. It's really embarrassing. Bloodline and class. In fact, it is the theme of the ninja world. Of course, some people call these two things fate. No matter how amazing the future Kai Huang is, he still has to rely on the protagonist to save him in the end, and become a background board to set off the other party. Hinata Kangyu saw that Tang Ping was a little impatient, and asked tentatively with a puzzled look. Is there anything about those little guys that is worthy of your attention, Tang Ping? No one knows Tang Ping better than her, so she is curious. Even Yamamakoji, who has been following silently, looked over. There is a little guy in there who has the opportunity to become the strongest physical ninja in the future. Tang Ping nodded decisively. He never keeps secrets in front of his own people, and he will say everything he can. Anyway, in the ninja world, there are even guys like the Big Toad Sage who can predict, and there is no shortage of dragon veins that travel through time and space, so it is not too much for him to know some future information. The strongest physical ninja. Yamamakoji became interested. From his understanding of doping, he knew that he always kept his word, even if it seemed like a joke. At the same time, he had very high standards. He didn't take even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, seriously. He would occasionally say something like the strongest Hokage, Fukios. Nowadays, evaluating a person as the strongest is enough to make people curious, even if it's just in terms of physical skills. Well, a very interesting little guy, what a pity. Doping nodded to confirm Yamamakoji's inquiry. He admired Kai Wang's hard-working and upright character, but it was a pity that it was a little late now. The other party had turned into the shape of the Will of Fire and there was no way to win him over, so it was a pity. If he could win over the other party, in the future, Kai Huang and the long steps to the gods and alien implants, even Six Paths Madara might be kicked to death. With Doping's rebellious nature, Kai Huang might be his enemy in the future, but he didn't have the slightest intention of killing him in advance. Because this kind of enemy must be defeated head-on at the peak of his power. It's the best fun. Even the guy next door who ran away from Konoha with a bucket asked his wife to accept Kai as his disciple, killed his father and then defeated his disciple. That's fun. Anyway, Dohei thinks it's fun. Only when there is a strong enough opponent can stimulate oneself and prevent slacking off, and the stronger the enemy is, the more fun it is. Just like defeating a soldier, the pleasure brought by defeating a hero is also completely different, isn't it? Boom! Suddenly, a hurricane seemed to have been set off in the distance, and a lot of soil and tree fragments rushed into the sky. How is it possible? Hinata Kangyu quickly said the information, there is a new chakra over there, blocking the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hearing what Hinata Kangyu said, Dohei reacted instantly. It should be Might Dai who arrived, but he hasn't opened the death gate yet, otherwise it would not be blocking, but tearing the 7 ninja swordsmen apart. Go as planned. After he finished speaking, a gauze-like flame robe appeared on his body. Raging. Then he accelerated and rushed forward. He still needed the help of the 7 people, and he couldn't let these props be torn apart by others first. Yes, the majestic Kirigakure was just a prop in Tang Ping's eyes. A prop that could help him capture White Zetsu. In the flame robe state, Tang Ping's speed suddenly increased, allowing him to rush to the battlefield quickly. He saw the target at first sight. With thick square eyebrows and an extremely shameful green tights, it was clear without much thought that the other party was the future father of Emperor Kai. Might Dai. A great genin. It must be said that Konoha's jonin is not good, but genin is full of hidden talents. First there is Might Dai, the genin who tore the 7 ninja swordsmen apart with his bare hands, then there is Prince Naruto who saved the ninja world and sat on the position of Hokage, and secretly there is Maraboshi Kasuke who has been a genin all his life. The jonin's face was swollen. On the ground. Ha! Might Dai entered the 6th gate, Jingmen, and the huge chakra even set off gusts of wind. I didn't expect. Kuruhan Kushimaru tightly grasped the long sword and sewing needle in his hand, and his eyes under the mask were extremely excited. For him, hunting strong enemies is more important than carrying out the mission of the 3rd Mizu Cage. Others thought so too, so they surrounded Might Dai, who was emitting green light and burning huge chakra. And the surrounded Might Dai turned his head to look at the 3 little ones behind him, and said with a smile. I will cover the rear, and the other party will be strong and beautiful. At this time, he had already realized something. But Dad, you will definitely not be able to beat them, the other party is the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kai retorted in a panic, trying to make his father give up that idea. Faced with his son's rebuttal, Might Dai was not angry, but just gave a thumbs up and said. Self-restraint. This was also the last lesson he taught his son. Self-restraint is a forbidden technique that can only be used once in a lifetime, so self-restraint is necessary. Only when you swear to protect the most important thing to yourself, will you release your self-restraint. Now is the moment. With determination in his eyes, Might Dai is ready to attack the last gate of the 8 gates. Once the death gate is opened, he will gain an astonishingly large amount of chakra, but it also means burning his life and it is impossible to survive. 8 gates. It is such a forbidden technique that requires constant polishing of the body at ordinary times, and only at important moments can life bloom like a meteor. But a voice from the sky interrupted Might Dai's action. Wait! Followed by, a figure wrapped in golden-orange gauze came. Dohei is here. At this time, his control of the flame robe is no longer as rough as before, and the temperature is completely controlled, so there is no temperature change after landing. Of course, as long as he wants, he can turn the surrounding area into a high-temperature area at any time. Lord Dohei. *4. Several voices sounded at the same time. Even if you don't know Do Ping's face, his iconic flame robe is the best self-introduction. Purifying Flame Uchiha Do Ping. That immortal. How exciting! The 7 ninja swordsmen also recognized who Do Ping was. But not only were they not afraid, but they were excited. Compared to Might Guy, this is the real feast. For crazy and perverted people like the 7 ninja swordsmen, they are not afraid of prey being too strong, but they are afraid that the opponent is not strong enough, so it is not difficult to understand their mentality now. You go first. Do Ping ignored the 7 ninja swordsmen around him. Everyone, prepare to let the big one and 3 small ones behind you get out of the way first. He didn't want anyone from Konoha to be around when he was carrying out the capture plan. Lord Tang Ping, please let me fight with you. Might Dai asked for a fight very seriously. Don't worry, I'm not in the habit of joking with my own life. Please obey the order, Matt. Where's the genin? Dohei was worried that the other party would kick the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures, so he drove them away in a stern tone. These are extremely important props, and they cannot be used as balls. Grown-ups. Might Dai was extremely moved, thinking that Tang Ping decided to stay and break up the family to protect them. Even Ebisu looked at Dohei with admiration. Even if he slapped my teammate Obi Kabuto, he might have misunderstood, and it was really for Asuma's good. Get out of here! Tang Ping drank angrily. He really couldn't bear this kind of macho man in exile scene. Yes, Lord Dohei. Upon seeing this, Might Dai could only obey the order and leave with the future Kaihuang and other 3-man team. Whoosh! Naturally, the 7 ninja swordsmen were unwilling to watch their prey escape, so one of the figures pounced on the retreating people. But Tang Ping turned a blind eye and made no move at all. We got it! Tongko Yebai, who was pursuing alone, was ecstatic. But just when he was about to strike with the long knife in his left hand, he found that he couldn't move halfway through the strike. Chapter 154 The Prey Appears. Someone stopped it. An extremely thick arm firmly grasped the left wrist of Tongko Yebaman, making it impossible for him to attack. Walk. The bald man, Koji, I'm only 15 years old, turned around and spat out this word to the 4 of them. The person who came was naturally Koji Yamama. As the 404th team's apparent second combat force, of course it's impossible not to take action. Hinata Kangyu plays an auxiliary and reconnaissance role in the team, so she will not arouse suspicion if she does not take action. However, Koji Yamama was actually a little curious as to who Dohei said had the potential to become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Let's go quickly. Might Dai left quickly with 3 little ones. As a ninja, you cannot disobey orders from your superiors. Those who dare to do so are privileged people, such as the son of the Hokage. Damn Konoha ninja, I'm going to crush you. The grass-hunting man was angry. The other party dared to be distracted when fighting with him. How could he not be angry? Do you really think that you are not a solid food? Phew. The one-handed hammer in his right hand was swung out, ready to smash Koji Yamama into a pulp. The ninja sword he mastered was the blunt sword. It is divided into a left-hand sword and a right-hand hammer. There is a rope connecting the two. When you hit the back of the left-hand sword with the hammer of your right hand, the left-hand blade can tear apart any defense. But a single blow can also break a flesh and blood body into pieces. If it were anyone else, even an elite taijutsu-type jounin would have to avoid his sharp edges, but Yamama Koji was different. Relief. It was an extremely fierce headbutt, hitting the wild baitman's face hard. And the other hand also holds the opponent's right wrist. The two sides were almost face to face. With his current height of more than 2 meters, he has to look down at the opponent, and his strength and physique are not on the same level. The attacks of Tongko Yejiren are indeed extremely powerful, but most of them rely on ninja swords. In fact, their strength and physique are completely inferior to those of Yamama Koji, who has completed the first stage of the 5-step surgery to become a god and is called a little Superman. That's the younger brother. This is the intelligence advantage. If one party knows the other party's intelligence and there is no qualitative difference in strength, how can it not crush the other party? Yamamakoji is now only an elite jounin, and he does not have a title, so he does not attract much attention. Naturally, it is impossible for other ninja villages to inquire about his information. Being approached by him without knowing the information, who would be unlucky if it wasn't unlucky for the person who used grass and wild bait? The two of them didn't say much. They just fought hand to hand with each other, without giving each other a chance to use ninjutsu and ninja swords. His extremely powerful body gave him the upper hand. Looking at the extremely miserable Tonko Yebaman, the other 6 ninja swordsmen naturally couldn't sit still. Although their relationship is not very good and they usually fight among themselves, it does not mean that they will just sit back and watch a ninja swordsman die. Whoosh! A figure rushed towards the 2 people not far away from the side, who were fighting hand to hand, ready to help rescue them. It is Lo Kuat Zhozang, the only normal person. But Tang Ping turned a blind eye to this. Because he couldn't really let Yamamakoji kill a ninja swordsman before starting the capture plan. With the intelligence advantage, he can hold on even if he is 1 against 2. Tang Ping said loudly. Now, let me see if you are qualified to dance. He wasn't going to delay it any longer. Because if it drags on, Baizetsu, who may be secretly watching the battle, will see the flaw. It will be troublesome if the oncoming force waits for the mist ninja to come to support. I will pierce your heart and see what color it is. Kurisha Kushimaru lowered his body and rushed forward. The desire to kill in my heart can no longer be controlled. And Mori Jinpachi, who was beside him, almost took action at the same time, and the cooperation was extremely tacit. They are truly a ruthless duo. Fierce. Only when the 2 of them were halfway through the rush, they felt a strong surge of high temperature coming towards their faces. It's Tang Ping. Directly let go of the temperature control of Yunyi. Although this consumes more chakra, it comes with a high temperature state attack. Especially, some ninjutsu have no room for use. For example, the mist hidden technique. This mist ninja's signature auxiliary ninjutsu cannot be effective under such intense high temperatures. Flame clothes. With the progress of Dohei's fire escape, coupled with the growth of chakra, it is not an exaggeration to evaluate it as an A-level ninjutsu at the beginning. And the power will also increase with the change of chakra, such as the Sage mode. Whoosh! With a slight sound of breaking through the air, a long sword as thin as a needle was thrown at an astonishing speed. Dang! Naturally, it is impossible for Dohei to block this ninja sword that pierces everything with his flesh and blood, and he drew out a kunao to block. With his current strength, even in normal state, he is a quasi-cage level strongman. Even if the opponent has a ninja sword in hand, it is impossible to easily solve him. As soon as they fought, Dohei understood the horror of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even without taking into account the bonus of the ninja sword, their strength is also extremely outstanding, comparable to the level of elite jonin. No wonder they can make such a big name. In the original history, it may be because these elites were kicked into the 3 lucky treasures by Might Guy, so there was no successor to the Mist Shadow. As expected, it is the flame of purification. The strength is really good. His chakra must be delicious. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost drew out a large sword covered with fine scales. Big sword Samehada. This sword is also the most special of the 7 ninja swords. Not only can it devour chakra, but it is also a living thing. The remaining Black Horega and Ghost Lantern Chiron also drew out their ninja swords silently. If it were ordinary people, they would naturally disdain to rush forward. But the opponent is the Flame of Purification, a strong man who once defeated 2 shadow-level sand ninjas and even hurt Onoki, so they naturally don't care about ninja virtue. Faced with the siege, Dohei naturally would not drag it out. He jumped back directly to increase the distance and started to seal at the same time. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. This B-level fire style is also a gift from the Hyuga clan, but it is not a reward from the village, but obtained by the Hyuga clan separately, so there is no need to worry about where it came from. After completing the seal, Dohei took a deep breath, and the chakra changed its nature in his body, and finally spurted out from his mouth. Violent. The originally thin line of fire became thicker and thicker as it moved away from him, and finally became a few meters thick, as if a fire dragon that swept everything was gushing out from behind. Don't think that the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is only a B-level fire style. But when used by Dohei's fire spiritual root with a full fire style talent, the power is not much weaker than Madara's Great Fire Extinguishing. Now compared with the opponent, he has a stronger grasp of fire style, and the only difference is chakra. After a fire style blasted away the 5 people in the back, Dohei fought and retreated, which seemed to be because the pressure of the 5 people's offensive was too great. But in fact, he received a secret signal from Hyaga Kangyu. The hunting ground has been arranged, so he was asked to move the battlefield there. Not only him, but Yamamakoji also received it. Yamamakoji hit the beheading sword with his right fist, knocking Biwajozo back with the sword. How is it possible? Biwajozo was in mid-air, feeling extremely shocked. Because he had never thought that the opponent's strength would be so terrible. Even if he specialized in physical skills, this strength was a bit too exaggerated, and his defense was also extremely strong. Their kicks had hit before, but the effect was, just like kicking on the mountain. Go to hell! Tonko Yebaran was bleeding and launched an attack that looked extremely ferocious. Yamamakoji turned around and retreated. Although he looked like a sky-dropped tough guy, he was a rough but delicate type. Naturally, he understood that the focus of this mission was not to defeat the opponent, but to capture the plan. At the edge of the battlefield, a pale head grew out of the tree trunk, looking at the people moving away. Madara-sama asked me to keep an eye on one point so that they can approach Konoha smoothly. We can't lose them. After saying that, he burrowed into the tree trunk, as if a fish entered the water without any movement. White Zetsu. It has been monitoring the 7 ninja swordsmen, but no one has noticed it. Obviously, the prey has finally appeared. Chapter 155's Level Forbidden Technique, Earth Fire Burning the City. 1 kilometer away. Is that what Dohei-kun said? Hinata Kangyu muttered to herself. She has been staring at the battlefield. Just now, she felt some fluctuations somewhere, and then she found the traces of White Zetsu, just in time to see the other party merge into the tree body. If she hadn't been prepared, she would never have been able to find the other party. If it is confirmed that the target has appeared, the capture plan will begin next. Turning around, carefully observing the scheduled battlefield. As long as there is any fluctuation, she can lock the opponent's position in the first time, and then Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Shizuka, who are proficient in illusion, will take action. There is only one chance, so she can't be careless. Of course, in addition to Hyaga Sogetsu, there are also warning ninja tools arranged in advance on the scheduled battlefield. With 2 weapons, there is no worry that White Zetsu cannot be locked. In the ninja world, intelligence is really important. The Akatsuki group understands this best. Before the information is leaked, they are very impressive, but once it is leaked, they will be calculated to death. The same is true for White Zetsu. As long as no one knows the information, everything will be disadvantageous. Viewed in the future 4th Ninja World War, his status will be completely reduced, and he will be on the same level as a soldier. From this point of view, it is not unfair for the goddess Kaguya to fall. At that time, the Big Toad Sage, the alien who can predict, joined hands with the filial son 6-Path Sage to stab him in the back, and then he sealed him. Suddenly, Hyaga Kangyu received a message, marking the area where the prey was. Each alarm ninja tool is responsible for monitoring an area. As long as the alarm ninja tool reacts, the general area where the White Zetsu is located can be locked, and then Hyaga Kangyu can narrow the observation range to find the target. This is also the method she and Uchiha Mei discussed. After getting the clue, Hyaga Kangyu quickly locked the detailed location of the target, so she came to the place where the capture team was located to meet up. The next step is to wait for an opportunity. An opportunity to distract the opponent and cover up the traces of the attack. Seeing Hyaga Kangyu, Uchiha Mei nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to attack. None of the 3 focused their eyes on White Zetsu. Ninjas are extremely sensitive to eyes, and if they stare at someone, they will definitely alarm the other party. Uchiha Shizuka will take the lead, Uchiha Mei will support, and Hyaga Sogetsu will assist, in order to achieve the desired result. With the sudden attack of the 3 of them with full firepower, even a cage-level strongman may be overturned, not to mention White Zetsu, who has amazing hiding and self-protection abilities. On the other side, Du Ping received the signal that everything was ready. In other words, it was his turn to go all out to fire the map cannon. Fire escape. Earth fire technique. With his hands quickly forming seals, Du Ping directly performed this newly learned A-level fire escape. You can tell what the effect of this fire escape is just by the name. Rain. Balls of flames emerged from the ground, indiscriminately flooding a large area around Du Ping. What is this guy doing? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked puzzled. Because this kind of large-scale attack is good for weak opponents, but it has no effect on them. Kill you. Mori Jinpachi approached with the ground fire. The explosive knife in his hand was swung out, and the blade covered with explosive talismans unfolded, and one by one, the explosive talismans flew forward. The effect of this knife is somewhat like the future Conan's divine origami technique, which can cast explosive talismans during the swing. Fire pillar formation. Do Ping quickly formed a seal. Raging. Fire pillars rose from the ground around him, protecting him. Quickly swallowed a soldier pill. This time, he had to fire a map cannon, so chakra was naturally indispensable. Now, Do Ping's chakra is more than 20 cards. After all, this age is the fastest time for chakra growth. Coupled with the previous natural force potion, it is not surprising to have this amount of chakra. Although the impact of the fire pillar formation is not so exaggerated in the non-sage mode, it is definitely not weak. It is not a problem to block the flying explosive talismans. In addition, the earth-fire technique will fill the ground with flames, allowing the fire pillar formation to be deployed very smoothly. After finding that he could not attack, Mori Jinpachi could only retreat. Fire style. Earth-fire technique. Dohei used this A-level fire style again. 2 consecutive A-level fire styles were a waste of chakra in the eyes of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Because this large-scale attack was not a threat to them at all. Even the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost did not even dodge, and directly inserted the same hata into the ground to devour the chakra below, forming a safe zone. Is he looking for death? Returning to the safe zone, Biwajozo was full of confusion. This indiscriminate map cannon naturally could not be used, and Yamamakoji also kept his distance and kept avoiding the earth fire. The surrounding plants were ignited and scorched by the earth fire, and countless thick smoke spread, coupled with the ubiquitous flames, directly turning this area into hell. Another earth fire technique. Pop. Do Ping crushed the bottle and absorbed the hot spring inside into his body. Now, if he stands still for dozens of minutes, he can actually absorb enough natural energy to enter the sage mode, maximum limit. But if you want to enter it in seconds, you can only use the hot spring. His sage mode is powerful and practical, and the biggest contributor is the hot spring. Change to Jiraiya, who also mastered the sage mode, but it takes not only a few minutes for him to enter, but also requires the assistance of the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima, which is extremely difficult to use in actual combat. The flame pattern between the eyebrows spread rapidly. A burning and domineering aura emerged on Do Ping, and even the surrounding flames were slightly suppressed, as if to show his submission to him. Is that the sage mode? How interesting. I don't know what the difference is between the blood of the sage and ours. Same hata, hungry. The 7 ninja swordsmen naturally noticed the changes in Do Ping. However, they were still full of confidence. Unfortunately, they had no idea how terrible the sage mode was. Before and after entering, the strength is completely different, otherwise he would not be qualified to be called a sage. Let the flame purify everything. As this slogan with self-hypnotic nature was spoken, Do Ping's momentum was different from usual. He quickly mobilized the chakra of the immortal technique in his body to form a seal. And the 7 ninja swordsmen did not stop him. Because they think that no matter what ninjutsu Dohei uses, they can block it. After all, there is a ninja sword like same hata. Even if they can't block it, they can still avoid it, right? It's a pity. Their thoughts were soon broken. Because what Dohei is about to use is not ninjutsu, but fairy technique. That is, using fairy chakra to promote ninjutsu will increase the power of ninjutsu by more than 1 level. After completing the seal, Dohei's eyes were filled with expectation. Today is also the time for this S-level forbidden technique to shock the world. Fire escape. Earth fire burning city. Yes, this S-level fire escape is the only S-level ninjutsu in the gift package given to him by the Hyuga clan, which involves the control of natural energy. It is impossible for ordinary ninjas to learn it. It's not that the Hyuga clan has not studied it, but there is no way to learn it. Natural energy, ordinary people don't even know what it is, how can they see it, let alone use it? Dohei also saw the hot spring first, and only after knowing what natural energy is did he slowly perceive and utilize natural energy. Now he also understood why the 3 holy places have different sage modes. It depends on what kind of natural energy you perceive. And the S-level forbidden technique of burning the city with underground fire is a means of utilizing underground natural energy. Deep in the earth below the battlefield, countless magmas are surging frantically, as if they want to break through the thick strata above and destroy everything on the surface. Originally this was impossible. But under a special guidance, these magmas gathered together, making a destructive roar and began to break through the strata above. The previous A-level underground fire techniques themselves shattered the strata in this area and brought out a lot of underground fire. Now using this upper S-level forbidden technique of A-level ninjutsu instantly greatly increases its power and reduces the difficulty of use. Just like the Kirin of the future second pillar, this method can be used to trick this terrifying ninjutsu. Now, let the fire purify everything. Wearing a white flame veil, like a god judging the world, Tang Ping said this slogan again. However, this time it was a bit ferocious. As he spoke, a terrible disaster suddenly descended on the battlefield. Chapter 156, Treasure Boy Obtained. Crack, crack. The sound of cracking, like the cracking of biscuits, continued from the ground. The key point is that the range is too exaggerated. The area of several hundred meters with Tang Ping as the core is covered. A sense of powerlessness emerged from the hearts of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even if they claim to destroy cities and countries, they are helpless in the face of this situation. They have no chance to escape, the rear is blocked by the ground fire, and can only shrink together to resist. Countless cracks appeared in the ground, and violent flames gushed out, and the spider web-like cracks became larger and larger. The temperature in the air became extremely hot, and the endless heat made this area like being on a red-hot iron plate. While the 7 ninja swordsmen were defending, they continued to use long-range attacks to launch at the distant Dohei. Forget about close combat. The terrifying high temperature and flames made Dohei stay away from anyone. As soon as the long-range attack began, a burst of flames separated the two sides. All the long-range attacks flew to who knows where after passing through the flames, so how could they hit? The 3 women who were watching the battle at the edge of the battlefield understood that now was the opportunity to attack. The range of the earth fire-burning city attack was slowly expanding, and it was only a few dozen meters away from White Zetsu. The opponent's attention was all focused on the battlefield, and there was no spare energy to pay attention to the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh. The 3 women rushed out like lightning. On the other side, White Zetsu, who was half leaning out of the tree trunk to watch the battle, didn't know that danger was coming, and was preparing to keep a safe distance. After all, as a vegetative person, it was extremely afraid of fire. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 megatama appeared in front of White Zetsu. Magic Shackle Technique. Uchiha Shizuka went all out and performed this blood illusion that can only be performed by those who have developed the 3 Magatama Sharingan to a certain degree and are proficient in illusion. In an instant, White Zetsu's body became extremely stiff, and his eyes lost their luster. Uchiha Mei, who arrived later, saw this and immediately cancelled her plan to add another illusion. She swung the long sword in her hand like lightning, cutting off the round table-thick tree trunk that half of the opponent's body was integrated into from the root. Haiga Kangyu jumped to the top of the tree and floated, controlling gravity and repulsion, and can float and fly, grabbing down with her right hand. Tianyan. She directly sucked the cut tree into the air, and then her left hand turned into a sword, and a layer of translucent chakra light flickered and flowed on it, as if it was a supreme divine weapon. She is a real genius. It's just that she was as disappointed as a dead man before, and had no motivation at all. Now that she was saved by doping, coupled with those theoretical guidance, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he develop the divine aerial strike, he also had various abilities, but he had never publicly displayed them due to his identity. Shua, Shua. With the sound of a light cut, the body of White Zetsu was completely cut out of the tree trunk. Then Hinata Kangyu's right hand, which was wrapped in chakra, lifted the opponent up in the air, not letting him touch the ground at all. Uchiha Mei below quickly unfolded a scroll with the word seal written on it, and at the same time, Uchiha Shizuka also dragged out a body from not far away. Iron coffin. That's right. In order to be absolutely sure, Tang Ping not only had to use illusions to control the opponent, but also sealed the opponent, and finally stuffed him into an iron coffin, completely denying the opponent any possibility of escape. If it were a Fei, Heiju, etc., these methods might not be able to trap them. But if it was just an ordinary White Zetsu, its combat power would be at the level of an ordinary Chiyunin. With such a package, there would be no chance of escape. And the movement here. Due to the flames and thick smoke, it was impossible to be discovered. The same is true for sounds. The roar that rang out from the earth directly suppressed other sounds. Now you understand why Tanghei chose the S-level ninjutsu of Earth Fire Burning City instead of directly using Zhu Rong's real body to use immortal magic, right? What is needed is long duration, large movement, and wide range. An Earth Fire Burning City is satisfied with all these aspects. As for the killing effect, it is only secondary, it all depends on the luck of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After unfolding the sealing scroll, Hinata Kangyu placed Baiju on the scroll, let a large number of sealing runes bind the opponent's body, and then quickly stuffed him into the iron coffin. Tang Ping explained in advance that this is a vegetative state, so don't treat the other person as a human being. Finally, Shizuka Uchiha closed the lid. The whole action was completely smooth, without any lag at all, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. Although the process is long, from the moment Uchiha Shizuka took action until now, it took less than a few dozen seconds. Click. Watching the iron cover close, Hinata Kangyu breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other way, who made Tang Ping take this action so seriously that she also became nervous. However, her revealed strength shocked Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Shizuka. Because before this, they thought that the other party was only useful because of their blindness, so they were valued by Tang Ping, and they even did not hesitate to use the rejuvenation potion on him. But I didn't expect her strength to be so exaggerated. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg that was revealed in an understatement, it made the two of them know that the opponent's strength was definitely not inferior to theirs. It's just that the ninja's information is extremely secretive. No matter how curious they are, the two of them have no intention of asking. We're leaving first. Uchiha Mei took a deep look at Hinata Kangyu, and felt a deep sense of fear in her heart. It's not that he doubts the other party's loyalty to Tang Ping, but that for some reason, he has a sense of crisis that the treasure is coveted. In the past, she was extremely confident and didn't worry about anyone competing with her, so she didn't take Hinata Kangyu to heart at all. But now that her competitors are so good, her mentality has naturally changed. This is a gift from Tang Ping-kun to you. The effect is... Hinata Kangyu took out 2 bottles of natural power potion that Tang Ping asked her to keep in advance. This was a gift for her. Due to the relationship between the two of them as an unmarried couple, naturally it cannot be said to be a reward, it can only be said to be a gift. After hearing the effect of the power of nature, Uchiha Mei and Shizuka looked at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Note, it's just surprise, not suspicion. Because Tang Ping had already created healing potions and rejuvenating potions in the past, which had left a deep impression on them. Now he just made a new potion. How could they doubt? It would be strange not to doubt. This is a potion that can enhance chakra. Although the major ninja clans also have methods such as secret medicine or medicinal baths. But the process is extremely cumbersome, takes a very long time, and the improvement is not great. But now a bottle of natural power potion can easily increase so much chakra. Although the specific effect depends on the user, it is amazing enough. Priceless treasure. No one needed to explain, both of them understood that the value of this potion was higher than that of the rejuvenation potion. Because the rebirth potion is only suitable for specific people, but this potion is eagerly desired by all ninjas. But there are definitely not many of this kind of potion. After all, even the cost of rejuvenation potions is so high and the production is so troublesome, let alone such a more precious power of nature potion. Snort. After taking the potion, Uchiha Mei snorted and turned to leave. She is in an extremely bad mood now, even if she has received such a precious gift. Tell Xiao Tang Ping that I will help him comfort Mei Yi, and I'm optimistic about you, so come on. Uchiha Shizuka confessed to Hinata Kangyu with a smile, and finally left a sentence with unknown meaning. And a blush appeared on Hinata Kangyu's disguised face. She, with her high emotional intelligence, naturally understood what the other party meant by his last words. When the two of them rushed back to the southeastern border, Hinata Kangyu also left with the iron coffin and fired a signal for help. The signal flare has 2 meanings. One means that they have completed their mission, and then they will finish by destroying the corpses and eradicating traces. The other is to inform Konoha's oncoming troops that they have encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen here and ask them to come over and support them. Although Mat Dai and the others had escaped, they might not have encountered the Konoha army. Of course Tang Ping could see the signal flares in the sky, and at the same time he felt happy and immediately released his suppression of natural energy. Boom! Endless flames and magma, without after he suppressed it, he tore apart the earth instantly, ignited the sky, and flooded a large area around him. Looking down from the sky, you will find that a red area is spreading. Chapter 157 Ninja Sword and Miyamu Mountain. A few minutes later, when Narashikaku arrived with a large number of Konoha ninjas, they saw a scene that shocked them. This. Someone subconsciously spoke out. Because what appeared in front of them was a circular area about 1 kilometer in size that had been flattened by flames and magma and was emitting terrible heat. Faced with this scene, even those who had seen many big scenes immediately lost their voices. Even if you have seen the Valley of the End. But after all, it's been decades since now, so it didn't touch them strongly. But now it was a real scene happening in front of him, and the impact of the two was naturally different. In this charred area, a figure is bending down to search for something. Yes, Tang Ping is looking for something. Ninja sword. He has not forgotten that Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords can be used to channel the spirit back through the contract, so there is no chance of being slow. 5 people just escaped, which means that there will definitely be at least 1 ninja sword left at the scene. There's no way that in that desperate situation, the other party would risk their lives to protect the ninja sword, right? Among the 5 people who escaped, there was definitely the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. The other person's figure and hair are so conspicuous that it's hard not to recognize him. All I can say is that Tang Ping has embarrassed the time travelers. Because Mat Dai could use his full power to turn the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures, it was indeed a bit embarrassing for him to only kill 2 of them as a time traveler. Of course, it may also be because the city burning ninjutsu is an anti-city ninjutsu, rather than an anti-person ninjutsu, which led to this result. Tang Ping was not disappointed with this result, but was extremely satisfied. I finally have the nuclear bomb ninjutsu. Although it is still far from being as good as the Raging Sky and Tailed Beast Jade, let alone the Super Shinra Tensei, it is at least far away from ordinary ninjutsu. This ninjutsu can be completely improved and strengthened in the future. If you turn it into an immortal magic, and then use Zhu Rong's true body to use it, tisk tisk, it will definitely not be weaker than Ongfa Tian. Using this nuclear bomb level ninjutsu, he successfully fired a map cannon, destroying all traces of capture. Even if Madana came to investigate, he would only think that the missing Shiro was affected by this big move. Even if you are huddled underground, you cannot avoid the power of this ninjutsu. It is normal for you to be affected. And he still has a witness. The 5 ninja swordsmen who escaped are the best witnesses. The other party can prove the battle process so that they will not doubt it. Release the water. It was Tang Ping's intention. Otherwise, in the Sage mode, you don't need this kind of super wide-range ninjutsu, but use the Flame Finger, Tian Kong Yun sword and the like. I don't dare to say that they can completely destroy them, but they can kill at least 5 people. However, there is no way to cover up the capture plan, let alone let it go. This result now is what he wants to see. Not only that the capture plan was accomplished perfectly, there was also evidence that prevented Madara from doubting himself. As for how many more ninja swordsmen are left behind, will it have any impact on Konoha? Of course there is, but it doesn't affect the overall situation. After all, the extra variable of him makes Konoha much stronger than the original history online. It really doesn't matter if the opponent has a few more ninja swordsmen. Found it. Tang Ping fished out a long sword as slender as a needle from the hot magma. Long knife, stitches. Well, he is a fire spirit root now, so he can completely ignore this high temperature. Carrying this ninja sword that was not damaged even by lava, Dohei walked towards the Konoha ninjas. While walking, first quietly apply the contract seal, and then throw the ninja sword to the side. Whoosh! The special shape design allows it to fly extremely fast. Snap! The ninja sword was caught by a strong arm. It's Koji Yamama. When he used the earth fire technique in Tang Ping, he opened the distance at full speed, so he was safe and sound. He was not too surprised by the power of this ninjutsu. Because he knows how powerful the person he follows is, isn't it natural to master this kind of ninjutsu? Taking over the sealed ninja sword, Yamama Koji waved it, feeling a little regretful. He would still be interested in a decapitating sword or a same-hata sword, but these types of ninja swords that require speed and skill are not suitable for him. Tang Ping, sir. Narashikaku looked at the young man walking slowly, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have thought how terrifying the other party was. Have those fog shadow troops been dealt with? Tang Ping was also surprised by the strength of the attacking force this time, and it was solved in such a short time. No, it's just a defeat, it still needs to be eliminated slowly. Speaking of those fog ninjas, Narashikaku also had a headache. It is easy to defeat but difficult to clear. The good news is that this place is not far from Konoha, and he has enough manpower. The most important thing is that the 7 ninja swordsmen have been defeated. The evidence is this terrible battlefield and the second-hand Chunin sword of Hiroji Yamama. Did he really think he hadn't heard of Long Knife and Stitch? We only killed 2 of them, and the remaining 5 escaped. Send someone to search the surroundings to see if there are any ninja swords left behind. Tang Ping told the situation first to avoid being asked as for how to fight 2 against 7, he didn't explain it, and he didn't need to explain it at the same time. Good. Narashikaku nodded, thinking that if he had a ninja sword, he would find it no matter what, and he couldn't let Kirigakure have the chance to channel his spirit back. Once it is not sealed in time, the other party can really channel it back. Of course, if it is the kind of ninja sword that has been officially awarded, there is no way to recall it psychically before the owner dies. At this point in the battle, the attack has been a great success, and the next step is to slowly clear it out. The 5 ninja swordsmen who escaped were either injured or depleted of chakra. If they didn't escape as soon as possible, they might have to kneel down. After leaving the matter of finding the knife to the other party, Tang Ping prepared to return to the village. He is here to be a thug, and he has already helped repel the 7 ninja swordsmen. It is impossible for him to accept such a mission as a cleanup, right? Besides, he was in a hurry to return to the village at this time. The treasure boy has been obtained. This thing is definitely one of the greatest treasures in the ninja world. Used as scouts and combat power, it is a complete waste. Anyway, he couldn't bear it. It's like using an aircraft carrier for transportation before time travel. A waste of natural resources. That means Orochimaru doesn't know Baizetsu's information, otherwise he would definitely fight with him at all costs. As for the departure of Team 404, Narashikaku naturally has no objection. He has no authority to command a chief general. Just when Dohei and Koji Yamama met up with Hinata Kangetsu, who was carrying an iron coffin, on the way back to Konoha, the northern border of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya, who was recovering from his injuries in the camp, suddenly received a notification from the messenger frog. Jiraiya, the great Toad Immortal wants to see you. When he heard that Toad Sage wanted to see him, Jiraiya didn't dare to neglect him. After explaining a few words, he immediately used the reverse psychic technique to go to Miyamu Mountain. Mt Miyamu. One of the 3 sacred places for psychic beasts in the ninja world, it is also the place where Toad Sage lives. Located surrounded by mountains, a large number of plants and mushrooms grow there. Soon, Jiraiya came to a huge temple. The spacious and neat interior does not look like a place where a toad lives. The most eye-catching one is the old toad sitting in a giant basin engraved with the word immortal, with a necklace with the word oil hanging around his neck, and wearing a doctor's hat. The 2 immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, stood sideways in cloaks. Just looking at the body shape, one would think that the 2 sides are not the same race. In the entire temple, which is too wide to play football, there is only Sanwa. And the Toad Sage sitting in the wooden basin slowly opened his cloudy eyes and looked at Jiraiya in front of him. Who are you? One sentence can break people's defenses. Maybe I'm just confused, I don't even recognize little Jiraiya anymore. Shima Senin started to complain directly. Hearing this sound, the big toad immortal sitting in the basin seemed to have thought of something, and finally got to the point, and immediately stunned the people, toads, in the temple. Chapter 158 What? I am the great demon king who destroys the ninja world? Little Jiraiya, the future has changed. In my dream, I saw the ninja world being enveloped in endless blood and war, and Konoha and Mt Miyamu also disappeared. The words of the great toad immortal left 2 toads in disbelief. But the identity of the other party made them have no choice but to believe it. Because of a prophecy made by the other party, Jiraiya spent his whole life on the road to find the son of the prophecy, and gave up everything for this. But now, the other party has another even more shocking prediction. Sir, are you sure you're right? Even Fukasaku, who had great reverence for him, subconsciously asked. It's not okay if you don't ask. The disappearance of Konoha and Miyaboku Mountain means that the toads living in Miyaboku will also die. That's how it was in the dream. The great toad immortal's tone was still calm, as if he didn't know what the disappearance of Miyamu Mountain would mean. Jiraiya no longer had his usual frivolity and asked seriously. Big Toad Immortal, do you have any clues besides these? Just like that, he had no way of starting. At least there was a hint in the last prophecy, but there is no hint in this one. How can I check it? You will see the person who caused all this in the future, and you must stop him then. Okay, Chloro sang. As the Great Toad Immortal spoke, he fell into sleep again. Maybe this is also the price paid for prophecy, it must be in deep sleep for a long time. Although several people wanted to ask more questions, the Great Toad Immortal had already entered a deep sleep and could only leave the temple. After coming out, the child's father, do you think the elder made a mistake? Shima still didn't want to believe this prophecy. Mother, you know that the Great Master's predictions have never been missed, so we must find a way to prevent this disaster this time. Fukasaku made his decision with a firm tone. As the elders of Miyamu Mountain, the couple were the supreme leaders when the Great Toad Immortal was sleeping. This was their home, everything to them, and he would never allow anyone to destroy it. Boss, eldest sister, I will find a way to find out the reason, and then, deal with him. Jiraiya's tone was decisive. As a ninja, he has never lacked decisiveness, otherwise he would not have been able to sit in the position of the chief general of the ninja army. Little Jiraiya, if you need anything, Miyaboku Mountain will support you. Fukasaku encouraged and made a promise. Little boy, summon us if you need us. Shima also understood that this was not the time to be angry, and also made a promise. With the promise, Jiraiya can summon all the Miyaboku Mountain toads to fight. There are many powerful summoned beasts in Miyaboku Mountain. Not to mention that there are two sages Shima and Fukasaku. However, the premise is related to the prophecy. If it is a war between ninjas, the two sages will not respond at all. The strength of the two sages is equivalent to the level of Kage, and they are the type that master natural energy, and their strength is extremely powerful. I will. Jiraiya nodded. For the sake of the village, no matter who it is, he will not hesitate at all. From this point of view, Jiraiya, his teacher, and his disciples are indeed the same kind of people. As long as the village is threatened, whether it is friends or family, they can all be ruthless and take action. This is the virtue of the Hokage. As for those outside the village, who cares? Even if they all die, at most they can just say a few words to him. Yes, it is such a double standard. Just like Jiraiya, the Rain country became a battlefield of the big countries, which caused a tragic tragedy, but he felt that the other party's revenge was wrong. Anyway, he was a saint. In other words, we hit you, okay. You hit me, no. So, Dohei really thinks that the three views of the ninja world are extremely distorted. Well, the girl's appearance is very good. So, without Dohei knowing, he has been targeted by Miyaboku Mountain. At this time, he had just rushed back to Konoha village with his teammates. For the interception mission, since he was just a thug, it was naturally not his turn to report. Narashikaku had already sent back the battle report in advance with the communication eagle. So he went back to the tribe directly after separating from his teammates. As for the things, there are ways to bring them back. This time, I can take a vacation for a while and initially develop the treasure boy. There are indeed too many places that can be developed on White Zetsu. As for why the village is willing to give Dohei such a long vacation, it is not because he was previously on a mission for a long time. For the village, as long as they are not used to death, they will be used to death. There are many ninjas who have been stationed outside the village for several years or even more than 10 years and have no chance to return to the village. In order to create an opportunity for Shimura Setsuna of Kikyo Mountain to win over and gain power, the village leaders gave this vacation. To this, Dohei gladly accepted. Do you really think he cares about that broken ninja army? If there is no choice, he would rather lie down and eat and wait for death every day. But since he was exposed in the graduation examination to save his life, he has no choice. It's all Danzo's fault. The advantage of continuing to stay in the Uchiha clan to do experiments is that there is a barrier in the clan land, and neither the Byakugan nor the telescope technique can monitor. Not to mention the Anbu and the root, if they dare to come, they will be driven out immediately. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku had just taken office, and the bones of Uchiha were not as soft as the future. But what made Dohei unable to bear it was Uchiha Fugaku. Fuck. He made Uchiha suffer. It was indeed right to choose to go to the battlefield, but the problem was that he had no ability, and was directly trapped by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the southeast border, the front line against the mist shadow. Uchiha is best at fire escape. Places like the seaside are simply asking them to die. The mist hidden technique can even offset most of the advantages of the Sharingan, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. Heavy casualties. The Uchiha, who have always been good at fighting, directly played the battle loss ratio of ordinary ninjas, without any style of a wealthy family. And they were also cheated in terms of pensions and supplies. That is, Dohei was not the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, otherwise he would have been strangled to death long ago. He was completely a sucker. By the way, the future filial son was also brought to the battlefield by him. What a famous scene! It's a pity that Doping couldn't see it. The point is that the loss of the Chongfang lineage is not small. And the Chongfang lineage is his fiancé's people, that is, his own people. Now that his subordinates have suffered heavy losses, it's no wonder that he is unhappy with Uchiha Fugaku. But now is not the time to make trouble for the other party. There will be fun to watch in a while, so you can just hold back. What fun! The lower class overthrows the upper class. Is it fun that his fiancée, because she is dissatisfied with the other party, directly jumps out to oppose him, the incompetent clan leader? But the prerequisite for playing like this is to have enough force. In the past, Doping naturally had no confidence in making Uchiha Mei's strength explode. But now with White Zetsu in hand, it's another matter. In the future, a certain ungrateful person's Mangeki is so strong that he can use the ultimate skill as a basic attack. Isn't it because he has White Zetsu? Now that the thing is in Doping's hands, he won't use it so roughly. Not to mention other aspects, it may depend on luck to let Uchiha Mei, who is already extremely talented, open the Mangeki directly, but it is not a problem to make the opponent's pupil power surge. In addition to the Golden Crow potion given before, it is not impossible for Uchiha Mei to have the strength to challenge Uchiha Fugaku. Even if he can't seize the position of clan leader, he will have the qualifications to compete with him. In order to see the fun of the lower class overthrowing the upper class, the first thing that Tang Ping has to do is to find a way to extract something from White Zetsu that can make the Sharingan grow. He was not qualified to use the manpower of the Nagash lineage before. But now, he is qualified to use it, at least to get some experimental materials, including Sharingan. The results are very gratifying. It took Tang Ping only a few days to make the first tube of finished product and directly found an experimental subject. The other party knew that he was an experimental subject. Not only was he not afraid, but he was extremely excited. Chapter 159 Two Timing? The exclusive training ground for the Nagash lineage. Do we start now? The Uchiha 8th generation, who was in his 30s and had brown upright short hair, asked respectfully. Even though he was older, the attitudes of the two were opposite to their ages. This is because of strength. In the past, Dohei was the shame of the Uchiha clan, but since the joint Chunin exam, no one would mention this title. After he mastered the Sage Mode and became the commander of the Southwestern Ninja Army, he became the face of the Uchiha clan. After all, he is still an Uchiha clan. And the 8th generation is from the Nagash lineage. It's just that Dohei always had the urge to howl when he looked at the other person. If he remembered correctly, the other person seemed to be the one who came to question the filial son with two members of the security department after Shisui died in the future, and danced back and forth on the edge of death. As for why he was trusted by Dohei? Of course, it was because he was Mei's man, and he was usually responsible for the daily affairs of the Nagash lineage, so he was certainly trustworthy. This potion will have a good effect on the Sharingan, but I haven't conducted live experiments yet, so there may be risks. If you don't want to, you can find someone else. Dohei reminded again. Although he had confirmed in the experiment that the essence extracted from the White Zetsu would only benefit the Sharingan and not harm it. But those Sharingans were dead objects, and this was the first live experiment. Originally, he asked the other party to find a voluntary Uchiha clan member for him, but he didn't expect that the other party wanted to be a test subject. That is, Dohei's medical ability is growing very fast now, and with the two medicines of treatment and regeneration in hand, even if an accident really occurs, he has the confidence to deal with it, otherwise he would never agree to the other party to be a test subject. For safety reasons, he also diluted the concentration 10 times to minimize the risk. As an Uchiha, if there is a chance to improve the Sharingan, I am willing to take any great risks. Uchiha Yashiro thought that Dohei wanted to change people, so he was a little anxious. Although his status is not low, it is entirely obtained by relying on age and work ability. In fact, his strength is only Chunin. In the Uchiha clan, strength is what they pursue. Now that there is a chance to obtain it, how could he be willing to give the opportunity to others? This is Uchiha. To gain strength, there are many people who are willing to risk their lives. But such a warlike ninja is trapped in the security department to deal with trivial matters every day. It is no wonder that more and more militant people are dissatisfied with the village. Here. Doping threw the glorious potion in his hand to the other party. It was named because the Mangekyo will gradually lose its light, but this potion will make it shine again. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Gulp. Yashiro took the potion and drank it in one gulp, without even a drop left. And Doping also retreated to the edge of the training ground, ready to save people in case of an accident. Soon, Yashiro began to react. Swish. His eyes turned blood red involuntarily, and a tadpole-like Megatama appeared in them. One Megatama Sharingan. Don't think that everyone has a pair of this thing. Even in the Uchiha clan, there are not many Uchiha clan members who have awakened the Sharingan, and even fewer who have the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Because once you have the 3 Magatama Sharingan, you are at least at the level of an elite Jonin. Now you know why the Uchiha clan is called a wealthy family and is extremely rejected and feared, right? It's so enviable. Anyway, the other ninjas in the village are envious to the point of separation. Great. The pupil power is increasing. The chakra is also increasing. The 8th generation of Uchiha excitedly talked to himself. If you don't know the reason, anyone who sees him will think he is crazy. Pupil power. It is the unique energy of the I technique bloodline limit. When the Uchiha uses the Sharingan, it consumes pupil power. Many Uchiha secret techniques require pupil power to be used. Like other ninjas, it's over when the chakra is consumed. But Uchiha still has pupil power available, which makes his combat power completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. It is also because the Sharingan is so important that Uchiha is crazy about it. Now, Uchiha 8th generation has noticed the improvement of pupil power, which is more exciting than the improvement of chakra. Because the higher the development of Sharingan, the more chakra will be increased accordingly, so this blood limit is really exaggerated. Anyway, Dohei is a little jealous. Really? Open.jpg. It's good to have an alien ancestor. But soon he comforted himself that although he didn't have an alien ancestor, he had to get himself a super external plug-in. Soon, Uchiha 8th generation in the Sharingan eyes, there was an extra Megatama in each eye. Double Megatama. With the dual Megatama Sharingan, the Yashiro Uchiha can be considered an elite within the clan. Even if you fight over a higher level, you still have a chance to win. Because of the Sharingan, not to mention the accompanying chakra growth, various secret techniques, and the basic abilities alone are enough to make people salivate. When a Megatama is used, the ability of insight is greatly improved. Even if a mosquito flies in front of you, you can still clearly see the legs of the opponent. When the second Megatama is used, it comes with some basic hypnotic abilities, which greatly increases the magic effect. When using 3 Megatama, you can directly see the enemy's chakra flow and copy the opponent's movements. These abilities will also grow as the Sharingan improves. It can only be said that the Sharingan is definitely born for fighting, making Uchiha cheat so shamelessly. Fortunately, Uchiha Yashiro was not young and his mentality was much calmer than ordinary Uchiha, so he quickly calmed down after the ecstasy and began to report various data to Dohei. Generally speaking, this kind of radiant potion not only improves pupil power, but also improves physical condition. This experiment is kept confidential. After Tang Ping finished recording, he dropped a sentence and left. He is not worried that the other party will leak it. Because the other party has a stable character and is considered a rare commander-in-chief among the Uchiha clan who are all reckless, he naturally understands what this thing means to Uchiha. Once exposed, what will be ushered in is not hope, but destruction. Originally, you, the Uchiha clan, were already defiant enough, but now that you have this kind of exclusive strength-enhancing potion, are you going to let others live? But Tang Ping dared to pat his butt and leave directly. It was also because with his current strength, even if something happened, the worst he could do was break all ties with Uchiha and leave tonight. Strength is the foundation for willfulness. Before Tang Ping could continue to research more things, Hinata Kangyu came to find him. The third fetal movement period. Her reincarnated eye entered the fetal movement stage. In order to cover up the movements of the fetal period, she naturally had no choice but to stay in the Uchiha clan. So, a rumor about Tang Ping's 2 boats appeared in the village. There is no other way. It would be okay if we only stay during the day. But since he didn't even return to the Hyga tribe at night, how could he not arouse people's curiosity? Ordinary people would naturally not be paid attention to, but Tang Ping was not an ordinary person, so naturally some people were keeping an eye on him. As soon as they discovered this, rumors began to spread. There are even various versions. Waiting for him to go out to receive materials. I admire the little fat guy like Honda Eagle because his eyes are not eyes and his nose is not a nose. Because he knew Uchiha Mei's character very well. As her fiancé, he dared to do such a thing. How could he not admire her? Denzo. After hearing the rumors, Tang Ping wanted to tear the other person apart with his hands. If there was something wrong, he would just forget it. But isn't this the case yet? The relationship between them is completely innocent, and it can be seen from the sun and the moon. It would be strange if the rumors weren't spread from the ground up. After all, in Konoha, this department is the only one who can play this skill. I want to use this rumor to drive a wedge between myself and Uchiha, and then it will be much easier to deal with myself and Uchiha. Before Tang Ping could figure out how to take revenge, he found an opportunity. An opportunity for Genbu to understand what shadow level cannot be insulted means. Chapter 160 I want to explode the gold coins at the root again. New Year's celebration. Let me be responsible for the security mission. Old Hokage-sama, are you right? Looking at the ANBU who came to deliver the order, Dohei almost stopped calling Sarutobi Hiruzen an old guy. However, I thought that I was in a village and I had to give the other party some face, so I called him Hokage-sama. It's okay to talk about things like the strongest Hokage Fukiyoshi in private, but you still have to restrain yourself in front of the ANBU. Tang Ping knew that him huddled in the laboratory during this period made F4 uneasy. After all, it was out of their sight. Letting him take a vacation does not mean that he will be out of sight of a few people, so he gave this task to himself. As for the battle on the front line, will it be a problem if the village holds a New Year celebration? Of course no problem. It has been almost 3 years since the Ninja World War, and the morale of the village has been a little low. This kind of celebration is needed to dispel the atmosphere, so it is not only necessary to hold it, but also to hold it in a big way. The more lively the celebration is, the more it proves that Konoha has not been dragged down by the Ninja War. It can only be said that this New Year celebration is not only a practical need, but also a publicity need. At the very least, Konoha's investors can see Konoha's confidence and believe that Konoha can win in the end and their investment will not be in vain. Yes, this is a village order. The tone of the Anbu who conveyed the order was unwavering, as if he didn't hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. There is no other way. As the purifying flame, Tang Ping has some cards, and no one will think it's wrong to say this. Ninjas are a contradictory group. On the one hand, the rules are strict, and any violation will be severely punished. On the other hand, the strong and geniuses can always be treated with tolerance, and the code turns a blind eye to them. Okay. What can Tang Ping say? He is the boss and the most powerful one. The opportunity to take revenge on Danzo that he mentioned was discovered during this escort mission. Because he found a familiar face from the information given to him. Wearing a green hood and round glasses, he looks amiable. The key point is the name. Mysterious Energy. It sounds like there is no impression at all. But if it is another name of the other person, it will be more impressive. The clearing agent state can make you recall past memories clearly, and some details will be remembered, but you don't know what you haven't seen. Mr. Xian. A person who can carry rice in Konoha at any time. Explosive Talisman. The other party has been burying detonating tags in Konoha since the Second Ninja World War. The entire Konoha can be said to be sitting on a detonating tag, and as long as the other party is willing, they can be sent to heaven at any time. The original history is online. The other party was influenced by Prince Ming's words and was willing to give up the plan. But with Tang Ping, a butterfly flapping its wings, whether things will change is another matter. Even if he does not regard Konoha as his hometown, it does not affect his ability to solve hidden dangers. Otherwise, if the other party really changes his mind one day, he doesn't want to be blown up. The point is, this is a good opportunity. Teach Danzo a lesson and take the opportunity to plunder the root. The headquarters of Root is in Konoha. The last time he robbed the other party's laboratory outside the village, he got the artifact, Hashirama's cells, which brought him a lot of benefits. In the headquarters of Root, there are a lot of good things such as ninjutsu, secret medicine, technology, and even a lot of money. In the past, with Konoha village's defense, there was naturally no chance of attack. But isn't there a kind-hearted person called Xianwang? As long as you do something with the help of the other party and collect a lot of gold coins, you will have money for the experiment. Now Tang Ping's foreign body implantation experiment has been perfected, but it has not officially started yet. It is not because of technical problems, but because the consumption is too high. The cost starts from several thousand to hundreds of millions of taels each time. Who can afford it? The bounty for an elite jonin is only tens of millions of taels. Moreover, this price is for the lowest cost. If you want to implant it carefully, the cost alone will be hundreds of millions of taels. Please note that Tang Ping was just conducting a trial experiment before, so the cost was not exaggerated. It does not mean that the real implant will be just that price. During this period of time, he has perfected various data and details, and with the gains from the treasure boy, he has the confidence to start formal experiments. At this stage, death row prisoners can no longer be used. How stupid would one have to be to invest hundreds of millions of dollars on death row inmates? Therefore, the next experiment must be conducted on our own people. Koji Yamama. As the other party is his loyal follower, he can be allowed to enjoy this benefit. Just like a long stairway to God. If there are benefits, he should be allowed to enjoy them first. If he is unwilling, he can find someone else. But even if he didn't ask, Tang Ping knew the other party's answer. The original second heart surgery was extremely risky, but the other party accepted it outright. The risk of this alien plant is much smaller than that time. At this time, the only problem is that there is not enough money. If he is going to do something, Tang Ping naturally has to make preparations first. Assemble Team 404. As the New Year celebration is coming soon, Konoha is already quite lively. A steady stream of caravans arrived. Konoha village is called a village, but with a population of hundreds of thousands, it can be called a city. The key point is that consumption capacity is not weak. The people living here are either ninjas or related to ninjas. Even though the rewards for Genin's missions are not too high, it depends on who you compare it with. At least compared with ordinary people, ninja is definitely a tall, rich, and handsome profession. Well, apart from the danger, there really aren't many problems. But in the ninja world, the survival rate of ninjas is already not low. Ordinary people also need to face various dangers, especially oppression from nobles and bandits, so the survival rate will only be lower. Perhaps this is why countless people aspire to become ninjas. Village Commercial District. On the roof of a two-story building. Team 404 seemed to be having a small gathering here. Not far away is the construction site where a large number of workers are working hard. Is that him? Hinata Kangyu did not stare at the target, but locked onto Xianwang through Tang Ping's description. No, now the other party should be called Xianning. Tang Ping played with a white arm guard in his hand and responded without raising his head. The thing in his hand is a good thing specially prepared for Koji Yamama. Do you remember where the idea of Stairway to God came from? Space Marine Transformation Surgery. In addition to the transformation surgery, what is most impressive about the Space Marines? Yes, that's the thing. Power armor. But in a world where ninjas are rampant, isn't it inappropriate to use power armor? This is not the era when scientific ninja tools like Bibo-ran are prevalent. But Tang Ping has Baizetsu. If technology is not enough, aliens will come to make up for it. White Zetsu can wrap himself around a ninja and control the opponent to exert terrifying strength. The best example of this is the future of Fei wrapping up Yamato. If it is close, it will be the ungrateful wolf in the next few years. Half of the opponent's body is white Zetsu, which shows that this thing is indeed the final plant armor. Therefore, Tang Ping extracted the opponent's cells, and then cultivated them in a targeted manner, and finally used the foreign body implantation surgery. Fusion with the ninja. The process went unexpectedly smoothly. That is to say, the implant prepared for Yamama Koji was the powered armor cultivated by White Zetsu. However, due to limited resources, only this arm guard was made. Try to crush it with force. Do ping through the porcelain like smooth and delicate, but actually plant like thick arm guard to Yamama Koji. What is this? After getting it, Yamama Koji immediately noticed its extraordinary features, so he began to exert force to pinch it. The originally light and tough arm guard was not shattered at all under its huge power. Hey! Hinata Kangyu also became interested and took her attention back from Xian Wing. After being together for so long, she naturally understood how terrifying Yamamakoji's power was after completing the first stage of the 5 steps to God surgery. Even if it was an iron cast arm guard, it would be flattened by his pinch. But this seemingly light white arm guard was only slightly deformed. How could she not be amazed? If this thing is used to make ninja armor, it's exciting to think about it. Ninjas don't like armor because it affects speed and movement too much, and it is not friendly to chalk. It doesn't mean that they disdain to use armor. On the contrary, they are very clear about the importance of defense, so there is such a thing as a jonin vest. And what Du Ping said next also made Hinata Sogetsuo and Yamamakoji understand that defense is only the most basic effect of this power armor. Chapter 161. It's a pity that this acting skill doesn't win the Best Actress award. This material has a good transmission efficiency for chakra, and can store chakra or other energy, and can also greatly improve defense and strength. But these all need to be implanted. After talking about the effect of the White Zetsu Edition power armor, Du Ping clearly saw that Yamamakoji's eyes were like a hungry wolf. Because there is a reference target, combined with his own increasingly vast knowledge, and with the versatile material of White Zetsu, the power armor created is similar to the original version except that it does not have life-sustaining and space-related functions. Such a good thing, how can it not make Yamamakoji excited? Implant. Hinata Kangyu discovered the mistake. Yes, I can implant some super organs into you. If you have them, you can touch the natural energy. If you have high talent, you can even enter the sage mode. Du Ping's tone fluctuated a little. Before, because the technology was immature, he naturally would not bring it out. Now that it has been completed, he does not need to keep it secret. Worthy of being Du Ping-kun. Hinata Kangyu's first reaction was not to doubt this technology, but to admire him with great admiration. Faced with the praise of such a super beautiful girl, in disguise at this time, even Du Ping could not help but feel a little happy. If you need a test subject, let me do it. Yamamakoji spoke firmly, and did not ask Dohei for an implant quota because of their relationship. Emotional intelligence. Although he looks like a bald tough guy, he is actually very thoughtful. If anyone despises him for this reason, he will definitely be cheated. You are the first official implant recipient, but you have to wait for Elder Danzo's root sponsorship before you can start. Dohei meant something. He meant that Yamamakoji had been selected, but the funds were insufficient, and Danzo's root gold coins needed to be exploded first. Danzo, hey. Yamamakoji's face showed a hint of coldness. The other party had been against them before, and now he had this reason, and he wanted to be the other party right away. Even if it was a quasi-shadow level strongman, if he was allowed to get close, he would have a chance to win. Now Danzo has lost an eye, a hand, and a leg. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, he didn't think he had no chance of killing him. What about me? Hinata Kangyu pouted. She was not really unhappy that the power armor did not choose her, but just wanted to get Tang Ping's attention. As for you, ahem. I will prepare it carefully, don't worry. Tang Ping was not going to implant power armor into Hinata Kangyu. This thing is suitable for a tough guy who falls from the sky, and the upper limit is not high. How can it be used by Hinata Kangyu who has passed 3 fetal movements and is already a strong shadow level? Yes, after 3 fetal movements, Hinata Kangyu is comparable to a strong shadow level. Now that she is facing White Zetsu, it will definitely not be as difficult to find the other party as before. And she also instinctively knew 2 pieces of news. The bad news is that there are 9 fetal movements, and only after passing them can she completely transform into a 6-path level reincarnation eye. The good news is that her reincarnation eye is as easy to use as her arm, and it does not burden her body. In other words, he couldn't enter the Rinnegan Chakra mode to condense the truth-seeking orb, otherwise, the current Dohei would definitely not be her opponent, and he was just barely suppressing her at this time. Doerhei had expected that the Rinnegan would take 9 fetal movements to evolve. The Rinnegan is at least a 6-path level bloodline limit comparable to the Samsara Eye. If it can be easily evolved after completing the genes, that would be a problem. Even Dohei speculated that there might be only 1 pair of Rinnegan. Just like a quota, if someone occupies it, others can't take the position. Of course, it's just speculation at this stage. But he had a hunch that even if he guessed wrong, he wouldn't be too wrong. As Team 404 relaxes, Time flies by and the New Year celebration is getting closer and closer. Some preparations are naturally made in secret. Especially Xianweng's detonating talisman. Only then did Tang Ping understand how the other party had concealed it from Byakugan. In the original plot, this is the most puzzling point. However, after investigation by Tang Ping and others, they discovered that the other party used a special kind of wood to block it to avoid Byun's detection. It can only be said that with the leakage of intelligence, there are indeed more and more methods used against Byun. But this kind of disguise can only be hidden from normal white eyes. For Hinata Kangyu, who has experienced 3 fetal movements and is transforming into the reincarnation eye, forget it if you don't know. If you observe carefully, you can find all the detonating symbols buried by the opponent. Looking at the detonating symbols and detonating lines planted by the opponent, I had to sigh that this is a talent. Taking advantage of the opportunity to work in Konoha, he buried the detonating talismans one by one. Although not much could be buried each time, after a few decades, it would become a scale that could blow Konoha into the sky. The number is not too large now, only about a few thousand in total, most of them are at the Hokage Rock. Tang Ping also added some ingredients. There are dozens of them buried in the family land of Konoha F4. Of course, the location is not the core area of the clan. It is not easy to get close to those places, even with the help of Sun Xiang Kangyu. But it's okay, their goal is not to blow a few ninjas into the sky, but to divert the opponent's attention. Even if Konoha's top brass could remain calm when other places exploded, I don't know if they could remain calm when they knew their family's land was bombed. Once the opponent focuses their attention on these areas, it will be Tang Ping's opportunity to take action. They even dug huge holes near the roots and arranged camouflage. After they plundered from the roots, of course it was impossible to transport the things back openly. They could just put them in the pit first and then transport them back after the storm had passed. In order to explode the gold coins at the root, they had spent a lot of time discussing and preparing. Now, all preparations are completed, just waiting for the celebration to start tomorrow. Since tomorrow is the celebration, today Dohei and Hyuga Suzuki went to the streets to buy New Year clothes. In the past, Tang Ping owed the other party a credit, so when the other party used the credit in exchange for his being with her for a day, Tang Ping naturally had no excuse. The increasingly lively Konoha commercial street is filled with people, a large number of whom are here to participate in tomorrow's celebration. A girl walked quickly in front, waving to the boy behind her from time to time. Don Ping Kun, get chicken, this way, get chicken. Looking at Hinata Kangetsu, who was wearing white casual clothes in front of her, displaying her perfect figure that became more and more popular with age, and her alluring charm even if her face was disguised, Dohei could only bite the bullet and follow her. At this time, he suddenly felt that the tedious and boring experiment was not too tiring. Torture. Whenever the other party sees something, he will pick it up and let him evaluate it without saying anything. He still eats it along the way. My wallet has suffered a lot. From time to time on the road, I met villagers who recognized the two of them, and they would also use I don't care about waving the salary plate to teach the jiao. Looked at Tang Ping, making him extremely embarrassed. It would definitely not be like this if it was just a straight gaze. But at this time, Hinata Kangyu would shrink back to him with a shy face, like a little bird clinging to someone. Gan. This is going to kill me. Only then did Tang Ping understand what people's hearts are sinister. It would be a pity not to win the Best Actress award for his acting skills. It seems that the rumors that were never clean have been confirmed. He could even imagine how Uchihame would react when he found out about this. Given the domineering personality of the other party, the option of no divorce, only widowhood is definitely an option. Maybe the kaleidoscope will open its eyes due to anger. I thought about when I was sleeping at night. A pair of blood-red kaleidoscopes suddenly entered the room from the window, and then stared at myself on the bed. That kind of scene makes me feel horrified just thinking about it. With these thoughts in his mind, Dohei followed Hinata Kangyu and entered the kimono shop in front of him. However, when they entered this very famous store in Konoha, they met two groups of acquaintances. Chapter 162 The Moment of Social Death. Little Tang Tang. An energetic female voice sounded in the store, making Tang Ping's face darken. Yes, only one person can call this Black History-like title. Uzumaki Kyokina. Today, she was wearing a yellow sweater and trousers, looking much gentler. She was surrounded by three little ones from the Minato class. However, among the three little ones around her, the passerby has been replaced by Kakashi. Passerby, it's obviously a movie about three people, but I can't name it. The opponent's life is pretty tough. If he dares to team up with such a protagonist, how many lives will he have to die? There is only one reason why these three people will form a new team. Then only when all the other passers-by of the two teams die, plus the relationship between the instructors, will a new team be formed. In addition to a few people, there was another group of acquaintances in the store. Uchiha Mikoto. The other party was followed by a child who was only a few years old, but had nasolabial folds on both sides of his nose, making him look a bit silent and old-fashioned. It is the super dutiful son who can think with the Hokage mind at a few years old. Uchiha Itachi. At this time, both groups of people looked at Dohei at the door because of Uzumaki Kyuuna's voice. Especially thinking about just after the greeting, everyone's expressions were a little stunned. There is no way, the majestic purifying flame, the commander-in-chief of the Southwest Ninja Army, actually has such a title, which is really hard to bear. The corner of his mouth twitched, but Tang Ping still did not choose to turn around and run away. Kyuuna's sister. He walked over with a strange look. From today on, his title of Little Tang Tang may be known to more people. But it's okay, as long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. The only one who dares to shout like this is Kyuuna. If anyone else dares to shout like this, they will beat the shit out of them. Why didn't you come to me during this time? If the old man hadn't stopped you, I would have beaten you long ago. Uzumaki Kyuuna stretched out her hand to touch Dohei's head, but stopped immediately. Because at this time, Tang Ping was no longer shorter than her. Kyuuna's sister, I don't have time during this period. I will be responsible for the security work at tomorrow's celebration. Tang Ping explained softly. To other people, even Namikaze Minato, his former instructor, he would not have this attitude. Only the other party is willing to be treated like this. Sincerity is the best nirvana. Ever since we met, the other person has been sincere to me, so I don't blame him for giving special treatment. Humph, I don't care. Uzumaki Kyuuna just said, I won't listen, you have to coax me. While Tang Ping was thinking about how to coax the other party, Hinata Kangyu directly stepped forward, hugged one of the other party's arms and said coquettishly. Sister Kushina, we are here to buy clothes today, can you help us? Her eyes were lively, as if she could speak, and she could control people in an instant. Don't worry, my vision will definitely make you happy. Uzumaki Kyuuna became proud. But she didn't notice that the three little ones around her all lowered their heads in embarrassment, and Kakashi even rolled his eyes. Kakashi, what do you mean when you roll your eyes? Do you think Katsuyuna-san has bad eyesight? Tang Ping directly punched this former teammate. Although the other party was still silent at this time, his demeanor was completely different from before, much more lively and flexible. It seems that Obito is his true love. Thinking of this, Tang Ping glanced at Nohara Lin with some pity. If you have to get involved in the love between two people, who will die in the future if you don't? It's not me, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Kakashi directly came up with a set of denials for Sanlian, which was influenced by Dohei when they formed a team. It seems, Kakashi, you are very dissatisfied with me, aren't you? Kushina stood behind Kakashi, staring at him as if her eyes were glowing red. While a few people were playing around, Tang Ping's eyes met the filial son's. When he saw the other party, he only had two words in his mind. Wasted. He must have already met Sarutobi Hiruzen and was brainwashed by that old guy. Although the opponent's ability is not good, his brainwashing is really strong. A will of fire, which can be called a super illusion, has deceived the Konoha ninja into life and death. The reason why the will of fire is an illusion is that it only deceives other people, but not yourself. And the filial son Itachi was also secretly sizing up Tang Ping. Is he the Uchiha from the eldest family? Whether it was his father, his clan members, or the revered Grandpa Sandame Hokage, they all mentioned each other's name. However, Uchiha Itachi had a strong opinion on it. Because the other party was too unruly in the face of the village elders, and even dared to beat the Hokage's grandfather's son. If the other party was around, it would definitely not be a good thing for Uchiha's image in the village. At this time, Dohei didn't know that Itachi, who was only a few years old, had already tilted his butt to the other side of the village. If he knew, he would have been slapped by Baido. Damn it! Your surname is Uchiha, not Sarutobi. If there were no Madara, no Black Zetsu, no Six-Path Sage. Tohei would definitely choose to strike first and directly solve this hidden danger in the future. But with these secret LYBs, besides his filial son, he will also have other filial sons in the future. And being familiar with the plot is his huge advantage. Once he takes the initiative to destroy it, it is equivalent to stabbing himself. How could he play like this? Therefore, he did not take action against those guys like White-Eyed Wolf and Big Filial Son who could not stand it. Even with his current strength, he could easily crush them to death. As for why Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Yukina appeared here together, he also knew the reason. Since the last battle at Kikyo Mountain, Uzumaki Yukina has known Uchiha Mikoto, and the two quickly became good friends. Today they made an appointment to go shopping together, so they met. By the way, Obito, have you decided what show to perform tomorrow? Nohara Lin suddenly asked Obito. Tomorrow's New Year's celebration will be the busiest time in the evening. In addition to fireworks, there will also be various performances. There are even many related tasks issued. Sea-level missions start, the rewards are extremely generous, and there is no danger, which is a benefit for genin. Ninja, as long as you accept the mission, let alone perform, you can even help raise pigs and farm. Just do it. Yesterday, Kakashi and Nohara Rin didn't want to take this task. But Obito couldn't be stopped, and rushed in to grab a performance task, and said that the performance program would be given to him, so Nohara Rin asked. But facing her question, Obito turned his head away and didn't dare to look at Rin. In fact, this kind of task is really not difficult, just spray some fireballs, transform, and so on. The problem is that these programs have been taken by other teams first, and everyone can't have the same program, so Obito didn't prepare the program. Really? Nohara Rin saw this, how could she not know that Obito messed up again, so she puffed up her white and tender face. But no matter how angry she was, the mess still had to be cleaned up. How about singing? Doping, who was standing aside and watching the show, suddenly interrupted. Because he thought of a program that was very suitable for their team to perform. Sing. Nohara Rin's eyes were a little confused. Because she didn't understand why she, as a ninja, had to perform like an artist. Shouldn't she use ninjutsu to find a way? That's right. The general ninjutsu performance program must have been used by other teams, so you might as well sing. Other teams that receive the task will definitely not compete with you for this. Doping looked sure. Just kidding, even if someone signed up for this, he would find a way to make the other party cancel the registration. Because, he prepared a very appropriate song for the three little ones. As for whether they can learn it within a day, there is no need to worry at all. As a ninja, even something as complicated and dangerous as ninjutsu can be learned, so are you afraid that you can't learn to sing and play instruments? Even if you really can't you act? Anyway, this fun is determined by doping. That is a very famous song, and letting three people sing it is definitely a full of bad taste. Chapter 163, a love song that can't be sung, for the Minato team. The next evening. Under the bright lights of various colors, the commercial street looks lively and beautiful. Hyuga Kangya wore a white kimono with butterfly patterns, which made her look pure and charming. It's a pity. Her good figure comparable to that of an adult woman broke her original style. The 4 words before she traveled through time can be used to describe her today. Pure and lustful. She was completely in the rhythm of pure prison style. For this, Tang Ping looked at Yi Mor, and then began to be glad that his natural fiancé was gone. If she was, it would be a sure field. Obviously, he traveled through the cruel and bloody ninja world, and he didn't want to change the style. This is not a domestic drama, and everything can fall in love. And Tang Ping also changed into a new set of clothes, which were chosen by Ju Xingna and Hyuga Kangyu. Although he was responsible for the security of today's celebration, the specific work was naturally done by the security department and the Anbu, and he was the supervisor. If these people were really handed over to him, several senior executives might not even be able to sleep. Anyway, the mission is just a side job. What he wants is that he appears in his eyes, so he can do whatever he wants. At the same time, only he can convince the Uchiha guard and the Anbu. Not to mention the Uchiha, even if they are not militant, no one dares to disrespect him. No one in the Anbu dares to attack him either. Especially after even Sarutobi Shinoshuke, the head of the Anbu, went on a vacation, the Anbu understood how terrible he is. He is simply too obedient. Smooth. With him in charge, the guard work went very smoothly, so Dohei had time to come and stroll around instead of staying in the command office. Even if someone used this to cause trouble, he could deal with it by using the excuse of disguising and lurking at the scene. He is not someone who is only concerned about the village. He didn't take the opportunity to make a lot of money because he was given more face by the Root Association. If he wanted him to work for Konoha with all his strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not wake up. Hurry up, the fireworks show is about to start. Hinata Kangya dragged Doping and walked quickly towards the specially set up viewing area. Soon, the two arrived at the target point. The riverside. At this time, the place was already crowded with people. This way. A familiar greeting sounded from not far away. It was Uzumaki Kushini. She was with Uchiha Mikoto and Dazayazi. The three little ones were rehearsing for the show and did not come to see the fireworks. Just as they came to the side of a few people, fireworks exploded over the river. The gorgeous fireworks illuminated the faces of the people below, and their tense hearts were relieved a lot. Even if they knew that the cruel ninja world war was going on, they should cherish the existing happiness. And Hinata Kangya's eyes did not look at the fireworks in the sky from beginning to end, but were always focused on the boy beside her. As her eyes moved, no one knew what she was thinking. After the fireworks were over. Okay, let's go watch Kakashi and the others perform. Uzumaki Kushina's voice interrupted Doping's thoughts. Just now, he was immersed in the creation of ninjutsu and didn't pay attention to the fireworks. Yet, Doping followed the team to the performance area. When the celebration reached its climax, it was also the time to start the plan. Before that, he and Hinata Sogetsu had better appear in front of others all the time to clear suspicion. On both sides of the street, various performances were performed on the temporary performance stages. Many ninjas came here to take on tasks. Performance. There are also booths distributed around the stage. Just looking at today's celebration, no one would have imagined that Konoha is now facing the attack of 4 major ninja villages. Soon, they arrived at the performance stage of the Watergate class. At this time, the 3-person team on the stage had already changed their clothes. The leader, Nohara Lin, was wearing a white suspender top and a purple pleated skirt, looking pure and charming at the same time. Temperature is not a problem for ninjas. Short hair version, and younger. Behind them are Kakashi and Obito, with electric guitars hanging on their bodies. There are movies in the ninja world, so of course there are electric guitars as well. As the lead singer, Nohara Lin also has a microphone in front of her. These things all come from Tang Ping's friendly sponsorship. Otherwise, the remuneration for a sea-level mission would be completely lost if spent like this. Nohara Lin, who was wearing thin clothes, took the microphone and spoke shyly. Everyone, please listen to my song. If it was really a performance, she would definitely be embarrassed, but if it was a task, that would be another story. The melodious sound rang out, attracting the attention of countless people. It sounds so good. Just hearing the prelude is enough to make people prick up their ears and concentrate. Those ninjas and artists who watch performances every year will naturally not find much newness. However, this new song is completely different from the style of the ninja world, so it is naturally refreshing for them. Nohara Lin lightly opened her lips and sang. Ifir. Are you pretending to be lonely? Why is my heart so moved by you? Twisted Fortress Film Way Polygonum Fall. Who is it that you are messing with? When I came back to my senses, I was deeply attracted to you without realizing it. Mirror? How can I reflect my heart in the mirror and let it fade away every time I say it? The girl's graceful and clear voice brings this piece of music to its fullest. Especially Hinata Kangyu. When listening to the song, my eyes were focused, and I was already attracted by the song. Even Dohei did not expect that Nohara Rin could sing this song so well. It is simply impossible that Nohara Lin was born, and the singing world will last forever like a long night. The singing spreads. More and more people are gathering towards the stage. Not to mention ordinary people, even the performers on various stages subconsciously stopped and listened to this song attentively. And when Nohara Lin sang, some white snow slowly sprinkled from the sky onto the stage, making it look even more ethereal and pure. A few minutes later, the singing ends. A song of unexpected love for everyone. After finishing her singing, Nohara Lin bowed and thanked her. She did not expect that Uchiha Danhei could compose such a novel and touching song. The girl's secret love was described vividly, which touched her heart. That's why she sang it so touchingly. It was simply more authentic than the original song. Unable to reach love. What a weird name. I didn't expect to hear such a beautiful song. The audience did not realize the bad taste contained in this song. Tang Ping, who knew this bad taste, looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he couldn't help but want to scream in his heart. Because of this song, the people I really want to send it to are the 3 members of the Minato class. The relationship between the 3 of them can be described as he likes him, he likes her, and she likes him. It is indeed an unreachable love. It's a pity that Tang Ping didn't think of one thing. Why does Nohara-rin like Kakashi? If we talk about appearance, then Kakashi always wears a mask, so appearance does not play a big role. If we talk about being close, Obito is also close. Therefore, the fundamental reason why Nohara-rin likes Kakashi is that he is good enough. Mujiang. It is human nature, not to mention the ninja profession. But this time it was different. There was still a comparison in her eyes. Tang Ping. In terms of appearance, Dohei did not disgrace the surname Uchiha. A handsome face can definitely be beaten. If he was really ugly, Uchiha might have broken off the engagement long ago. After all, if you are handsome, you will be willing to give your life to someone, and if you are ugly, you will have to work hard in your next life to repay it. In terms of genius, Dohei is not only the champion of the joint Chunin exams, but also has a series of amazing achievements, which is completely the dream of all Konoha girls. With him as a benchmark for comparison, Kakashi, a super genius, seems to be a lot less qualified. Therefore, the unreachable love that he thought was not the same as the unreachable love that Nohara-rin sang. Coupled with his performance in composing, he actually dragged himself into the water unintentionally. It's a pity that he doesn't know these things yet. He is looking forward to the plan starting. Chapter 164 Explosion is Art, Konoha, Drink. Xianning. Or rather Xianwing. While everyone in the village was paying attention to the celebration, he was busy at the training ground of the Konoha Ninja School. The detonation core point is there, so he naturally has to connect the newly buried detonation talisman. Normally speaking, he will not detonate this time, but will continue to repeat this kind of work until he is detonated in the future. Prince Naruto was touched by his words and played a game with him. But if something unexpected happened, it would be another story. Tap, tap. Footsteps sounded from outside the training ground. A tall and strong bald ninja walked in and asked, "What are you doing here?" The visitor was naturally Yamamakoji. His mission was simple, which was to capture or kill the opponent, but the prerequisite was to let the opponent detonate first. Anyway, they had tampered with the detonating tags, and they couldn't be detonated in crowded places. Most of the detonating tags were on the Shadow Rock side. If the opponent exploded, even if something unexpected happened, at most the area of the Hokage building below would be destroyed, and Doping would not feel sad. Xianning thought of an excuse. I heard that the ninja school was going to be renovated, so I came to check it out in advance. Although the excuse was poor, it should not be a problem to temporarily deceive such a reckless ninja. Yes, anyone who is not familiar with Yamamakoji, seeing this strong man from heaven, will have the illusion that he is a reckless man. Really? Yamamakoji entered the training ground as if he had no doubts. His defenseless posture made Xianwang's tense heart relax a little. As long as he quietly dealt with the other party and disguised himself well, no one would know what he did. The key to detonating those detonating tags was the wooden pillar in the center of the training ground. No one could have imagined that such a terrible thing was hidden here. When the people came in front of him. Yanjian illusion. Xianwang performed this illusion with hidden seals. Yamamakoji was stunned. Don't blame me, blame you for seeing something you shouldn't have seen. Xianwang muttered to himself while pulling out a short knife and stabbing Yamamakoji. Since it was a disguised identity, it was naturally impossible to carry ninja tools with him. This short knife could be explained as a normal work knife, but if it was a kunao, it would be a confession. Snap! The huge hand grabbed Xianwang's right hand. Who are you? Yamamakoji asked for his identity as if he had just reacted. The Emperor's son, the Emperor. Xianwang also understood at this time that the other party was not just passing by, otherwise there would be no such coincidence. Yamamakoji let go and punched, but the other party turned into smoke. Substitution technique. This most basic three-body technique, as long as the ninjas in the ninja village know it, but the effect is completely different in the hands of different people. The other party used it smoothly, and people could not see the flaws at all. And more than that. Hiss. A lit detonating talisman came into the eyes of Yamamakoji. The other party not only used the substitution technique to escape, but also left a detonating talisman. Boom. The flames and roars sounded, which also meant that Xianwang was completely exposed. What would he do in this situation? Of course, it was to launch the plan. Even if the power is far from enough to blow up Konoha now, it is better than doing nothing. The revenge of Keijiro village and my son, let's pay it back here. Xianwang gritted his teeth and activated the hub. In this way, the detonating tags buried in various places in Konoha in advance will soon be detonated. At this time, the training ground that had been blown up by the detonating tags also disappeared. Impossible. After seeing Yamamakoji in good condition with his arms crossed to protect his head, Xianwang's face was full of disbelief. The power of the detonating tag is so strong that even the cage level dare not take it head-on. But the opponent was hit so closely, but only his arms were injured. Isn't it too inhuman? So it's a ninja from Keijiro village. Yamamakoji put down his arms and showed his white teeth. His mission has been successfully completed. Forcing the opponent to detonate the buried detonating tags. In this way, no one would notice that their target was the headquarters of the route. Compared to Konoha, the status of the route was extremely important in Danzo's heart, but it was far less important than the village to others. So when other parts of the village were in danger, even if the route was attacked, it would be a secondary event. Next. As long as the opponent was captured or killed, there would be no flaws in the plan. An elite jonin was fighting against an old man who had been disguised for more than 10 years and was not young. Even if the opponent was a jonin, there was no need to guess what the outcome would be. If it was other ninjas, they might be killed by the opponent's detonating tags or mechanisms. But if it was Yamamakoji, who was iron bones and had full defense and recovery points, unless the opponent escaped, he would die. Even if he escaped, the end would only be to be caught by the Anbu. So, from the moment he was discovered by Dohei, the opponent was doomed to this end. On the other side, Dohei vaguely heard an explosion in the distance. The commercial street is not too far from the ninja school, so if you concentrate, you can hear the noise. And hearing this noise also means the start of the plan. Art is explosion. He was following behind Uzumaki Kushina and suddenly looked up at the Hokage rock and muttered to himself. What art? After the performance, Obito, who joined the team, looked around but found nothing. Before he could express his feelings of being deceived anger. Boom boom boom. Continuous huge explosions erupted from all over Konoha almost simultaneously. The site of Hokage Rock is the focus of the explosion. Hundreds of thousands of detonating symbols detonated at the same time, which was equivalent to a heavy artillery bombardment, causing a destructive movement. Directly explode the huge Hokage Rock into pieces. Ah! Panic screams sounded throughout the village. Whoosh, whoosh. Several ANBU immediately appeared in front of Uzumaki Kyuna and protected her firmly behind them. The Nine Tails Jinhyuriki is the village's nuclear weapon, so one can imagine how strong the protection is. Tanghei and Hinata Kangyu had noticed each other a long time ago, but they just ignored them. Kuyukina sister, you go to seek refuge first. Tang Ping was the first to persuade. And you? Uzumaki Kyokina just wanted him to take refuge with her. But he immediately thought that the other party was not only his younger brother, but also the famous purifying flame in the ninja world, a powerful shadow-level expert. In the end, all his words became nothing more than that. Then be careful. After saying that, he left under the protection of several ANBU. You are responsible for cooperating with others to evacuate the villagers for refuge. Tang Ping looked at the three little ones. As the person in charge of the celebration's security mission, he does have the authority to give orders to other Konoha ninjas. Yes. Asterisk 3. Even if the three little ones want to protect Konoha, they can only obey orders. Not everyone is Prince Ming, who dares to step on the orders of his superiors. After solving these problems, Dohei nodded slightly to Uchiha Mikoto, and then left with Hinata Kangyu. However, Itaka looked thoughtful. Is it a coincidence? He just heard the conversation between Dohei and Obito, so he began to suspect that the explosion was related to him. Even if you are only a few years old. But the Itaka god already understood that Uchiha was the fault of being indecisive. He is worthy of being a filial son who can look at problems with Hokage's thinking. On the other side, Tang Ping didn't know that the filial son was planning to stab him in the back. A shadow-level powerhouse is extremely sensitive to danger. He just sensed the danger in advance. Isn't it normal? Therefore, he is not worried about any flaws in his actions just now. After ordering the security department and ANBU to evacuate the people, he rushed to Shadow Rock alone. No, it was not just him. Most of the ninjas in the village were fully armed and rushed towards the bombed Hokage Rock. Most of the Hokage Rock has been blown up. Countless rubble even submerged the Hokage building and ancillary buildings below. Although no one thought that the Hokage would be able to escape from this kind of danger, he still had to go and express his position as soon as possible. By the way, it can also be regarded as the rhythm of self-proven innocence. However, among these people, members of several families did not appear. Chapter 165 Thanks to Big Brother Denzo for the reward. Sarutobi, Shimura, Tendon, Mito. The 4 ninjas of the ninja clan were all on guard in the clan at this time and did not dare to leave. Who caused the detonating talisman to explode in their clan's land? Although it was detonated in a remote place and caused no casualties, it forced them to take precautions. Soon, Dohei came to the ruins of the Hokage building. The original red bowl-shaped building was now in ruins, directly submerged by the shattered Hokage Rock. It can only be said that the casualties of this explosion were not large, but the impact was very bad. Because among the 5 major ninja villages, I have never heard of anyone being slapped in the face like this. The future Kyuubi incident, rice carrying incident, and sand hidden village incident have not happened yet, so this is considered the first time. From this aspect, Konoha can be regarded as troubled. I never lost a fight and never stopped getting slapped in the face. In addition to the ruins, there are also heavily armed Konoha F4 and a group of Anbya here. Lord Hokage. Sandaime Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen still intact, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just be fine. If something happens to the other party, it will definitely not be good news at this critical moment of the Ninja World War. Everyone, the village needs your strength. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw that the people had almost arrived, he directly began to give instructions. Teams were dispatched one after another, and information was gathered piece by piece. As for Tang Ping, of course he followed the crowd and blended in with the crowd. What he wants is a proof of presence, and he doesn't really come to listen to the other party's orders. It would be strange to jump out on his own initiative. Unfortunately, if it had been anyone else, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have ignored it. But at this critical moment when the village was facing a crisis, he would not be so stupid as to turn a blind eye to such an important trump card. Then, Tang Ping, who was originally mixed in the crowd, was called forward. And he was still wearing casual clothes at this time, not even changing into combat uniforms. He was extremely conspicuous among a group of ninjas wearing green vests. But this can also prove how much he cares about the village. When he saw something happened here, he came right over without even having time to change his clothes. The main thing is loyalty. Tang Ping, if an enemy appears later, I'll be begging you. Sarutobi Hiruzen also did not give polite orders. Notice. The enemy mentioned here refers to a strong enemy that cannot be dealt with, not an ordinary enemy. At this time, the third Hokage had already imagined in his mind that the mastermind behind this incident was the other 4 great ninja villages. No matter how cautious he was when facing such an enemy, he could not be too cautious. But before Tang Ping nodded, one person suddenly the gunfire started. Uchiha Danhei, look at the good things you have done. As the person in charge of the security of the celebration, how can you explain such a big thing? Danzo. He finally couldn't hold it any longer. At the same time, he can be regarded as Tang Ping's brainless black man. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally try his best to throw dirty water on Tang Ping. Whether it is his responsibility or not, the dirty water has been poured out first. In the past, Dohei would not tolerate Danzo, and would always quarrel with him when necessary, but today he was extra tolerant. Who makes the other party his big brother today? His attitude towards this kind of financial sponsor is naturally different from the past. I'm just the person in charge of the celebration, but the other party is here for Konoha, right? Tang Ping shook off the responsibility with just one sentence. He will not be like those iron fools in the village, who can't directly stand up to the village's senior officials, let alone blame others, and can't even defend themselves. And his statement is also very tenable. The enemy's main target is the Hokage Rock, and it's not the celebration site. What does it have to do with him? He is only responsible for the celebrations, not the Hokage Rock. Even so, don't you have no responsibility? Danzo still insisted on not letting go, and it seemed that he was determined to put the blame on Dohei. Really, then if I am responsible, does your fundamental responsibility be greater? Tang Ping was also happy to chat with each other. After all, as long as Danzo is held back, he will have completed his mission. Almost everyone in the village knew about the relationship between the two, so no one spoke out to dissuade them, as long as they didn't start a fight. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen received information one after another. It was confirmed that no large forces from the 4 major ninja villages were attacking. At the same time, the damage in other places was not serious, and at least the casualties were very low. Only the Hokage rock was the worst, as it was blown down. Not long after, Yamamakoji arrived with a body. Hokage-sama, this is the murderer. His words also attracted everyone's attention. Well, I don't know if the basic funds were embezzled by certain people. The culprits behind the scenes were caught by my people and nothing was gained. I really don't know who has the nerve to take those funds. How good would it be for me? Tang Ping simply uses his face to output Danzo. You spent so much money, but it didn't work at all. Now it's normal for me to step on you, right? Danzo also wanted to refute, but in the end he shut up under the stern gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The top priority now is not to quarrel, but to find out the truth first. As for the fact that they brought corpses, we can't figure out the truth? Innocent. If you can't figure out the truth after death, why do ninjas pay so much attention to corpses? Even when performing tasks, you have to find a way to dispose of your own body. It's entirely because, for ninjas, corpses cannot be kept secret. Therefore, Marino Tanagawa of the torture department immediately took over the body. The other party is a ninja from Yanjian village, and he wants revenge for the village and his son. Yamamakoji told what he knew. These things cannot be concealed, otherwise it will be troublesome to obtain information from the corpse and find out that he concealed these things. Yanjian village. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to think about this familiar name. Tang Ping, on the other hand, was watching all this with his hands folded, but his mind had already flown to the other side. I hope this harvest will be a surprise, and with Danzo's ability to make money, this is very likely. Roots. Located underground on the edge of the village, the entrance is extremely hidden. It's just the Tensagan, but you can see it at a glance. The barrier is truly invisible. But with such a big barrier underground, it's hard not to discover it. From this aspect, it makes sense that the Hyuga clan would never use their Byakugan indiscriminately in the village. Because once they see too many things, do they say yes or not? At this time, a figure wearing a bone mask and a dark robe appeared at this hidden route entrance. And there are 2 strange runes, Chinese characters, on the mask, which looks extremely mysterious. Through the bone mask, you can see the pair of beautiful eyes that radiate blue light and look like stars. Has it started yet? The figure whispered something and at the same time, his right hand stabbed straight back without looking back, piercing the heart of a root ninja. No dead ends. But this is a major feature of the Byakugan. In other words, as long as you are in the Byakugan state, it is completely impossible to sneak attack from behind. There is still a degree of blind spot in the separation of families, but the Zong family does not have it, and the Tsangshengan does not have this weakness. Therefore, if the other party wants to sneak attack from behind, it is simply overthinking. That's right, the person who came was none other than Hinata Kangyu, who returned to her clan in fright. As a member of the Hyuga branch with low strength, it is reasonable to leave first when in danger, right? Therefore, she had ample opportunity to take action. If you look closely, you will find that her arms are surrounded by a translucent whirlwind. The secret technique of the razor's edge. As time went by, she became more and more proficient in mastering this secret technique, and she qualitatively improved in every aspect. Hinata Kangyu did not enter through the door, but cut out the entrance on the side with her hands. If you enter rashly through the door, the trap will be triggered immediately. They were all blown up to the point where no bones were left. It can only be said that if you have the reincarnation eye, you can do whatever you want. At least traps and ambushes have no effect at all when facing Ri-Xiang Kangyu. But she has to speed up. After all, this is Konoha. If you move too slowly, you may be overwhelmed by the endless stream of Konoha ninjas. So Hinata rushed forward at full speed towards Kangyu. Rotating and jumping, she closed her eyes, humming A0A. Since the elites of Danzo and Gen are not present, the defense force mainly relies on traps and barriers. But in the face of the reincarnation, these things are simply unreliable. In just a few minutes, Hinata Kangyu killed through Gen's headquarters and entered the core area. The first is the warehouse. With his right hand, he kept slashing, cutting through the boulders, and bypassing the warehouse door that took countless efforts to build. Relief. After the last boulder fell, the situation inside the money bank was revealed. And this also made Hinata Kangyu a little stunned. Chapter 166 Danzo is my beloved relative and friend. Money. A lot of money. The stacks of golden judgments made Hinata Kangyu wonder if she was dazzled. As mentioned before, gold coins are the real hard currency of the ninja world, and they are completely the universal currency of the ninja world. The last time we dealt with the Kamakura nobles, we got several boxes of gold coins. But here, the number of golden judges is just dozens of small boxes, and there are also various secret medicines, scrolls, chakra medals, and the like. There are too many things. Anyway, it was beyond Hinata Kangyu's imagination. The village has always been called poor, and it is always running out of oil and lights, but I didn't expect that there are still so many reserves at the root. Soon Hinata Kangyu realized that now was not the time to be in a daze. She quickly took out several seal scrolls from her back. This is the reason why I dare to let her do the looting alone. Otherwise, if you really want to loot the roots, it will be completely impossible without sufficient transportation capacity. But it's different with the sealing technique. Tang Ping can now make things like sealing scrolls. He has never stopped learning about this field of knowledge, and he is now considered a high-end player. Even if he is not as good as Katsuyuki, he is definitely countless times better than the seal class. The dozen or so temporary sealing scrolls were what he had made during this period. They were completely rubbish compared to what Uzumaki Kushina had made. It is said to be a temporary sealing scroll. Means that the scroll can be stored for up to 1 month, and after it is started to be used, it will collapse within a few hours, consuming precious materials. The cost of each material is more than 1 million taels. There is a reason why seal scrolls are rare. In addition to technical requirements, rare materials are also needed. Sun Xiang Kangyu made several seals. Scrolls can be set with seals to take charge of their income and release, which can be regarded as a kind of password. Relief. A pile of gold coins disappeared in the smoke, including a pile of fine iron. The root is a parasite of Konoha, devouring a lot of resources in the village. Now, the opponent's accumulation will soon become equal. Thanks to Denzo for the gold coins.jpg. One by one, the seal scrolls were unfolded and the items in the warehouse were included. It is indeed the headquarters of Root. The good thing is that there are many, so Hinata Kangyu used most of the sealing scroll. That is to say, the experiment is not here, and there are no instruments or the like. Otherwise, no matter how many seal scrolls there are, it will not be enough. After ransacking the warehouse, Hinata Kangyu immediately headed towards the ninjutsu secret room. The Roots have their own ninjutsu reserves. Otherwise, would they have to apply through open channels to learn ninjutsu? Just like Enbu also has this kind of internal channel, as long as there is enough contribution, ninjutsu can be redeemed from within. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be yearning for ANBU. God's air attack. After leaving the warehouse, Hinata Kangyu took a deep breath and suddenly waved her right hand. 2 giant chakra fists roared out. Boom, boom. A cave-like passage appeared in front of her. Although it was only a moment ago, she swung 2 superpositions of divine air attacks. Even though it is still far from reaching the level of the 80 gods air strike that shatters the sky and shatters the earth, it has already taken a prototype. Divine air strike. Every time it is stacked, the power will be greatly improved. A solid underground base is completely worthless in the face of divine air strikes. In the past, I had to worry about not having enough chakra. But after the fetal movement period of the reincarnated I, the chakra will skyrocket. Coupled with the previous power of nature potion, the chakra in Hinata Kangyu's body directly reached the shadow level. Coupled with the unique ability of the reincarnation I, the strong shadow level strength has no water at all. Kill him. A famous ninja rushed out. Even though they knew that this was just a waste of life, no one took a step back. It has to be said that Denzo's brainwashing level is not much weaker than that of his friends. A root meaning can be called a darkened version of the will of fire. Shenluo Tianzheng. Hinata Kangyu's right hand faced these root ninjas who rushed from the passage. Boom. These root ninjas who were rushing over were like hitting a high-speed train. They instantly changed from rushing forward to flying backward, and even the corpses were thrown away. It all turned into meat sauce. From this perspective, the battle scenes in anime are definitely over-beautified. Otherwise, when Pain used Shinra Tensei, he would not only send the person flying, but would also crush the person completely. With one Shinra Tensei, he easily crushed this group of root ninjas. Hinata Sogetsu, who had completed all this, entered the ninjutsu secret room without any mood swings and quickly collected the ninjutsu scrolls one by one. As for the seal applied on it, with Tang Ping here, there is no need to worry about not being able to remove it. Suddenly, Hinata Kangyu's hand suddenly stopped. Because there is an unsealed scroll. It's a mission scroll. The above records the detailed process of a task. After reading, her eyes fluctuated a few times, and then she kept the scroll close to her body and did not pile it together with the ninjutsu scroll. The most regrettable thing is that there is no book of seals, which is considered to be the most precious treasure of Konoha. With Danzo's identity, he is naturally qualified to come into contact with this thing, and even has the opportunity to get the root for safekeeping. But I haven't kept it yet, so I can only regret missing it. But it's okay, I'll come and get it later. That's right, after Dohei got benefits from the root one after another, he regarded Danzo as his big brother and the financial sponsor behind the scenes, so he naturally had to visit him frequently. And when visiting, it was not a natural thing for him to bring some things to his home. Eat the root. Now even if someone wants to remove the roots, he will not agree. Without the existence of the secret fund of the top brother on the list, who would we turn to when we are short of money and resources in the future? As for the others, not to mention that their ability to make money cannot be compared with Danzo's, just the bottom line in their hearts is enough to make Dohei think again and again. Yes, bottom line. If he had no bottom line, with his current strength, he could plunder and kill crazily. How much money would that cost? But even so, Tang Ping did not take any action, naturally because he did not want to become a madman with no bottom line. Anyway, he had a vague intuition that if he continued to cross the bottom line and act recklessly, the outcome would definitely be very bad. Before traveling through time, he would definitely not take this intuition seriously. But in the ninja world, you have to believe it. And robbing Danzo would naturally not go against his bottom line, and he even hoped to rob him several times a day. With such a good leader on the list, it's no wonder that Tang Ping would change his attitude towards him. In the past, I wished the other person would die. Now, the other party has been upgraded to his beloved friend, so it is not surprising that he may have to protect him if someone wants to kill him. Hinata Kangyu sealed the piled-up ninja scrolls into the scroll. Keep searching. When you meet someone, you will use Shinra Tensei, and then Shinkongji to clear the way. She is so high profile just to pass on the blame. The last time we stole Hashirama's cells at the branch base, traces of the shell tissue were left behind. This time, they are naturally using the same old tricks again, pinning the blame on the shell organization for the attack on the root and disaffiliating themselves from the matter. Having a vest means you can do whatever you want. At the same time, it is impossible for Danzo to suspect that this alias is related to Dohei. This incident was done by the Kara organization and has nothing to do with me, Uchiha Dohei. Naturally, the information about the attack on the route was also spread. The ruins of the Hokage building. The chiefs of all the major ninja clans have arrived here and are looking at Morinoya Kawai anxiously. The other party is reading the information from the corpse. But someone already has a clue. Keijiro village. Narashikaku, the Jonin squad leader without the word generation, said, during the Second Ninja World War, our Konoha destroyed this village. He had read all the information in the village, so naturally he thought of the origin of the name. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, it is impossible that Konoha has not been stained with blood along the way. It has wiped out countless ninja villages and ninja clans before it has finally grown to its current level. Those ninja villages or clans that are unwilling to surrender will have only one final outcome: destruction. So you really can't think that Konoha is kind and can be bullied just because Mirai gets beaten everywhere. But after hearing the information, everyone was speechless. If the other party's village is still there, then of course there is no room for hesitation, we will just go and kill them to take revenge. But now the last living person is dead. We can't dig him out and kill him again, right? So Konoha is bound to suffer this loss. Just at this moment, Danzo's face suddenly changed and he cursed angrily. Chapter 167, suffer at the root first. Damn shell organization, how dare they invade the roots? Danzo's face turned red with anger at this time. This is too much. The other party had previously stolen Hashirama's cells from the branch base. Since this thing cannot be made public, he could only investigate secretly, but he did not find any information. Unexpectedly, the other party came again. And this time it was even more excessive, as they directly attacked the headquarters of the root. How dare the other party do that? This is Konoha, the first of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world and also the safest place in the ninja world. Well, it was also because he thought that nothing would happen to the old nest that Danzo brought all the elite root troops in the village out, saving Hinata Sogitsuo a lot of effort. Danzo, what's going on with the Kara organization? Has the root really been invaded? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Because he didn't know anything about these things. Danzo actually hid them from him. What was he trying to do? If we can conceal the information today, I dare not imagine what we will do tomorrow. This is why he asked. When he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Danzo remembered that this was not the time to be angry, and he hurriedly explained. The Kara organization is a mysterious organization that is deeply hidden. It is now invading the root. If we don't go to support it quickly, the other party will escape. At this time, he was extremely anxious. The root is his lifeblood. No, it should be said that it is more important than the lifeblood. For Danzo, who has dedicated his life to making Konoha great again, the lifeblood is just an accident, and the Hokage is true love. And if you want to be a Hokage, you must rely on the root, so comparing the root with the lifeblood is a complete insult to the root. Women will only affect the speed of my becoming a Hokage.jpg. From some aspects, Danzo is really a wolf. He is not close to women, he is physically disabled but determined, and he never stops fighting. Tisk tisk. Anyway, if it were Dohei, he really couldn't do it to Danzo's level. No one knows if this is a ploy to divert us. What if other places are attacked when we go to support the root? Koharu Yudatan interrupted what Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to say. Yes. No one can guarantee whether the attack on the root is to divert them so that they can take the opportunity to attack other places. Koharu. Danzo was furious. This is stabbing himself in the heart. The root is almost destroyed by others. It's fine if you don't help, but you also stopped Hiruzen from helping. Have you thrown away decades of friendship? That's right, Mito Kato-en also added, the village is in danger now. Is the safety of the root more important than the village? Moral kidnapping. Putting the root and the village on the scale directly. If Danzo insists that everyone go to support, he will be completely blamed if something happens in other places. As for Yudatan Koharu and Mitaman-en, they would try their best to stop and support the root, not because they had a problem with Danzo, but because they received a report from their tribe members that a detonating tag had exploded in the tribe, and who knows if there was any other danger. Facing the guys in Xianyang village who would self-destruct if they disagreed, they could only try their best to protect themselves. With a group of ninjas, they could respond to other dangers in the first time. If they went to support the root, it would take some time to rush back if something really happened. Who knows what would happen then? Mitaman Yu. Danzo wanted to kill someone. He just wanted to let the girl Chiao Buletin and catch the guy from the Kara organization by the way. Was it necessary to make such a big deal? At this time, he completely forgot that he usually liked to use this trick the most. Hearing the internal conflict among several people, Doping, who had shrunk to one side, really wanted to scream. He knew that several people were just superficial brothers. Normally, when facing other people, such as myself, we can work together to suppress them, but when our own interests are endangered, each family will definitely take care of their own business. The initial planting of detonating tags in the 4 families' lands was indeed a stroke of genius. Danzo, you go deal with the invaders first. After checking the dangers in the village, I will immediately support you. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision. The village is supreme. The most important thing now is to check the hidden dangers in the village, so let's go to the root first. If it were in the past, Danzo would go to the Kara organization alone without saying a word. But now, even if he faces elite Jonin, he dare not say that he will win. Most of his elite roots are out spying on intelligence. There are only a few Jonin and a dozen Chunin. How can he dare to go back? So, even if he wants to go back to rescue, he must at least bring a strong man. Thinking of the strong, Danzo looked around. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well that the best fighter in the village was definitely that brat. Hiruzen might be stronger, but age was the natural enemy of ninjas, and his identity did not allow him to take risks. It would be great if that brat was killed by the mysterious Kara organization. It was heartbreaking. Hiruzen, how about letting Uchiha Tohei go back with me to support? Danzo looked at his friend eagerly. You don't allow everyone to support, but you won't allow one person, right? After a little hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded. Okay. You can't really ignore the route. They have taken so many blames for you, and there will be many places that will need the route in the future, so it's reasonable to send one person to help. Hearing what the two said, Tohei, who was shrinking to one side, knew that he couldn't hide, so he took the initiative to speak. Yes, Hokage. He didn't want to show any strangeness in front of everyone, so he had to take the initiative. But this might not be bad news. According to the estimated time, Hyuga Kangyo should have completed the task, so it's a good time to see if there are any flaws, so as to make up for them as soon as possible. Danzo swallowed all the words he was going to persuade. Given their relationship, it would be good enough if the other party didn't celebrate when they heard that the route was invaded. How could they just go to support? But Doping couldn't explain anything to Danzo, so he just threw a sentence. Why are you still standing there? He looked more anxious than Danzo, and rushed out at full speed with the flame robe emerging. And his actions made others unable to see. The grudge between the two sides is not a secret. In their opinion, it was good enough if Tang Ping tried to delay time, but how could he possibly rescue with all his strength? But the facts were completely confusing to them. Hurry up and follow me. Although Danzo didn't understand the reason, he immediately took the route people and followed. How could he not be anxious when his own nest was invaded by the Shell organization? It means that he is not strong enough, otherwise he would have fought back alone long ago. How could he have to bring Tang Ping with him before he dared to go back? In the flame robe state, Do Ping's mobility has made a qualitative leap. It took him less than 2 minutes to reach the edge of the village and see the root base with a big hole dug out. At this moment, a figure wearing a black cloak rushed out. It is Hinata Kangyu. She had the ability to reincarnate, so she could naturally see Tang Ping coming. She knew that time was running out, so she picked up the bucket and ran away immediately. The two people passed each other. Yes, the culprit who plundered the roots just escaped from Tang Ping's sight. Next, before the temporary sealing scroll becomes invalid, Hyuga Kangyu will hide the things in a large pit that has been set up in advance, which can hide from the Byakugan and other search methods, and then return to the Hyuga clan's territory. No one would doubt that this weak Hyuga branch with a broken leg was the member of the Kara organization who robbed the root. At this point, Tang Ping was completely relieved. The operation was extremely successful. Not only did he destroy all the gold coins of Danzo, but someone else also took the blame. It was absolutely perfect. It's just a word, awesome. He wants to say it again. The thoughts in his mind did not affect Tang Ping's actions. He now turned into an actor and rushed into the route eagerly, showing the posture of a reinforcement to the fullest. However, after seeing the passage created by Shen Kong and the emptied warehouse, he felt that Danzo had better not have a heart attack. Otherwise, you might have to get your lunchbox early. Chapter 168 Danzo wearing the mask of pain. Soon, Danzo led his men to arrive. Since there is a powerful fighter like Tang Ping, he came here with great anticipation. I hope to see the Shell organization that has gone too far be caught. But when we arrived, we found out that the person had already escaped and we didn't meet him at all. If that were all, he could accept it. But looking at the empty warehouse, where even if a rat came the rats would have to run away crying, he instantly put on a mask of pain. How is it possible? Impossible. Danzo muttered to himself, completely unwilling to believe what he saw. Tang Ping, who was standing next to him, twitched his lips, wondering if it was a bit too much to bully an old man in his 60s. But his heart told him. Not too much. Not excessive at all. Danzo is not a good person. He usually does all kinds of evil things such as burning, killing, looting and so on. His roots are as black as they can be. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit guilty about robbing such a person, but he even felt like he was eliminating harm to the people. Just one word, awesome. We must definitely increase the intensity of activities like these that bring pleasure to the body and mind in the future. Chase him. He definitely hasn't left the village. We must find him no matter what the cost. Danzo gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat the other person alive. And his idea was not wrong. With the village under martial law, no one could leave silently, not even a cage-level warrior. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the future ungrateful person Enju could do this easily, otherwise he wouldn't be so sure. Ninjas have countless tracking methods, and the root are the best among them. Someone immediately started to take action. But no smell or trace was found. How is that possible? This is the common idea of Danzo and a group of root ninjas. They simply couldn't believe that a person could leave no smell or trace. In fact, this is entirely due to the uniform. This is the sealing technique, the root.jpg. Tang Ping naturally just crossed his arms and watched the fun. Danzo's face was filled with pain, which was totally pleasing to watch. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have howled. Let you spread rumors before. After admiring the other person's painful mask for a while, Tang Ping spoke. Elder Danzo, I will go report to the Hokage first. Usually he is called Danzo, but now he is called Elder, just because he is the number one on the list. Danzo waved his hand weakly, signaling Duping to leave. He is not in the mood to cause trouble now. At this time, Danzo's mind was full of how to capture the Kara organization and find someone to sponsor the route. It's totally unnecessary to think about asking for funding from the village. During the Ninja World War, the village itself had to find ways to attract sponsorship and investment from all over, not to mention allocating funds to the route. Shell Organization. Danzo kept repeating this name, as if he wanted to engrave it in his heart. Tang Ping turned around and left, with the corners of his mouth curled up harder than AK. This feeling of playing with the enemy in the palm of your hand is indeed fascinating. No wonder those villains don't like to crush with absolute force, but have to play with the protagonist slowly, and end up capsized. However, Danzo is not the protagonist, but just a supporting villain. Who made him not have Otsutsuki bloodline? After leaving the route, Dohei did not go to look for Hinata Sogetsu, but returned to the ruins of the Hokage building first. But when he arrived, he found now the truth of the explosion has been figured out. Ninja. It is a magical profession. Even if you die, you can get the truth from the other party's mind. I didn't expect that Xianwang was the remnant of Yanjian village, and he has been using the opportunity to work in the village to bury detonating tags everywhere. If it wasn't discovered this time, the harm would be greater in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a conclusion. As for why we didn't see the other party burying the detonating tags in the 4 major ninja clans, it was also normal. This method of using secret techniques to search the memory of the corpse will not see everything in detail, but will see the other party's memory fragments one by one, so no one feels strange if some are missing. So, the truth of the explosion was revealed, and everyone was relieved. They were also afraid. If the other party still buried detonating tags in other places, they didn't want to be blown up one day. After the incident had a clear murderer, it naturally ended. Compared to the bombing of Konoha, the invasion of the route by the Shell organization was a trivial matter. At least it won't take too much effort to track down. Soon, when it was almost dawn, the security department and the Anbu joined forces, and with the cooperation of the Hyuga clan, they finally checked all parts of the village and confirmed that there were no other detonating talismans or enemies. Alert lifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order of the Hokage. From last night to now, it has been so tense for such a long time that even he can't stand it. Swoosh. Hearing that the alert was lifted, Doping immediately left. He was able to follow the alert for a whole night, which was already a great kindness. He couldn't let himself stay here all the time, right? The same was true for others. After being on high alert for a whole night, he was extremely tired. If it was just for fun, it would be fine for a few nights, but it was really hard to concentrate on being on alert for a whole night in this environment. After dawn, the village returned to peace again. The people living in the village were either ninjas or people related to them, and the number of casualties was pitifully small, so there was naturally no great panic. I felt angry at most. How dare someone come to slap our great Konoha in the face? Especially after seeing the posted notice indicating that this incident was caused by the remnants of Kajiro village, I became even more angry. That is, the other village was not there, otherwise they would have to destroy the other party. At the same time, no information related to the Kara organization was released. After returning to the clan land, Dohei slept for a long time and got up in the afternoon. It was not because he remembered, but because someone was looking for him. Anbu. The other party was sent by the third Hokage to deliver a message. I trademark. Daohei had the urge to hit someone. Even if he was good at fighting, he couldn't just kill anyone he caught, right? It was clearly said that he was allowed to take a vacation. I was asked to be responsible for the Celebration Guard mission, and I accepted it in order to avenge Danzo. But now it has been less than a day, and it seems that there is something else thrown to me. This is a bit too inhuman. Fortunately, Doping had not just traveled through time, so he knew very well that it was not that the other party was not a human being, but that the cage in the ninja world was not a human being. Unlimited power. It is completely possible that you can take a holiday if you want, and no one will think it is wrong at all. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why Doping wanted to lie down in the first place. After becoming a formal ninja, let alone salary and pension, working hours are 007, the kind of 24/7, all year round. It is a job that even the capital has to shake its head when it sees it. It is a pity that he did not succeed in lying down in the first place, otherwise he would not have to work so hard like now. With this resentment, Doping quickly got up and washed up, and then followed the Anbu to the temporary Hokage building. There was only one day. Of course, it was impossible to rebuild the Hokage building, so a house was used as a temporary Hokage building. When Doping arrived, he found a gorgeous carriage with a family crest parked in front of the temporary building, and several warriors wearing armor and holding long swords were guarding in front of the carriage. It should be related to the other party, right? Doping immediately understood that it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called him because of the owner of the carriage. Without thinking too much, he followed the Anbu ninja who led the way into the temporary building. After entering the building, he saw a figure with long grey hair, wearing a white and red witch costume, and a golden crown on her head. The other party was looking at him with her ethereal eyes. Doping, you came just in time. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Doping who had just entered the office. When he came to the room, she began to introduce the witch to him and said a familiar name. Chapter 169 Wuliang Perpetual Motion Machine. Chapter 169 Wuliang equals Perpetual Motion Machine. This is Her Highness Moroku Maiko. The name said by Sarutobi Hiruzen made Doping feel a little awkward. Because he did remember this name. In a certain theater version, the other party's daughter is a key figure. Wraiths? A flash of anticipation flashed through Doping's mind. That's a good thing. It's immortal and can use its power to drive the ghost army. That's the Terracotta Warriors. If you get the other party, use its power to create countless puppets for farming, construction, what would happen? Perpetual motion machine. It's simply darker than any black technology. The ninja world is so poor and backward, no matter how you think about it, it's the fault of the ninja. When there are good things, they only consider the lethality, and will not use them in other aspects. It can only be said that there are really many good things in the ninja world. The monsters are ready to eat, and no one can stop them. And with the little strength shown by the other party, the threat is not much stronger than the tailed beasts. The key is that they are immortal. To deal with such targets, the sealing technique that Dohei has studied hard is definitely the best means. Maiko. Dohei greeted Moroku, and the other party nodded slightly in response. The other party is truly kind, but it's a pity that good people don't live long in the ninja world. In the end, he knelt down to seal the monsters. But what I didn't expect was that the ghost country would have an accident at this time. According to the time calculation, shouldn't it be 1 or 2 years later? Dohei, I called you here this time because the demon Wuliang from the land of demons broke through the seal with the help of a ninja named Huang Chuan. If it is not stopped in time, the ghost army will wreak havoc on the ninja world, so the 5 major countries are ready to work together to solve this incident. This S-level mission is for you to execute. The script has been changed. After all, anime does not need logic, novels do. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly explained the mission situation. Wait. Dohei immediately heard the problem. It is the 5 major countries that joined forces, not the 5 major ninja villages. There are too many things in this. It seems that this crisis is a crisis for ordinary people, not a crisis for ninjas. If it can really endanger the 5 major ninja villages, such as Kagaya Otsutsuki, the 5 major ninja villages will form a ninja army in seconds, and there is no need to fight a ninja world war. But the 5 major ninja villages are not afraid of demons like the Wuliang from the land of demons. It's just that the opponent is powerful and immortal, so they don't want to provoke it. It is also for this reason that the land of demons is managed by the Shrine Maiden, who has both the status of a ninja village and a daimyo. After all, they need the other party to seal the monsters. At the same time, the 5 major countries also made an agreement with the other party that they would help once the other party asked for help. The monsters that broke through the seal like to kill the most, and they do not distinguish between ordinary people and ninjas. The 5 major countries are the first to take the lead. If they don't step forward, who will? This time, the Shrine Maiden Morocco came for this joint employment mission. That is to say, Do Ping won the prize. Konoha decided that he would carry out this mission. Of course, Konoha village can also refuse this mission and let other ninja villages carry it out, but that would be a great blow to its reputation. At the same time, it is not surprising that Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at him, because the village's current high-end power is stretched to the limit, and he is the only cage-level strongman who can be freely used for the time being. Who made the Sand Ninja lose his temper after being beaten by him? If he is still in an offensive state, he will be a strong laborer. However, this time, Dohei has decided to do the mission. If anyone dares to compete with him, he will find a way to do it. The monsters are too tempting. A perpetual motion machine with unlimited energy. He has strong control because he didn't rush to grab the treasure immediately. This is something that can change the world. Grab it. The impulse in Dohei's heart is stronger than ever before. Yes, Lord Hokage. He responded calmly, as if this is not an S-level mission, but just an ordinary mission. Some S-level missions are because the difficulty is only at this level, and some S-level missions are because the mission limit is only S-level. Otherwise, how can such a mission that even a cage-level strongman may fail be only S-level? By the way, bring Minato's class with you on this mission, otherwise Kokona will come to trouble me again. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the written mission scroll to Dohei and made a small request at the same time. Okay. Dohei had no objection to this. This is a routine. Powerful jonin occasionally bring some classes with potential when they are on a mission, which can open their eyes and even give them guidance. Generations of Konoha strongmen were cultivated in this way. Minato's class is temporarily led by Kokona, but because she can't leave the village, she will pester Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, she will take the opportunity to let Dohei lead it. If it were someone else, they would have to worry about safety, but if it was Dohei leading the team, there would be no need to worry. The departure time has also been set. Tomorrow morning. So, Dohei still has time to deal with other things. Before leaving, he first took a look at Moroku, the Shrine Maiden. If I remember correctly, the other party has the ability to predict, and even traveled through time and space in the future to save his daughter's life. But now, the other party just looked at him and didn't say anything. Can't see it, or don't want to say it. With this thought in mind, Dohei walked towards the Hyga clan. However, just as he entered the Hyga clan, Hyga Kangyu took the initiative to greet him. Obviously, this was the Hyga clan's intention to not allow him to enter the clan territory. After all, he had just slapped them in the face before, and even if he had to bow to him because of the sage mode, they were unwilling to have any more dealings with him. In this regard, Tang Ping naturally didn't care. Anyway, he wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the Hyga clan, and it would all be handled by Hyga Kangyu himself in the future. Even if the clan was exterminated in the end, he wouldn't stop it. Tang Ping-kun. Hinata Kangyu saw Tang Ping, and a smile from the heart appeared on her disguised timid face. Well, how is it, did the clan members not find out about your action today? Tang Ping turned and left the Hyga clan. Of course. Hinata Kangyu, who followed quickly, nodded playfully. With her current strength, it is indeed not easy for others to notice the clues. I will go to the land of demons tomorrow, and it may take a long time this time, so you will be responsible for the next work. He handed over some of the work in the experiment to the other party. The Uchiha Nagase lineage is indeed trustworthy, but it still belongs to the Uchiha, not to Uchihame, and even less to himself. So some things can be disclosed to them, but some things cannot. Of course, I will also bring back some gains today. They are not worried about being watched. Both Tang Ping's intuition and Hyga Sogitsu's samsara eye can ensure that no one can watch them. Even White Zetsu is prepared for fear that the other party will stab him in the back. Tell tales. Once the other party reports their actions, they can only run away. If there is no matter that they have to go to the land of demons tomorrow, Tang Ping will not have to deal with the spoils so urgently, but if there is, of course they have to deal with the spoils in advance. There is naturally a place to put things. Whether it is Uchiha or Shanjian clan land, there is no problem. Golden Judgment, Fine Iron, and the like are naturally not in a hurry to transfer, as long as the secret medicine, medicinal materials, ninjutsu scrolls, and the like are preserved. The transfer process is not difficult. Since there are still 2 temporary seal scrolls left, the selected things can be brought back to the Uchiha clan land at one time. Yes, Tang Ping finally chose this place. If it is placed with the Yamazaki clan, both the Anbu and the 3rd generation's telescope technique are likely to find clues, so it can only be placed with the Uchiha clan. Of course, these things will not be hoarded by doping. Some will be distributed to the starting point orphanage, and the newly collected declining ninja clans will also need them, which is enough to digest these resources. Except for ninjutsu. These ninjutsu cannot be taught openly, and will be modified later. Some ninjutsu, even if you know it, cannot be used indiscriminately. For example, Raise Nan. In the future, except for Prince Naruto who can learn it at will, others will be chased back by the village even if they learn it, and self-study is not allowed. For example, Yamazaki Koji's power armor, after having enough resources, doping completed the preliminary preparations, and the next step is to use the resources to slowly cultivate it. When he returns from this mission, he should be able to start the operation directly. Even before leaving, doping did something bold. Collect the 9 Tails Chakra. Given his relationship with Uzumaki Kushina, the latter naturally sealed a lot of it for him without asking why. All of this was done in secret. After all these preparations, it was time to set off. Chapter 170 The Secret Technique That Can Change the Ninja World. The next day. Just as the sky was getting light, Dohei came to the village entrance to gather. The carriage was already waiting here. Other aspects of the ninja world were good, but the concept of work and rest was not good. Because there were no entertainment activities, going to bed early and getting up even earlier, Dohei, who had traveled through time for several years, was still a little uncomfortable. Lord Dohei. A young man wearing a light robe, a black hat, and a handsome face stood by the car and greeted Dohei after he arrived. It seemed that he had already inquired about Dohei's achievements, otherwise he would not be so respectful even if he would not despise him. With a slight nod, Dohei walked to the side. There were several figures there. The Minato squad, and Uzumaki Kushina who came to see him off. Remember to bring them back safely, or I will beat you up. Uzumaki Kushina wanted to say something to bless them, but in the end she changed it to a fist threat. Don't worry, Sister Kushina, I will bring them back safely. Dohei assured confidently. With his current strength, he does not encounter many dangerous situations. If he can't fight, he can run away. After getting the guarantee, Uzumaki Kushina turned around with satisfaction, staring at Kakashi and Obito and threatened. If you two dare not obey orders, I will cook for him for 10 days when you come back, and not a single grain can be left. Her dark material was usually avoided by several people, so she used it to threaten. I will definitely obey orders. Obito, who was excited about being able to leave the village, immediately became as obedient as a quail, but whether it worked or not is another matter. Kakashi lowered his head silently. Even he couldn't stand the dark cooking of his master's wife, and he wanted to live a few more years. After seeing the two surrender, Uzumaki Kushina patted their shoulders proudly and stepped back. Even if she didn't want them to take risks, it was completely natural for ninjas to carry out missions, and it was impossible not to let them go on missions. Let's go. Du Ping walked in front with the packed package on his back. There was only one carriage, and it was the shrine maiden who was riding it, so he naturally wouldn't sit on the roof. But it's okay, playing with the phone while walking. No, reading while walking, it's completely basic for him. This time he brought a lot of clearing agents and books, so he could read the books he had read on the road. Digest more knowledge. Aren't there 3 little ones for security and other tasks? Yes, this is also the reason why Tang Ping didn't refuse the Minato team to follow him. Having help is better than being alone. There is no need to do some ordinary work yourself, just let the Minato team take care of it. In this way, performing tasks is a kind of enjoyment. Wow! The carriage began to drive northwest. Half a day after leaving Konoha. Are you a ninja? Tang Ping suddenly asked the handsome man next to him who was wearing a black hat and looked like a civil servant. Yes, I am a ninja and the minister of the Kingdom of Demons, Kyowa Sheza. The man admitted. As the minister of the Kingdom of Demons, if he were not a ninja, he would not be able to protect his Miko-sama from traveling through the long journey to Konoha. Asashi Kyu. Tang Ping has no impression of this name, which means that the other party belongs to the type who is not even as good as the background board. However, he was extremely interested in a secret technique of the Kingdom of Ghosts, so after taking a look at the three little ones scattered around the convoy, he lowered his voice and asked. There is a secret technique in the Kingdom of Ghosts called Shadow Mirror Body Turn, right? Yes, this secret technique is what he wants. It's not that this ninjutsu is powerful, but it's too magical. It's equivalent to the rhythm of permanent transformation. As long as you use it, you can really become the target. It can only be used once in a lifetime. What Dohei thinks is, if Uchiha Obito/Kakashi learns it, and one of them becomes a girl, will it be able to change the outcome of the future? Especially Kakashi. If she turns into a beautiful silver-haired beauty, what will happen to Lin? The two of them have been in love with each other for a lifetime. It would be a pity not to get married if they have such a deep relationship. In addition to this pair, there are also Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Well, finally there is a pair of heavyweights. Madara and Hashirama. The reason why we fought against each other in the first place was simply because one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Two strong men with their own ideas and the ability to change the ninja world will naturally have various conflicts. But if Senju Hashirama becomes Senju Bamboo, then it will be one male and one female, and the two of them will get along absolutely harmoniously. Uzumaki Mito, MMP, I'm talking about MMP. Even if there is any conflict, it can be resolved by discussing it on the bedside at night. See, these examples all illustrate the preciousness of this ninjutsu. It can be called the rhythm of a secret technique that saves the world. Lord Dohei, the technique of turning around in a mirror is a secret technique passed down from generation to generation by our shrine maiden guards. Although Asashi Kyo was surprised as to why Dohei knew this secret technique, he declined politely. Tang Ping was rejected, but he was not disappointed. Because of this important secret technique, the other party will definitely not be able to hand it over easily. It's like someone trying to gain the secret skills of the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes. You'd be surprised if they didn't kill them. Lord Kingfu, you don't want to see anything happen to His Highness Mate Rhea, right? Tang Ping directly threatened the other party. He is not a serious ninja. In the ninja world, most of the serious ninjas who followed the rules were dead, so he felt that it was nothing even if he threatened his employer. The point is that this secret technique is not as important as imagined. These guards only use this secret technique as a substitute for death, and it is not used for fighting. Of course, they are not afraid that someone will learn it and deal with them. Your Excellency Tang Ping, you. Xiu Isakiyo's face looked ugly. Because he really didn't expect that the other party would threaten him so directly for this secret technique. Isn't he afraid that he will expose this matter? Once the matter is exposed, Konoha must deal with him even if it is to give people an explanation. But what he didn't know was that Tang Ping didn't care about these things at all. Kingfu, give him the secret technique. A female voice suddenly sounded from the carriage on the side. It is Mate Rhea, the witch. Yes, Your Highness. Asashi Kyo finally gave in. If it were just him, he wouldn't be able to hand over the secret technique even if he died, but since it was His Highness Mate Rhea's order, he would naturally follow it. The secret technique is obtained. Tang Ping was in a very good mood. As for why Mate Rhea opened his mouth to help him, he didn't care. Anyway, if the other party trades with him on this condition, he will agree to what he can agree to and refuse directly if he can't. He will not be constrained by small favors. Soon, Tang Ping, who had obtained the secret technique, understood why this secret technique was only available in the country of ghosts. Need to use the power of the witch. At the same time, the weaker the learner, the better, and after transforming into a target, he will not gain other people's talent or anything like that, it will just change his appearance. But the good thing is that once you learn it, you don't need to practice, you just need to use it at critical moments. This secret technique also has extremely high learning and research value. After all, it involves permanent transformation. Your Excellency Tang Ping, could you please get in the car and have a chat? Mate Rhea extended the invitation. Certainly. In response to this, Tang Ping got on the car without any surprise at all. Ever since he knew that the other party had the ability to predict, he wanted to know that haze it in the other party's prediction. Therefore, even if the other party does not call him, he will find a way to figure this out. Prophecy. This ability is so disgusting. Folding the curtain, you can see that there is only a small table in the carriage, and the copper stove placed on it has been lit with incense. The cold fragrance makes people feel relieved. Seal up. After seeing Tang Ping come in, Mate Rhea formed a seal with his hands, and then lightly patted the carriage. In an instant, the interior of the carriage turned into a closed space. What a powerful sealing technique! Tang Ping couldn't help but look at him with admiration. With the protection of this barrier, our communication will not be known to others, including prophecies. Mate Rhea stared at Tang Ping with his ethereal eyes and told an extremely important message. Chapter 171 The Truth of the Prophecy of the Ninja World. In the carriage. I can't see your future clearly. Mate Rhea, who had just sealed the surrounding area with a barrier, told a fact. Yes, as a Miko, she can clearly see the fate of other people, but when facing Tang, it seems like something is blocking her vision, making her unable to see clearly, and she feels changes from time to time. Wait. Tang Ping asked with a frown, did you mean can't see clearly or can't see? This is extremely important. If he can't see it, then he can do whatever he wants. But if you can't see clearly, then the matter is very serious. It means that you have entered the eyes of some beings, but the other party did not see you clearly. Murderous aura overflowing. If this is the case, then these guys should die. Tang Ping will never allow his every move to be foreseen and manipulated like a chess piece. Even the Big Toad and the Immortal of Six Paths can't do it. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Everyone's destiny is like a stream, flowing in a fixed direction, and prophecy is like a fish jumping out of the water to see the front of the stream. Your future is like a stream shrouded in mist, which is originally invisible. But if the stream that represents the Mainan River intersects with other people, then you can get a glimpse of it through other people's streams. And the originally fixed future of these streams will also change under your influence. Facing Tang Ping's murderous intent, Morocco still gave a calm explanation. And she used an extremely simple example to let Tang Ping understand what the so-called prophecy was. In other words, it is impossible to predict his future, but he can peek into his future through other people's futures. Good news, you don't have to worry about prophecies. Bad news, people around you will be peeped by prophecies. After much deliberation, it was best to kill the Big Toad. Why did your highness tell me this? Tang Ping restrained his murderous intent. He did not believe that there was a free lunch in the world. I am doomed to die, but there has been a change because of your appearance. This is already worth putting all my chips on the line, isn't it? Maitreya's ethereal and lifeless eyes also fluctuated for the first time. No matter who it is, seeing death approaching, they will collapse and go crazy under this pressure, and she will be the same. But when she noticed a slight fluctuation in the originally fixed future a few years ago, it naturally made her look forward to it. This visit to Konoha was also carefully planned by her, and it did not appear randomly. Otherwise, no matter which of the major ninja villages she gives a commission to, the other party will not refuse, and there is no need to specify Konoha. Change fate. Tang Ping chewed the word. As a time traveler, it is indeed normal to be able to change your destiny, but I don't know if there will be any hidden dangers. But that's not important. If you don't care about life and death, do it if you don't accept it. If you really care about this or that, then just play with wool. After thinking about it, he looked up at the other person and said, I will take action, but I decide how and to what extent I will help. The initiative must be in your own hands. Thank you very much. Maitreya bowed his head and saluted. From now on, her originally fixed destiny began to be obscured by white mist and was no longer fixed. When the convoy goes to the Kingdom of Ghosts, it must first go around the northwest front, and then pass through the south of the Kingdom of Earth, that is, the north of the Kingdom of Wind. To put it simply, the Kingdom of Oni is located in the westernmost area of the ninja world, and the Kingdom of Snow is also over there. The Land of Snow. This is the country where the future Fuji Kazuki painting will be located. However, Tang Ping watched the theatrical version while skipping, so even if he had a clearing agent and could recall the memory clearly, he would not know much. Regardless of the country of ghosts or the country of snow, they all belong to the interior of the ninja world, and the natural environment is harsh and the development potential is not great. Anyway, Donhei doesn't have the ability of someone who ran away from Konoha carrying a bucket. He started directly from the Kingdom of Demons and swept the ninja world like a storm. It's simply outrageous. Although remote areas are safe, they have few resources, a small population, and a small space, so they are not suitable as a starting base at all. A real man should face the challenge head-on and challenge the 5 major countries. While thinking about this, Tang Ping also ended his conversation with mate Rhea. After this conversation, he no longer knew nothing about the prophecies of the ninja world. The carriage is extremely fast. Several warriors from the Land of Fire were kicked back by Dohei halfway, so the team was reduced to 6 people, allowing the speed to increase again. So it only took them a few days to arrive at the northern border of the Fire Country, located in Cao, the 2 countries' intertwined areas. And here is where the Northwest Ninja Army led by Jiraiya is stationed. As for the rain and grass countries that became battlefields, they were naturally beaten to pieces by the ninjas. And Sancho Hanzo, who performed amazingly in the last Great Ninja War, was completely defeated this time, saying that as long as he didn't attack the Rain Ninja village, he would pretend that he couldn't see it. As for the country of grass, it is even more like a grassroots, and it will fall to the other side if it is strong. Therefore, when Tang Ping and the others arrived at this border town, they saw countless people from both countries fleeing. These people are like walking zombies, they have no idea where they will be tomorrow. I can only say that if Ninja World were a novel, it would be really exciting. It can be replaced by a real world of flesh and blood. The excitement only belongs to the protagonist, but it is hell for the background and ordinary people. Faced with this situation, Tang Ping was not a holy mother, so she would not jump out and stay in the carriage without seeing anything. On the contrary, the 3 little ones took it for granted and paid attention to their surroundings nervously, for fear of any accident. As for the refugees, they were frightened when they saw the 3 little ones wearing Konoha forehead protectors. Let alone getting close, they immediately shrank into various corners after discovering them. This is the true reaction of ordinary people when they see ninjas. That kind of situation where you meet a strange ninja and receive warm hospitality, it's too fake. It's completely a scene that only appears in dreams. Tang Ping, who was huddled in the carriage and studying the sealing technique using the clearing agent, suddenly looked in one direction. Someone is releasing momentum in that direction. There is no hostility, just like saying hello. As for who the other party is, Tang Ping can think of it as long as his IQ is online. This is where Konoha's Northwest Ninja Army is stationed. Naturally, there is only one person with such strength. Jiraiya. A hero who is so whitewashed in anime that countless people admire him. But Tanhei really couldn't admire this guy who was brainwashed by Miyabokoyama. The other party did a lot of bad things. And there are double standards. The Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Grass were smashed to pieces under his hands, and he didn't feel anything was wrong. But when people from both countries wanted to take revenge on Konoha, he felt something was wrong. After knowing that Jiraiya appeared, Dohei walked out of the car. Sure enough. A figure with long white hair, a tall build, and a forehead protector with the word oil on his forehead walked out from the side of the street. It was none other than Jiraiya, the hero among the 3 ninjas. Of course, the other party could receive the news that Tang Ping and the others were passing by in advance, so it was normal for them to come and meet. It's Lord Jiraiya. *3. The 3 kids from the Watergate class recognized the person immediately. After all, they had met Jiraiya several times before when they followed Namikaze Minato. And Dohei's eyes met Jiraiya's. The opponent is tall, coupled with his temperament and acting style, only effective for ninjas, he does have a heroic demeanor. Brother Tang Ping, can you take a break? Gillette took the initiative to greet him. What this means is that he wants to entertain Tang Ping. It's troublesome, Jiraiya-senpai. Tang Ping nodded. He would not refuse a treat, but he didn't even call him sir, and just called him senior. But there is really no problem with his title. Compared with the other party, except for his age and qualifications, he is not weak in any way in terms of strength or status. So the 2 of them are completely equal. Chapter 172 Get the Secret Technique. Izakaya. Located in the center of this border town, there are several guards with long guns standing at the door to protect it. It wouldn't be possible without these people. Because no one knows if someone will evade the bill or if someone will rob. Yes, even if it is located in the center of a small town, it does not mean it is necessarily safe. The samurai and patrol teams responsible for the security of the town also have some deterrent effects in other places. But in this place where ninjas are rampant, they don't dare to stand out at all. If you meet ordinary people, it's okay, but if you meet ninjas, they will be the unlucky ones. Any genin can kill a patrol of hundreds of people. In desperation, the izakaya can only spend money to hire people to protect itself. After the group of people sat down, Morocco and Kyo Asases sat next door. The service staff brought the set meals and drinks. The set meal is a set meal, and as for the drinks. Dohei looked at Jiraiya with an unkind look. Haha, I forgot that you are not old enough to drink yet. Faced with Dohei's gaze, Jiraiya suddenly realized what he was doing when he picked up the wine glass. Tang Ping is not old enough to drink. Due to his strength, Jiraiya subconsciously regarded him as a peer, which was why he made such a mistake. Speaking of which, ninja is an extremely contradictory profession. He started killing people when he was only a few years old, and the more he killed, the more praised he was, but he had to drink until he became an adult. Well, maybe in the eyes of ninjas, drinking is more serious than killing someone. If Kushina-sama knew. Tang Ping pointed at the wine in front of him and threatened him. Although I don't like him, he is a kind of good person in the ninja world with distorted views, so I can deal with him, but I can't get close to him. Because no matter how good your friendship is, the other person may stab you for the sake of the village or Mt Miyamu. Selfless. This type of hero is very good for the villagers of Konoha, but not so friendly to the people around him. Kid, just tell me what you want. Jiraiya is experienced, of course he can see that Doping wants to make a profit from him, so he rolled his eyes in annoyance to admit defeat. If that little girl Kukuna knew about this, he would not be able to bear it. I heard that Master Jiraiya has 2 ninjutsu called Needle Jizo and Random Lion Hair Technique. I can exchange it with the experience of practicing Sage Mode. Doping smiled, and the address changed from senior to master. For the secret technique? Not bad. He himself is not the type to suffer for the sake of face. Other time travelers either endure and live in seclusion or fight against heaven and earth because they can't lose face. He doesn't want to learn from his peers. Before time travel, you have to call the master to learn the technology. You can't not understand this principle just because you traveled through time, right? Will you trade me your Sage Mode experience for these 2 ninjutsu? Jiraiya looked at Dohei's short hair and felt a little unbelievable. Because these 2 ninjutsu require long hair to be used, otherwise he wouldn't have grown long hair. And he felt that this deal was very unfair. The 2 secret techniques were not too precious, but the experience of practicing Sage Mode was extremely precious. Yes. Dohei nodded to confirm. He didn't want these 2 ninjutsu all for himself. Hinata Sogitsu and Uchihame. It would be a pity if they didn't practice Needle Jizo and Ren Shishi's hair with their long hair. As for the experience of Sage Mode, he was really not afraid to tell Jiraiya. For example, fishing. It would be better to kill Jiraiya than to let him calm down to fish. Here. Jiraiya formed a seal and summoned a Miyaboku mountain scroll toad, and spit out 2 scrolls from its mouth. Secret scroll. From now on, these 2 secret techniques belong to Dohei, and he can teach others. Dohei glanced at the 3 little ones sitting at the other table, especially the white-eyed wolf who was eating hard, and spoke only after confirming that the other party could not hear what he said. In fact, if you want to master the Sage Mode, I think there are 3 conditions. He slowly said what he had sorted out. At this time, Jiraiya was not as proficient in the Sage Mode as he would be more than a decade later. Now he was not proficient in the Sage Mode, so he was extremely embarrassed when facing Onoki. When he heard the experience summarized by Dohei, he was instantly enlightened. Worth it. It was so worth it. Just 2 secret techniques, and he got such precious experience, how could he not think it was worth it? And Dohei also thought it was worth it. The 2 secret techniques were not just secret techniques, but also a special technology for him. If you can control the hair, which is an accessory tissue of the body, then can you control the organs implanted in the body? Just like the implant that Dohei prepared for Hinata Kangyu, with this technology, his control power can be greatly increased, and he can obtain all kinds of incredible abilities. Tail. Yes, the implant prepared for Hinata Kangyu is the tail. The tailed beast is named after the tail, which is enough to show the importance of the tail organ. The 9-tailed chakra that was asked from Uzumaki Kushina was also for the tail implanted by Zhong for Hinata Kangyu. Artificial tailed beast. With a huge amount of chakra, Hinata Kangyu's combat power can be greatly improved. Compared to the crude chakra use of the tailed beast, the ninja's control of chakra is extremely powerful. This is why the Jinkraki is always stronger than the tailed beast. And the tail can also be used as a terrifying ninja tool. Compared to the hair, the tail is more controllable and can add more abilities. Nine-tailed version of Hinata-Kangya.jpg. I can't stand it, I really can't stand it. Thinking of that picture, Dohei woke up instantly and retracted his thoughts. By the way, have you found anything strange in the village during this period? Jiraiya began to ask around. A lot of things have happened. Doping told him everything that happened in the village. Given his status, he didn't believe that he didn't know what happened in the village, but he still asked him about it, which meant that he was concerned about something. If it were someone else, Doping would not care. But behind him stood Mayaboku Mountain, where there was a big toad sage who could only predict, so he carefully observed his every move. Kara Organization. Jiraiya repeated the name thoughtfully. This mysterious organization is likely to be the target predicted by the big toad sage that would destroy Konoha village and Mayaboku Mountain. And Doping finally determined that Jiraiya's target was likely related to him, but it had not been locked yet, so he opened his mouth to test. What's wrong? There are many such mysterious organizations in the ninja world, right? He was not talking nonsense. In the ninja world, there are many mysterious organizations. But there are not many who can break into the root. If it is the other party, it may threaten Konoha or the ninja world. Jiraiya's tone revealed a deep sense of vigilance. Logically speaking, with his cage-level strength and mastery of the Sage Mode, it is impossible for him to be so wary of a mysterious organization that has just appeared. But he did just that. It would be strange if it wasn't the work of the group of toads behind him. Really? Dohei began to change the subject and learn it about the battle situation from the other party. It turned out that Onoki didn't attack with all his might. Because the other party was also afraid of being taken advantage of by the hidden cloud village, so the momentum was deafening, and it seemed that they were completely irreconcilable with Konoha, but when they really attacked, it was good to put in a few points of all their strength. Old and cunning. The other party really lived up to this evaluation. And the reason why several major ninja villages could not be conquered for a long time was also because of this reason. The Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja were all acting. The only two who attacked desperately might be the Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja. The former had nowhere to go and could only fight desperately, while the latter, because the third Mizu Cage was a puppet of Mata, naturally went all out. Among the two idiots, the Sand Ninja was severely injured in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain by Dohei and was recuperating. As for the Mist Ninja, since the previous surprise attack was stopped, it is now attacking the border with all its strength, but was blocked by the two powerful families. But it is almost over. After listening to the battle situation and finishing the meal, they said goodbye to Jiraiya and continued to go to the land of demons. It was just that they gave up the carriage when crossing the border. Just kidding. To cross the border of the two countries, riding a slow carriage is completely the rhythm of looking for the other side to do something dirty. Even if they don't do something dirty, God knows how long it will take. So, just carry it on your back and hurry on. Although Asahi Kiyomi strongly opposed it and felt that it was disrespectful to the Miko, he was directly suppressed by Dohei. So, using this way of traveling, they arrived at the land of demons in just a few days. Chapter 173 Obito, I should be under the car, not here. Demon Country. It is completely poor and barren. But no matter how bad the environment is, since everything is managed by the Shrine Maidens, the exploitation is not serious, and people can barely survive. The Shrine Maiden culture is prevalent in this small country. Shrines are management agencies, and Shrine Maidens are managers. Now, the sky has been covered by a layer of dark clouds. Okay, let's go to the border to help Huang Xuan open the forward passage so that the other party can quickly unlock the seal. Du Ping directly explained the next action. In the normal way, it is naturally to defeat Huang Xuan and prevent the other party from releasing the ghost soul in the demon country. The other party's body is sealed in the swamp country, and the soul is sealed in the demon country. But since Du Ping is ready to capture the other party, of course it is impossible to separate his body and soul, but to revive the other party intact. The complete prey is more valuable. As for the movie version, saying that the ghost army will destroy the world is completely a cliché. If they were really that strong, they couldn't have only sent Naruto and other juniors to fight. They didn't even send out cage-level strongmen, and only Konoha took action. It was just exaggerating the mission, and they didn't care about their face. Anyway, in Dohei's opinion, Wang Liang, a monster from another world, only dared to talk about destroying the 5 major countries, conquering the world and creating a 1000-year dynasty because it had never been beaten by the ninja world. If it really had a fight with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, it would understand what the city routine is like. I want to go back to the countryside. It is guaranteed that it will directly retreat to the land of demons and tremble, and dare not leave at all. Moroku naturally strongly opposed Dohei's plan. But she couldn't stop it. If the other party was unwilling to follow the plan, then Dohei would help Huang Chuan break the sealed shrine first, and then deal with the intact Wang Liang. It's just a monster from another world. Get rid of it. If you don't give the other party a little shock in the ninja world, do you really think you can sweep the ninja world? The group quickly moved towards the western border, ready to help Huang Chuan and the ghost army to prevent the other party from delaying for too long. Doping. Captain. Obito said weakly, is it really okay to do this? Even if he was as thick-skinned as him, he felt that there was something wrong with the mission. They actually wanted to revive the alien monster that could destroy the world. Isn't their mission to prevent the other party from resurrecting? Don't worry, the water in the ninja world is deep. It's just an alien monster. If it weren't for the immortality, you might be able to solve it without my help. Doping, who was jumping forward with someone on his back, shook his head disdainfully. Even if we don't talk about the filial son of the Six Paths who was hiding in the purification, just Uchiha Madara can beat the other party to death with one hand. That is, if the other party only moves in the corners of the ninja world, there will be a situation of no tiger in the mountain, monkeys are the king. If they really dare to jump to the center of the ninja world, they would have been dead long ago. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the rabbit, could be thrown to the moon, let alone a mere alien monster. Really? I don't believe it. Obito obviously didn't believe it. And Doping naturally didn't have the mood to explain more to this ungrateful person. He turned his head and looked at Nohara Rin, who had been silent since joining the team, as if she had something on her mind. Rin, have you been learning medical ninjutsu recently? This was what Kushina told her, and she also specifically asked her to give her some pointers. Of course, Uzumaki Kushina knew his ability in the medical field. After all, he was a genius who developed a powerful medicine called Healing Potion on his own. Now Konoha can hold on the reason for the death of the ninja was related to this medicine. After all, the number of injured people was far greater than that of those who died on the spot. In the past, the number of medical ninjutsu was scarce, so they were naturally too busy. Now with the healing medicine, a large number of ninja lives can be saved, which greatly improves the combat effectiveness of Konoha. What is speechless is that the village leaders advertised that the medicine was transported from Konoha Hospital, and did not mention Dohei at all. Yes, Captain Dohei, kun. Nohara Rin was about to call him captain, but she remembered Dohei's instructions halfway. Call him sir. Just his name is fine. Double standard. Like Obito and Kakashi, they have to call him captain, but Nohara Rin can call him whatever he wants, even brother. Have you mastered the healing technique now? Dohei asked the key point. Although this medical ninjutsu is only D level, it is extremely difficult to learn, almost the B level of other ninjutsu. And you also need special training and talent, otherwise you can't learn it. Not yet. Nohara Rin looked down in disappointment. Because she had never expected that she hadn't even learned the entry-level medical ninjutsu in a few years. Attention! Learning medical ninjutsu requires not only learning medical knowledge, but also having the talent for precise chakra control and the potential for yang escape. These combined together can learn medical ninjutsu. If the entry requirements were not so harsh, the number of medical ninjutsu wouldn't be so pitifully small. Did you encounter any difficulties? Doping speeded up, distanced himself from the others, and then communicated with Nohara Rin. At this time, the standard speed was used for moving forward, and there was no need to spend any effort. Even if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't bump into anything, so he naturally had time to instruct the other party. Although Nohara Rin didn't understand why Doping asked her this question, she still answered honestly. After listening, Doping also understood. It turned out that the other party was not stuck on chakra, but on medical knowledge. If some places were not clarified, the healing technique would naturally not succeed. Doping directly pointed out the opponent's shortcomings. With his current medical ability, even if he doesn't know any high-level medical ninjutsu such as palm immortal technique, thin disease extraction technique, etc., the knowledge left by Tsunade clearly explains the effects and principles of these medical ninjutsu. In other words, he can figure it out by himself at any time. Therefore, it is completely easy to instruct Nohara Rin, who has not even entered the door. After all, she just wants to learn medical ninjutsu, and she doesn't need to create medical ninjutsu. How difficult can it be? Therefore, after Doping broke the difficult points into pieces and fed them to the opponent's mouth, Nohara-rin's eyes were instantly full of stars. Too amazing! She didn't expect that the opponent could even know healing ninjutsu, and he was so gentle and careful to instruct her. At this time, she only had Doping in her eyes. As for who the two teammates were, she was really unfamiliar. The actions of the two made Obito grit his teeth. If he hadn't been beaten up several times halfway, he would have interrupted them long ago. Obito, I should be under the car, not here. Just like that, the team quickly rushed to the border valley west of the Demon Country. The Demon Country army was stationed here to resist the Ghost Army. The army only had about 3,000 people. The entire country had a population of millions, and the ruling body was almost like herding sheep. It was already good to be able to form this army. At the same time, there was no ninja village. That is to say, if anyone could defeat these 3,000 troops, the Demon Country could be destroyed. Now you understand the value of the 7 ninja swordsmen destroying a country, right? No hard stuff, all water. If it was like destroying the Rain Country and the Iron Country, the record would definitely be as hard as it could be, but destroying some small countries with a population of tens or millions, then the sea would really be full of water. It seemed like the sound of a hammer falling kept coming from a distance, making Morocco look sad. And Ohei soon knew the reason. What caught my eye was a terracotta warrior over 3 meters tall, smashing the guard in front of him with a hammer in his hand, but then he was tripped by a rope and smashed into pieces by countless hammers. If it were just a few terracotta warriors, it would definitely not be a problem. The key point is that these things are constantly coming from the direction of the swamp country. Before they arrived, the ghost country completely exchanged their lives for the lives of the terracotta warriors. In this case, it is no wonder that Maitreya would be sad. His own people are constantly sacrificing, but the witch, as their ruler, can't do anything. Hold on. Doping reminded him, then took the other party high up and fell towards the battlefield in the middle of the canyon. Chapter 174 Huangchuan, I'm so excited. West side of the border canyon. Ha ha ha. Looking at the terracotta warriors moving forward around him, Huangchuan laughed wildly. Yes, that's it. Let me be happier. Let everyone submit to the great Lord Wu Yang. At this time, he was already very excited and felt that no one could stop him from creating a 1,000-year dynasty. Terracotta warriors. Endless terracotta warriors appeared from the direction of the swamp country and then headed towards the ghost country in the direction of the canyon. From the time he unsealed Wu Yang until now, he has been using his power to create terracotta warriors. Until now the number has reached an extreme. It was only then that a general offensive was launched. As long as he can liberate the souls of the monsters in the sealed temple and combine them with his own body, he will gain more power. The border defenders of the Kingdom of Ghosts were currently knocking the terracotta warriors into pieces to prevent them from being resurrected. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a gradually getting louder sound rang in their ears. Boom, boom. The sound, like a dense drum beat, made everyone involuntarily raise their heads and look toward the west of the canyon. Tens, 100, the densely packed terracotta warriors and horses marching in unison. In the center of the terracotta warriors and horses is a gorgeous chariot. 4 tall stone horses pull the chariot, making it look heavy and unstoppable. Not to mention other aspects, at least it is full of momentum. Facing this scene, the thousands of border defenders in the Kingdom of Ghosts directly lost their will to fight. Dang, dang! Weapons such as spears, hammers, bows and arrows fell to the ground unconsciously. Can't win. How terrible! Ghost Army. They are just ordinary people. With their numerical advantage, they can still block a few terracotta warriors and horses. Even if there are casualties, they can endure it because they can see the hope of victory. But facing this ghost army with no hope of victory, despair instantly defeated their will. But even so, there were no deserters. Because their home is behind them, and they have no way to retreat. Die under the power of Lord Demon. Huang Quan's excited and proud voice echoed in the canyon. And in front of him were the defenders who were about to be crushed by the ghost army. Isn't it difficult to just want someone to die with such little power? The ridicule sounded from the air, interrupting Huang Quan's complacency. He looks up. A figure carrying a person on his back fell towards the chariot where he was, with his feet spraying flames. Step. The figure landed steadily on the chariot. He is a black-haired young man wearing a black combat uniform, and on his back is a figure that haunts Huang Chuan. Mate Raya. His voice was a little shrill. Because he never even dreamed that the only target that Lord Sprite was afraid of would appear in front of him like this. Once you kill the other party, no one can threaten your master anymore. But before he could take action, he was interrupted by the voice of the black-haired boy. I advise you to think carefully. Tang Ping released murderous intent while speaking. Well, the opponent's current strength is at most an elite Jianan, and no more. The murderous aura that was as heavy as substance made Huang Quan's right hand stop touching the scalpel. Because he had a feeling that if he touched the scalpel, his life would be ended. The monster is indeed immortal. But he is not a carrier of power. At most, he just has a strong vitality. You, who are you? Huang Chuan tried his best to ask. A being who possesses such powerful murderous intent is definitely not an unknown person. If you don't have enough eyes, donate them to those in need. Dohei pointed his right hand to the forehead protector. Konoha ninjas like to have Junhuo Jun. The other party didn't even recognize his forehead protector, so it's no wonder that he thought he could conquer the 5 major countries. Maybe he has never left the Kingdom of Ghosts and the Kingdom of Swamps. Is it a Konoha ninja? Huang Chuan murmured to himself. At this time, he has not yet turned into the greasy middle-aged man he will be in the future. He has shawl black hair and looks a little strangely young and handsome. Yes, I am a Konoha ninja hired by His Highness Mate Raya to stop you. Tang Ping's straightforward showdown prevented Huang Chuan from being dealt with. And you? While Huang Chuan spoke, he commanded the terracotta warriors and horses to surround the chariot. Don't worry, I won't take action against you now, at least not until the monster is completely resurrected. Of course Tang Ping could see the movement around him and interrupted him directly. He doesn't want to hit the other party right now. What's the meaning? Huang Chuan was about to take action, but stopped temporarily when he heard these words. I want to fight the monster, so before he is completely resurrected, not only will I not take action against you, but I will help you. Tang Ping did not hide anything. Because this is a conspiracy. Even if Huang Chuan and the monsters behind him knew that he had other plans, they could only do what he said first. After all, it is a fact that there will be more powerful power after resurrection. Yet, Huang Chuan finally felt relieved a little. If an ordinary ninja said this, he would definitely not believe it. But if it is said by such a powerful ninja, it is naturally somewhat credible. The ninja world is extremely simple now, and it's all about promises and words, and even death. Just like those who will follow Orochimaru in the future, they will have to compete with each other to become his body. After you defeat me, Mate Raya will be at your disposal. Before that, if you want to play any tricks, I will deal with you first. Tang Ping piled up the next cruel words. He believes that the other party knows how to choose. Huang Chuan controlled the urge to take action, preparing to wait until Lord Demon was completely resurrected before tearing this arrogant Konoha ninja into pieces, so that the other party would understand what it means to be strong and not to be humiliated. Seeing that the other party lowered his head in a pragmatic manner, Tang Ping looked with satisfaction at Mate Raya beside him, who looked shocked at his actions. Okay, it's your turn next. Clear the way for the ghost army. The task must naturally be handed over to the other party. I. Mate Raya looked confused. As a Maiko, her mission is to seal the monsters. It is precisely for this reason that Maikos in the Demon Kingdom have a special status. But now, asking her to help clear the way for the ghost army is completely like why did your majesty rebel? I can also make a decision for you, but I don't know what the consequences will be. Tang Ping gave clear instructions indifferently. That is, if the other party does not cooperate, you will take action, but the casualties that occur are none of your business. The 7 ninja swordsmen can destroy the country, why can't I? At the same time, he is not the Holy Mother, so he has no scruples at all. No, I do. Moroku naturally understood what Dohei said, and quickly shouted an order to the defenders blocking the ghost army. Soldiers, as a witch from the Kingdom of Ghosts, I order you to get out of the way. Even if this will make you despised, as long as it can reduce casualties, it is enough. With Maitreya's order, the defenders who were already prepared to die subconsciously moved to both sides. Huang Chuan looked at Tang Ping beside him, and finally did not order the terracotta warriors and horses to attack the defenders. Tolerate. Be patient for now. After Lord Demon is completely resurrected, no one will be able to stop him anymore. Huang Chuan is not a brainless type. He naturally understands what the top priority is now, so he suppresses all kinds of thoughts. Tang Ping knew all about his little thoughts, but he didn't care. A mere alien monster who wants to create a 1,000-year dynasty has a too small structure. Like Otsutsuki, he simply harvests the entire planet. This is called a pattern. With this beginning, the next progress of the ghost army will be smooth. After all, the witches voted, how could others not vote? The kingdom of ghosts does not have the strength to resist the ghost army. The only one who can resist has surrendered again. Unless they want to commit suicide, no one will jump out and die. And Tang Ping, in the past few days, also harvested some sealing witchcraft and sealing skills from Maitreya. Witch power is used to complete the shadow mirror body turning technique, and the sealing technique is regarded as the reward. Although the opponent's system is completely different from the ninja's chakra system, it still has many merits. As for the three little ones and Kihua Sheza, they were following behind the ghost army and watching all this. If it weren't for Tang Ping's forehead being slashed, they might have thought he was going to rebel against the village. After all, what he did was too scary. Finally, after several days of non-stop marching, the ghost army finally arrived at the Temple of Sealing. And arriving here also means that the monster will be resurrected soon. Chapter 175 The Resurrected Alien Monster. Let's get started. Tang Ping stood on the chariot and signaled Huang Chuan to go and unblock the demons. In the past few days, he took Maitreya right next to the other party, which also prevented the other party from searching around. Originally, according to the plan, the other party was going to attack while trying to find a way to find the witch and kill it. But it's not needed at all now. As long as the monsters are resurrected and the witches are killed, no one can stop them from now on, theoretically. Smoothly. Everything went smoothly. If he hadn't been able to feel the power of the demons, Huang Chuan might have thought that he was under an illusion. He expected that he would go through all kinds of difficulties before he could finally successfully resurrect the monster. But now it is tasteless and tasteless. It's like playing a game. You originally had to work hard to upgrade your level before you can kill the final boss, but when you finally upgrade, you find that the other person is already lying down in front of you, ready to die. Huang Chuan felt similar at this time. The Temple of Sealing. Located in the center of the Kingdom of Ghosts, there is an ancestral hall built against the mountain. It is said to be an ancestral hall, because it is to seal the souls of monsters, so it is built exactly like a fortress. Only the center is the shrine of the witch goddess. Outside are high walls, streets, training grounds, and so on. This place used to be extremely lively. Nowadays, it is extremely deserted, with not even a single person in sight. Because everyone was ordered by Maitreya to leave this place that they should protect with their lives. On the cliff in the distance, there were densely packed witches, ministers, and warriors. At this time, everyone was staring at the ghost army below. And the person at the front of these people is Kihua Sheza, wearing a black hat and carrying a bow and arrow. As a minister and Maitreya's bodyguard, he is implicitly the number one person under him. However, at this time, he could not guarantee whether His Highness had fallen under the illusion of the Konoha ninja. Not only did he cooperate with the opponent's plan, he also took the initiative to clear the way for the ghost army. The three little ones mixed in the crowd looked at each other, then left and rushed towards the Sealing Temple. The high cliffs had no blocking effect on them. Soon, they arrived at the Temple of Sealing. The cold and evil aura rushed towards my face, and combined with the extremely thick black clouds in the sky, it was a completely doomsday scene. Terracotta warriors and horses surrounded this fortress-like sealed temple. In terms of quantity, 5,000. However, with its 3-meter-tall body, no matter how many ordinary people there are, it is not enough to kill. Even if it's a ninja, a genin without offensive ninjutsu can't do anything to this guy. The opponent is not vulnerable to physical skills, and Kunao and Shuriken cannot kill him at all. It is easier to trip the opponent and smash him to pieces with a hammer like an ordinary person. Of course, this refers to frontal combat. If there is no direct combat, these slow-moving terracotta warriors will be unable to do anything to the ninjas. No matter how many there are, the ninjas are not afraid of them. Whoosh, whoosh. With the blessing of Chakra, the three little ones quickly stepped on the terracotta warriors and rushed into the sealed shrine. Soon they saw the two people in the wide training ground in front. He stood with his chest folded, looking at Tang Ping in the ancestral hall in front of him with disdain, and the Maitreya priestess who had a worried and uneasy look on her face. You will be responsible for protecting her later. Dohei pointed at Moroka beside him. I am not worried about the battle, but I am worried that the other party will be hurt by the aftermath. It would be a huge joke if I could solve both the monster and my employer by myself. Yes, Captain. Kakashi nodded. You can completely trust him when performing the mission. Kakashi, who is now 10 years old, has greatly improved his strength. Because of the role model of Dohei, his current level of effort is definitely far beyond the original historical line, so his strength is almost that of a special jonin. Don't think that this strength is weak. This is already a super genius, absolutely unprecedented in the ninja world. Even if it was doping, he was only a genin when he graduated at the age of 12, and there was no way he could compare with the other party. Of course, the rocket speed at which Dohei reached the cage level a few years after his graduation shocked the ninja world. With Kakashi and the others protecting him, there is no need to worry about Moroka's safety. Dang! Captain, if you can't beat that guy later, leave it to me. Uchiha Obito patted his chest carelessly. All I can say is that he is really good at talking big and he completely forgot about the strength that Dohei displayed during the battle at Kikyo Mountain. Since Obito is here, you go first. Tang Ping was not angry. He knew that this was the other party's character, so he smiled and gave the task of taking the lead to him. Bringing them on this mission should at least give them some training, so that they can experience the monsters from another world up close, right? Obito's expression froze. Along the way, he at least understood what the monsters represented. The alien monster that destroys the world. He was left to deal with such a terrifying monster. Even though he knew that Tang Ping would come to the rescue, he still couldn't bear it. Obito originally wanted to give in. There is nothing to be afraid of, let me show you the strength of the Uchiha. But when he saw Nohara Lin's concerned look, he instantly said that he was not afraid at all. Well, if he didn't stutter, those people would have believed it. Neither Kakashi nor Nohara Rin said a word, because they wanted to teach the eccentric Obito a lesson, and also because they believed in Dohei's ability. Purifying flame. The results were achieved through hard work. What's more, they all participated in the Battle of Platycodon Mountain. Seeing his godlike strength, they were naturally relieved. Just at this moment. Boom! With a huge explosion, the entire sealed shrine was blown up to the sky. Amidst the rubble and wood chips, a huge voice rang out from the sealed shrine. Haha, finally resurrected. Damn witch, I'm going to swallow you. The kingdom of ghosts will be destroyed by my anger. Weird. No matter who it is, when they hear this sound that sounds like the overlapping voices of a human and a monster, they will have this feeling in their hearts. Maitreya, in particular, was trembling with fear. Because of her special relationship with the monsters, her reaction was the biggest. An enormous magma pit that seemed to lead directly to the abyss replaced the previous sealed shrine. And in this huge magma pit, there lies a huge black monster as big as a mountain. It looked like a giant black shadow aggregate with huge snake heads spreading out from it, making people's scalp tingle. Faced with this kind of monster, ordinary people would become weak in the knees even when seeing it, let alone fighting it. Ordinary ninjas have no way to deal with the opponent. Because your attack is just a tickle to such a huge body. Especially those strong people who don't have large-scale attack types are most afraid of encountering this kind of enemy. Minato, I suspect you are hinting at me. This is too big. Obito swallowed his saliva and secretly looked at Doping beside him, wanting him to withdraw his order. But facing his gaze, Tang Ping naturally couldn't change his mind. Instead, he made a please gesture. Humph, it's just a monster, watch me. Obito gritted his teeth and rushed towards the monster in front. Oh, Obito. Nohara Lin spoke subconsciously, but after looking at Dohei beside her, she finally said nothing. Don't worry, Doping could naturally see that the girl was uneasy, and after comforting her, he added, at most, you'll lose your arms and legs, just like Denso. This was really true. The opponent's future was really like that. Half of his body was crushed and he was directly replaced by White Zetsu. In this respect, he and Denso are completely in the same boat. And Nohara Lin's face, which had just relaxed, froze in an instant. However, Duping did not explain in detail, but focused his attention on the monster. He dared not be distracted, otherwise Obito might kneel down. So, Obito rushed to the big pit and woke up the monsters entrenched in it. The other party took the initiative to launch an attack. Chapter 176 Just gravel, not even half as good as me. The jet-black snake head, as thick as a round table, lunged fiercely at Obito, and the pressure could be imagined. Fire escape. The art of powerful fireball. Obito formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball, hitting the snake's mouth. Boom! Flames and explosions exploded in front of Obito, and the fierce wind blew his clothes around. I see no Kakashi. He turned his head proudly, ready to show off his achievements. After all, being able to deal with such a terrifying monster with just one ninjutsu is indeed worth being proud of in front of a stinky guy like Kakashi. However, what greeted him was Kakashi's nervous eyes and Nohara Rin's reminder. Obito. Hearing the reminder, Obito turned around subconsciously, and what greeted him was the huge snake mouth that obscured his vision. It turns out that his ninjutsu just now did not cause any harm to him at all. Just when Qianjun was about to shoot, his eyes began to turn red. It's the Sharingan. He opened his eyes at the critical moment. But now even if I open my eyes, there is no time to avoid it. He was about to be swallowed into the snake's mouth. Flame finger. A hand was put on Obito's shoulder and he was thrown backwards, and then a red light as thick as an egg flashed past. The huge snake head was cut off directly, and the two pieces of the snake head slowly fell into the giant pit of magma below. It's Tang Ping. I don't know when, he had already stood behind Obito and rescued him at the critical moment. Go and protect Mate Raya. Tang Ping gave the order. Next, it's a battle to capture the perpetual motion machine yourself. Don't even think about escaping. A strange sound came from the monster's body. The long snake heads condensed with shadows shot straight into the sky, looking extremely horrifying. Boom, boom. And the terracotta warriors and horses surrounding the seal temple also began to attack at this time. If that was all, there was no need to worry, but a layer of dark mist enveloped the area. Be careful, this is the monster's barrier. You can't leave until the opponent falls. Mate Raya reminded. Humph, that guy Tang Ping actually brought you, His Highness, to this dangerous place. Obito whispered, feeling that this approach was too unwise. In fact, if Mate Raya hadn't been so close, would the ghost army really have made no mistakes along the way? Obito. Nohara Rin frowned and stopped Obito. Although she didn't know the reason, she knew that Dohei would definitely have his own reasons. Kakashi, on the other hand, was silently preparing to fight. Mate Raya naturally understood the reason why he must be followed, so not only was he not angry, but he was very moved. Let's go over there. Kakashi pointed to a waterfall on the side. For a ninja, it is naturally not difficult to go to that kind of place, and it is completely easy to go up. But if it were the terracotta warriors and horses, it would be troublesome to climb up. And Kakashi is very clear about their mission. It is not to stop these terracotta warriors and horses, but to protect Mate Raya, the Miko. Cut. Obito, who was preparing for a big battle, could only protect Moroku and retreat. Only Nohara Rin looked worriedly at the figure standing in front of the giant magma pit. We must win. Then he also left the training ground. Just after they fought their way to the top of the waterfall, the training ground was quickly flooded by terracotta warriors and horses. As a result, Tang Ping was in a desperate situation, with monsters blocking his way in front and terracotta warriors blocking his rear. At least, this is what everyone in the ghost country watching the battle from a distance thinks. But Tang Ping didn't think so. Yes, you are indeed qualified to dance. He nodded with satisfaction. Such prey is worthy of taking action. If the opponent is too weak, he will definitely be disappointed. Because if it is too weak, even if it is captured, the value will not be too great. And what he is least afraid of is having many enemies. Humph, you're just a Konoha ninja. I'll eat you first, then kill Mate Raya, and finally wipe out the 5 major countries and create a 1000-year dynasty. The demon's proud voice sounded, and there was also the voice of Huang Chuan. At this time, the opponent's state was completely in the rhythm of age and hierarchy, but it was dominated by monsters. Not a bad ambition. Tang Ping sincerely praised him. This person's ambition is much stronger than that of the ninjas. At most, the ninjas just want to grab more task shares and territory, and have never thought about dominating the world. Their ambitions are really small. Look at this person. Even though a monster from another world worked so hard, I don't know how the cage from the 5 major ninja villages could sleep. Damn Konoha ninja, how dare you underestimate me. The monster thought that Tang Ping was mocking him, so he bit him with several snake heads. Dance! Tang Ping exhaled and spoke loudly. In today's battle, he didn't have time to fight the opponent for hundreds of rounds. After all, if the opponent sees that the situation is bad and runs away, his perpetual motion machine will be gone, and accidents will easily occur. The most important thing is that he knows the other party's details. Even if you know the details of being sealed once more than 10 years later, you at least have a lot of understanding about it. Information. It goes without saying that he is important in the ninja world, so he is sure to defeat the other party. When several snake heads were bitten off, the terracotta warriors and horses from behind also came and attacked with weapons. Just when Tang Ping was about to be overwhelmed by the attack. Pillar of fire. A voice sounded. Fierce. The extremely violent pillars of fire rose into the sky, not only igniting and melting the huge snake heads bitten in front, but also flying and tearing the puppets behind. When the fire pillar extinguished, a layer of golden-orange flame clothing covered Tang Ping's body. Then he turned around and formed a seal, taking a deep breath and exhaling. Fire escape. Fire dragon flame bullet. It's just a B-level fire escape. Fierce. A huge fire dragon that seemed to be able to sweep everything spewed out towards the terracotta warriors and horses in the rear. And his actions made Obito, who had just reached the top of the waterfall, complain. What's the use of fire escape? Has anyone ever heard that rocks are afraid of fire? No, his fire escape is different. Kakashi has a clearer understanding of his former teammate than anyone else, and he understands how terrifyingly talented Dohei is in fire escape. And he practiced hard just to catch up with the opponent's back. But now, not only is the gap in strength between the two not close, but it is getting wider and wider. What's different about fire release? Obito doesn't understand this. But soon, he understood why Kakashi said this. When the terrifying fire escape ended, the terracotta warriors and horses rushing forward from the training ground either cracked or melted. Obito's mouth opened wide and he was completely speechless. He had just experienced the power of the terracotta warriors and horses. Weapons and ninjutsu were useless. The fireball technique did no harm at all except blowing them away, so he said that fire escape was useless. But a fire escaper came down and cleared the place directly, and at least hundreds of terracotta warriors and horses were destroyed directly. The Uchiha clan's fire escape shouldn't be that strong. Noharalin whispered to herself. There is a famous Uchiha clan teammate in the team, so she naturally understands that in addition to the Sharingan that this wealthy family is proud of, it is also a fire escape. Well, it's Uchiha at this stage. After this clan is wiped out, the title of the strongest fire escape will fall on the Sarutobi clan. As for the Uchiha fire ninjutsu, training experience, secret medicine, etc. that the other party obtained from there? The question belongs to the Sarutobi clan themselves. Really dark. There are some places in anime that you really shouldn't think too much about. Now, the fire escape ceiling is naturally level. Even if the future filial son and the second pillar awaken Amaterasu, they will at most be as powerful as the kaleidoscope, but their fire escape cannot overwhelm Tang Ping. After one B-level fire dragon fire bullet created a fire extinguishing momentum that was not inferior to Mirai Madara, Dohei said, pretend to escape. It's just gravel, not even half as good as me. There's no way. I've already gone through a lot of things, so if I have such a strong character, I will naturally have to go through it. But his words made the demon extremely angry. I look down upon the devil so much. Facing myself and still pretending like this, I can't even think about trying my best. So, it opened up directly. Chapter 177 Dohei, Amaterasu. Weasel, MMP, I said MMP. Whoa, whoa. Countless jet black lights gathered into a ball. Just by looking at it, you can feel the terrifying power contained within it. Gan. Tang Ping wanted to curse so much. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Why is it that when Prince Ming takes action in the future, the sprite's methods are simple, and he just condenses into a snake head to attack physically, and then he is treated like this when it is his turn? Can it be said that the protagonist can do whatever he wants? If Chakratuo alone can win, then the protagonist of the ninja world will not be a ninja, but a tailed beast. Tang Ping disdained to comment. It is true that the more chakra the better, it is completely possible to fly with great strength. But that doesn't mean it doesn't require skills to use. Like a shadow-level powerhouse, except Chitara, the chakra may be less than 1% of the tailed beast, but they can seal and suppress the tailed beast, which shows the efficiency of ninja's use of chakra. That's why the perfect Jinhyuriki is powerful. With the chakra of a tailed beast and the efficiency of use of a ninja, how could the combination of the two not be powerful? This is why Donhei doesn't care about the current demons, no matter how much chakra they have. The opponent's efficiency in using power is too rough. The key point is to be able to hit yourself. With his speed, it is impossible for the opponent to hit, unless... Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked to the side. Yes, the target of the sprite's attack was not himself, but Maitreya on the waterfall. In the original setting, the monster and the witch are two sides of the same body, one represents the physical body, and the other represents the condensed body of dark emotions. But Tang Ping found that the version he encountered was somewhat different. The sprite is a monster from another world, but it is summoned by a witch. The two have a special connection, and the latter can defeat the other. The version is wrong. So even if he saw the other party using abilities that he didn't have originally, he would complain in his heart, but no surprise. Whoosh! Tang Ping jumped into the giant magma pit ahead, preparing to prevent the opponent from opening his weapon. It would be really troublesome for the opponent to use this big move. He doesn't know the defensive ninjutsu like Third Uncle comes to repair the gate. Fire releases attack power and attack range are extremely strong, but its defense power is somewhat unsatisfactory. While he was in the air, Tang Ping bit his index finger, smeared blood on the back of his right hand, and then began to form seals. Psychic art. He clapped his right hand in the air, and a large number of runes unfolded. Faced with such a large target, if you don't want to use magic, you have only one option. Come on shoulder to shoulder. Directly call out the psychic beast 2-on-1. Chobimaru is his trump card, and it is not suitable for this kind of magma battlefield. Of course, it is impossible to channel it, so the one who channels it is a regular trump card. Pepet. White mist filled the air, and then a harsh cry resounded through the sky, which also represented the appearance of Tang Ping's trump card. A huge crow-like three-legged golden crow flew out of the mist, and Tang Ping stood at the top of its crown of feathers. The three-legged golden crow appears. Tai, who has not been channeled for a long time, has completed his transformation. The body size is nearly twice as big as before, no smaller than the Sun's psychic beast, it can even be said to be bigger. After all, flying psychic beasts are light in size. Although they are larger, their weight is definitely far less than that of ground-type psychic beasts. In addition to the change in body shape, there is also a dark golden light flowing on Tai's body, making him look hot and domineering, indicating that he has grown not only in body shape, but also in other aspects. It can grow so fast naturally because it is the only one in Yugu that enjoys the massive natural energy supply. If replaced by Miyamu Mountain and Rika Cave, due to the large number of toads and snakes, the growth rate is naturally much slower than it. Tai, let me see your limit. Tang Ping signaled his psychic beast to attack with all his strength and there was no need to hold back. Pepet. Tai's body temperature suddenly rose sharply. No. It's not that the temperature on its body is rising sharply, but that the temperature in the surrounding air is rising crazily. And the originally dark environment gradually became brighter. Endless light and heat are gathered together by Tai. Turn it up. Tai, who had just channeled, was ready to open up. Tang Ping jumped down from it and threw himself towards the dark sphere directly below the monster's head. Tian Kong Yun Sword. People form seals in mid-air. This is originally an immortal method, but it is not impossible to use chakra. At most, it is not qualified to be called an immortal method or celestial skill, it is just a ninjutsu. He grabbed a golden white flaming sword with his right hand. The color of fire release represents the temperature, and also represents different levels of power. Ordinary fire release is red, and every time the temperature increases by 100 degrees, the power will increase by 1 level. The golden white color is 500 degrees higher than the red flame, which means that the fire escape of this color will be 5 levels stronger than the fire escape of the same level. Simply heartless. Now you understand why Dohei is confident that his fire escape can surpass Madara, right? Whoa, whoa. Tang once swung the Tian Kong Yun sword in his hand, easily cutting off several snake heads biting from below, and then smashed the pitch-black ball of light with all his strength. Boo! The ball of light burst, but there was no explosion or the like that Tang Ping expected. If that were the case, the monster might be seriously injured by his own ultimate move, which would be a lot of fun. After interrupting the release of the opponent's ultimate move, Tang Pingyanyi erupted flames and assisted himself in flying towards the edge of the magma pit, preparing to avoid Tai's next ultimate move. I just stood on the wall of the pit. The giant pillar of fire tore the sky apart. Really? Tearing.jpg. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced by a giant pillar of fire, and then the pillar of fire fell on Tai in midair, and then continued to fall on the monster, connecting the three into one. Endless high temperature and flames erupted on the demon's body. Ah! Damn Konoha ninja! As long as the Miko doesn't die, I won't die either. You can't even think of killing me. The screams were accompanied by the sound of barbecue being grilled in flames. What a miserable old man! One thing can be understood from the monster's screams, that is, the other party does have a symbiotic relationship with the Miko. Perhaps having Huang Chuan kill the shrine maiden before was just a disguise. At the critical moment, he would devour the opponent like the original version and let it merge with himself. Is that all you have? Tang Ping looked disappointed as he saw the demon screaming in agony after being burned by Tai. That's it, that's it. I still have a lot of useless means, but the other party just kneels down, which is too much. Although it was known from the fact that the other party was solved by Prince Ming, who only knew how to make meatballs in the future, the other party was indeed a bit lazy. But because of the different performances before, Tang Ping thought that he really wanted to give himself an upgraded version of the monster. Unexpectedly, after being strengthened, he was still useless, and was directly roasted by Tai's ultimate move. But it's also the other party's fault. Because Tai's move is too restrained, and coupled with the surrounding magma environment, the power is more than doubled, let alone the opponent. Even if the tailed beast comes, he will have to kneel. The prerequisite is that it cannot be moved. This move is a continuous output. If the target can move, the effect will be reduced by at least 10 times. At the same time, Tang Ping decided to name this move Amaterasu. Sorry, I used the name of my future kaleidoscope ability first. And he felt that Tai's move was more suitable for the name. The pillar of fire illuminates the target from the sky. Is it exactly what the name describes? Itaka/Suzuki, MMP, I'm talking about MMP. Anyway, the copyright of this name already belongs to me. Even if those two people have this kaleidoscope ability in the future, they can only be regarded as their own piracy. Take other people's paths and leave others with no way to go. It is completely the basic skill of a time traveler. Soon, under Tai's barbecuing pillar of fire that can melt gold and turn iron, the sprite's movements became smaller and smaller, and even the screams lost their passion. It's just that he won't die. There is no way. This alien monster is like the shadow of the witch. As long as the witch is immortal, it will not be destroyed. No wonder other people find it difficult. It's time to end. Tang Ping suddenly rushed toward Huang Chuan, who was getting smaller and smaller in the flames, and could already vaguely see the figure at the core. Fierce. Layers of flame clothing were piled on top of each other, making his whole body shrouded in flames. Soon, he reached the rocks in the magma where the opponent was. Rush directly into the pillar of fire that is comparable to a high-temperature furnace. He would not do anything stupid like stop attacking first and let the opponent take the opportunity to escape. Anyway, this state is immune to fire, so go ahead. He quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the opponent hard. Sealing technique. 4-symbol seal. Dohei has been using Qingming potion to study sealing techniques, and with the guidance of Uzumaki Kyuyuna, it is not surprising that he can use this kind of seal. Intense mantras emerged on Huang Quan's body. Success. At this point, the perpetual motion machine is obtained. Chapter 178 The Treasure of the Power of the Ninja World. How is that possible? Why can't I leave this body? Damn Konoha ninja! Let me leave quickly, or I will swallow you. The demon found that his power had been blocked, and he could not even escape from this body. Stop struggling. Tang Ping applied another 4-image seal to form the Bagua seal. There's no reason why he can't do what Namikaze Minato can do a few years later, right? With the Qingming elixir in hand, his learning efficiency is dozens or hundreds of times that of normal people, and his progress is really exaggerated. Coupled with the fact that Uzumaki Kyokuna has knowledge and she really gives it to her without any hidden secrets, Dohei's level in sealing techniques has also improved linearly, and is now considered to be at the top level. The Bagua seal can even seal the 9 tails firmly, let alone monsters from other worlds like sprites that are not even as good as One Tail. The most reliable thing for the opponent is his ability to be immortal. As long as Tang Ping doesn't want to kill the opponent, it's really not difficult to deal with it. Finally, add a contract seal to prevent the other party from escaping through contract or other means. Done. Of course, the opponent's body is also tied up with a tough cow chop rope. Let alone a human being, not even a tiger can break free. As for why the binding is so professional? That is naturally because the ninjutsu course includes basic skill courses such as the rope breaking technique, which of course also includes the technique of binding a target. And after Tang Ping sealed the demons, the originally heavy dark clouds suddenly dispersed, letting the long-lost sunshine shine from the sky. At the same time, the magma in the giant pit also cooled rapidly, and the terracotta warriors and horses outside the pit also stopped one after another, as if they had turned into real puppets. The top of the waterfall. It's finally over. Obito, who was almost struck by the terracotta warrior's sword, sat on the ground and gasped. He had reached his limit. Facing these terracotta warriors and horses, physical skills are useless. If they could not stop this method by pushing them down the waterfall, they would not be able to hold on. Of course, there is also Maitreya's barrier to help. The Shrine Maiden does not use the chakra system. The main power of witchcraft is sealing and purification, which does not provide much in terms of combat effectiveness. Therefore, even though she can seal alien monsters such as sprites, her combat effectiveness is really not strong. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked the 5 major countries for help. That psychic beast is too strong. After taking 2 deep breaths, Obito looked up with envy at Taiki, who disappeared into the sky. Although the Uchiha clan also has psychic beasts like crows. But because it was cultivated by the tribe themselves, it has no natural energy at all, and its size is naturally not much larger than an ordinary crow. If it's used to cast illusions, it's not a problem, but if you want it to fight, don't think too much about it. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Although he signed a psychic contract with the ninja clan early due to his father's reasons. The ninja dog is fine for tracking, but in terms of combat effectiveness, let alone a top psychic beast like Taiki, it is no match for even the ninja dog of the Inyazuka clan. Therefore, he also yearns for psychic beasts like Tai. Not long after, Tang Ping carried the sealed and bound and comatose Huang Chuan to the top of the waterfall. Your Highness Maitreya, we have completed the task entrusted to you this time. You don't have to worry about monsters anymore. While speaking, he also shook the underworld in his hand. The other party's body was now like a container, trapping the fully resurrected monster in it. Note that when it comes to sealing techniques, witches are unique. But compared with the Whirlpool clan, it is completely different. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for the other party. However, Tang Ping, who possesses the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, does not find it difficult. If the Miko's sealing technique was strong enough, she would have been looted by the 5 great ninja villages. But judging from the fact that the opponent's sealing technique has never been coveted, we know that the sealing level of the Miko is really not good, at least not as good as the 5 major ninja villages. And the 5 major ninja villages are far inferior to the Uzumaki clan, so now it is completely natural for Dohei to seal a demon. I didn't expect. Maitreya stared at the yellow spring in Tang Ping's hand with a complicated expression. The enemy that worried her and the demon country was vulnerable to the Konoha ninjas, which also made her realize the real gap between the two sides. Next, Tang Ping did not leave in a hurry. It's hard to come out once, so why don't you try it again? And Maitreya also wanted to do his best to be a landlord. Although the sealed temple was blown up into a huge pit. But everyone inside left early and brought out valuable items, so the loss was not too exaggerated. At least compared to the losses caused by the monsters before, it is really nothing. With the grace of saving lives, it is no wonder that Ashikaga Kyo led a group of people and tried his best to entertain them. Compared to the trouble they solved, this is nothing at all. Team Minato can only obey. And Tang Ping didn't let them wait in vain, he still took the time to give them some pointers. With his current accumulation, it is extremely easy to guide them. Especially Kakashi. He is actually studying high-level lightning escape. Genius. Other peers may still be thinking about learning a sea-level ninjutsu, but he is already developing ninjutsu. And he stared at Tang Ping and asked, completely without his usual cold style. Because Kakashi knows how strong Dohei is in developing ninjutsu. Yanyi was originally developed in front of him. At that time, Yanyi had many flaws in all aspects, but as Tang Ping grew up, Yan Yi also turned into a super secret technique, which can be used in all aspects. It can be called his signature ninjutsu. If his strength hadn't been too exaggerated, the village might have found a way to include this secret technique in the Book of Sealing. Once one acquires the sealing technique, it means that the village has the right to freely teach this ninjutsu. Now you know why once someone develops a powerful secret technique, the village will find a way to include it in the Book of Sealing, right? The key point is to obtain the power of teaching. High-level ninjutsu. It can be said to be able to change the fate of a ninja. Just like Namikaze Minato. No matter how talented you were before, until you learned how to fly the Thunder God, you were only at the elite Jonin level. But after learning to fly the Thunder God, you will start directly with the Quasi-Shadow level, and then the Shadow level and Strong Shadow level. Most high-level ninjutsu have a decisive effect, so they are pursued by countless ninjas. Now, Kakashi, who is only about 10 years old, can develop high-level ninjutsu on his own, which shows his genius. Tang Ping is not a genius, he is cheating. Therefore, the strongest genius in Konoha must be Kakashi. And under the guidance of Tang Ping, he actually succeeded in developing his signature ninjutsu in advance. Phew! The sound is like 1,000 birds chirping together, coupled with the posture of the right hand wrapped in thunder and lightning, not to mention the combat power, the force level is directly maxed out. Anyway, Tang Ping felt a little sad after seeing it. I can only continue to have a heart-to-heart chat with Mate Rhea and Huang Quan. Yes, the main reason why he stayed was to study the alien monster in Huang Quan's body. With the help of Mate Rhea, a lot of time can be saved, and at the same time, there will be someone to discuss any problems. After some friendly exchanges, Tang Ping finally understood a lot of information about the demon. Afraid. It is an indispensable food for monsters and the source of their power. Negative emotions such as fear, and hatred of intelligent life towards itself will be absorbed by sprites and turned into a special power. It is this kind of power that drives the terracotta warriors and horses. Before Chakra appeared, this kind of power had already appeared in this world. Just like natural energy, it was also a power that existed before Chakra appeared. But when Chakra appeared, these obscure, difficult to control, and extremely risky powers were gradually replaced by Chakra. At that time, the world also became the ninja world. Obviously, Tang Ping has discovered a real treasure. Chapter 179, Monster, what, I've become a big treasure? The power of emotion or belief. And there are examples. Haiden in the future believes in evil gods and has immortality. There is also the god of death of the Uzumaki clan. That is not a chakra system, but the god of death that the Uzumaki clan believes in. Powers like this were mainstream before Kagaya Otsutsuki came, but after he planted the sacred tree, these powers faded, and the world became the shape of the Otsutsuki clan. Possibly, this is why chakra ninjutsu is ineffective against yin-yang release, but senjutsu is effective. Because the power system is different. This is also the reason why the Fourth Ninja World War became the Otsutsuki family plan. Because it is impossible for ninjas with chakra as their power to deal with the Otsutsuki clan who are the source of chakra. The two protagonists can fight back. It is completely a trick of the six-path sage who lives in the Pure Land. Relying on the power of ninjas. After Tang Ping obtained the Wool Yang, he had a way to study this kind of power other than chakra. Wonderful. In ancient times, the power of faith did seem backward and outdated. But in today's ninja world, there is a huge space for it to shine. Especially for Tang Ping who has experienced the information explosion, he should not do too many tricks on faith, and he can try it little by little. With this harvest, Tang Ping is very satisfied with this mission. It's a pity that there is no hope for the perpetual motion machine. Fear. If you want the Wool Yang to drive the terracotta warriors, someone needs to fear and hate it. If not, this alien monster, will also be weak, so it is not a real perpetual motion machine. And the number and range of activities of the terracotta warriors driven are also related to the amount of fear collected. If it were those stubborn people in the ninja world, they would only use killing and destruction to collect. But Tang Ping has different ideas. Haunted houses, evil legends, horror movies, etc., as long as people can point their fear to the monsters, it doesn't mean that they must kill them. See, as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Unfortunately, due to the beating by Tang Ping, the fear of the monsters has been mostly consumed. The number of terracotta warriors that can be maintained has been reduced from 5,000 to 1,000, and the range of activities and emotional collection is only 10 kilometers. In addition, the terracotta warriors are greatly reduced in all aspects under the sun, and they will continue to be hurt. Blood loss. Originally, I thought that with the monsters, there would be unlimited energy and labor, but now it seems that it is greatly reduced. At the same time, I also know why the 5 major ninja villages don't care about the monsters at all. It seems that they all know the weakness of the terracotta warriors who are afraid of the sun. But Tang Ping thinks, why let the terracotta warriors fight? Let these guys cultivate, cut wood, dig canals, build. Isn't it better than fighting? In terms of combat power, ninjas crush terracotta warriors. But in terms of productivity, terracotta warriors completely crush ninjas, and ninjas use chakra to spend their lives, while terracotta warriors only need to consume fear, and the cost of the two is not the same concept at all. 1,003 meter tall, powerful, and simple-minded terracotta warriors, even if they can't work during the day, how much work can they do at night? Gulp. Every time he thought of this, Dohei's eyes looking at Huang Chuan would gradually become abnormal. And when he told Moroku about this problem, he was directly paralyzed. Yes, when the priestesses faced the monsters, they either thought of sealing them or perishing with them, and no one had the idea of using the other party's work. It has been introduced before how weak the productivity of the ninja world is. So, when Moroku thought of the labor value of 1,000 terracotta warriors, he turned hostile instantly. No. Wang Liang is from the land of ghosts, you are absolutely not allowed to take it away. No matter what, it must stay. Moroku, like a tigress, directly blocked Huang Chuan who was tied to the wooden frame. Call it and see if it dares to agree to you. Tang Ping ignored the little reptile in front of him. The witch's magic power is mainly purification and sealing. If they really fight, let alone herself, the 3 little ones can easily deal with her. Damn human, I will never surrender to my sister Qiao. Tied to the wooden frame, the Wu Yang, who had been tortured, experiments, during this period, was angry. Even if I am a captive, there is no need to humiliate myself like this, right? It's a pity that it doesn't understand at all that it is not a captive at this time, but an extremely precious treasure, Wang Liang, meow meow meow. Are you sure? Dou Ping glanced at the other party coldly, which made the Wu Yang, who had tasted all kinds of torture in the past few days, timid. After shocking the other party, Dou Ping turned and left the basement. The more he knew about the Wu Yang, the more targeted the seal he imposed. Now he didn't have to worry about the other party being able to break free from the seal. The difference between those who knew the sealing technique and those who were strong in the sealing technique was here. There were many ninjas who knew the sealing technique. People like Jiraiya, Danzo, all knew it, but they were able to use it, while people like Uzumaki Kushina, Dou Ping, Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato belonged to the know-how-to-use type. They used the same sealing technique, but it was more effective and less consuming, and they could even adjust and change it temporarily. The current Bagua seal was Dou Ping's private version. Therefore, he was not worried that Moroku would take Huang Chuan away without his permission. Because it was useless. The premise of using it is that you need to adjust the seal yourself. If you do it without authorization, the consequences will be unbearable for the ghost country. No matter what, the ghosts belong to our witches. You can't deny this. Moroku, who chased Tang Ping out of the basement where he was imprisoned, spoke. The ghosts and the witches are completely light and shadow, and the relationship is inseparable and confusing. 1 and 9 points, 90% of the control time belongs to me. Tang Ping hated himself for being quick-mouthed at this time, and actually asked this question. If he didn't ask, he might have taken it all for himself. However, after knowing the relationship between the ghosts and the witches, he also understood that this was impossible. The other party would find out sooner or later, so it was necessary to negotiate the use share of Huang Chuan in advance. Who wouldn't love this super construction core that does not require maintenance and logistics? Let's take a simple example. 1,003 meter high terracotta warriors and horses, as long as simple farm tools are prepared for them, can cultivate at least tens of thousands of acres of land in one night. It doesn't matter even if there are trees, rocks, etc. on this land. And this is still a conservative figure. Similarly, there are road construction, excavation, and other jobs that do not require too much precision. No wonder Mate Raya would rather overcome his fear and compete with Tang Ping for the use of Huang Chuan. No, the ghost is our witch's treasure. If it's 9-1, I would rather commit suicide, and then no one can get it. Maitreya's words were extremely fierce. The ghost country is too poor. Every year, many people starve to death. No one knows the benefits of such a super construction core better than her. Directly threatened with suicide. This is her only bargaining chip. As long as her line of witch blood is cut off, the ghosts from the other world will disappear until the next witch is summoned. 28. No more, but you have to ensure your blood inheritance. Tang Ping gave the final condition. That is to say, the ghost army will be handed over to the other party for 20 days out of every 100 days, and the fear consumed by the other party will also be collected by herself. However, instead, the other party must pass on her bloodline, otherwise if the other party has an accident, the ghost will be finished. God knows whether there will be another shrine maiden who can be summoned next time. Such an important treasure, he can't bear to see the other party get into trouble. Deal. A cunning look flashed in Moroko's eyes, as if he was a fox who stole a chicken. And Tang Ping didn't know why his scalp was numb. But he felt that with his strength, no matter what the other party calculated, it would be useless, so he straightened his back. Unfortunately, his waist was deeply bent after a few days. And when he left the ghost country with his injured waist, he swore that he would get back the humiliation he had suffered sooner or later. I'm still a child. How can this NM do this? The ninja world is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside. From then on, Tang Ping had a deep fear of the profession of shrine maiden. Wolf destruction. Can't afford to provoke. Chapter 180 Haiga Kangyu, the cat who steals fish. On the way back. Dohei-kun, what happened to you? Nohara-rin looked at Dohei with concern, his steps were weak and his face was pale when he used the instant body technique, just like Dohei who had just recovered from a serious injury. He was normal when he was instructing me in medical ninjutsu before, but I didn't expect it to become like this today. It's okay. I was just careless. I didn't sprain my ankle. Something happened to my waist. But His Highness Moroko is proficient in pharmacology and has checked it for me. Dohei explained with a calm face. Yes, he really didn't expect that Moroko was proficient in pharmacology and his attainments were not low. Coupled with the special plants of the land of demons, he was directly overturned in the gutter. Since it was not a poison, even if he was proficient in the detoxification knowledge left by Tsunade, he still couldn't do anything. Shin in the original plot also has this kind of personality, so don't think it's unreasonable. For several days. According to the other party, the witch has a secret technique to guarantee her bloodline inheritance, so now there is no need to worry about the disappearance of the great treasure Wolyang because of the bloodline inheritance. But it is not without benefits. At least he and the ghost country are tied together, and he can give Huangchuan to the other party for safekeeping for a period of time, and then take it back to the river country when he finds an opportunity. With this ghost army, the development potential of the river country is invincible. Because it can change the river course, some areas that have been flooded or affected by the river for a long time can be directly turned into fields for planting. Combined with the seeds that he is improving, it is enough to bring a little productivity shock to the ninja world. Fortunately, Nohara-Lin's medical knowledge is not too deep, and he can't see the reason, otherwise Do Ping will die. If it is just death, it will be fine. If those two know, Do Ping is afraid that the ghost country will disappear. One is a strong cage, and the other is a genius with 3 Megatama who can burst open the Mangeki at any time. It is no joke that a single person can destroy a country. Good news, the two don't know. Bad news, the two don't know yet. Once things are exposed in the future, the scene should not be weaker than the Ninja World War, right? Never mind, let's talk about the future later, let's not worry about it now. On the way back, Dohei also fulfilled his responsibility as the captain of the guidance. He not only gave instructions, but also found some practical targets for them. The focus is on Obito and Nohara-Rin. Forget Kakashi, he has even been on the battlefield, especially with the strength of a Jonin, and his attack is simply bullying. After about 10 days, they returned to Konoha again. Finally back. Obito looked at the familiar village and made a relieved sound. At this time, he was carrying 3 backpacks, and he was completely a bag-carrying brother all the way. 2 of them were from Dohei and Nohara-Rin, and they called it a training opportunity for him. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. At the gate of the village, there are several familiar figures to greet them. Sister Kuyukina. Dohei walked up slowly to greet them. They didn't hide their whereabouts along the way. When they entered the land of fire, the news was first passed back to the village, so it's not surprising that someone knew in advance. Little Dohei. Uzumaki Koyukin agreed excitedly. Fortunately, she changed her words in time and did not call her a little Tang Tang, otherwise, Do Ping would be killed again. Sister Kukuna. *3. The three children of Minato's class greeted at the same time. She insisted on calling her teacher, otherwise they would have called her teacher. Well, I heard from the old man that you completed the mission well this time. Uzumaki Kukuna praised the three people. There is no way, the mission receipt this time was written by Moroku, and it was sent a few days in advance, so it was naturally full of praise. As for some details, of course, it is impossible to write them on it. And the three children of Minato's class only knew that the wool yang was finally handed over to Moroku for sealing, so they were not afraid of revealing flaws. This is also the reason why Do Ping wanted to reach a cooperation with the other party. With the other party, the use of wool yang also has a layer of cover. Now he is still underdeveloped and needs to continue to suck blood from Konoha, and it is far from time to leave. But their communication was soon interrupted. To celebrate my eternal rival Kakashi's completion of the mission, I will run 100 laps around the village today. A voice full of fighting spirit came from the mouth of a boy with thick eyebrows, a bowl cut, and wearing a green tights, who looked like a kappa. Tiger and wolf words. Running one lap of Konoha village is several kilometers, and 100 laps is more than hundreds of kilometers. Although ninjas are not ordinary people, this is a bit too exaggerated, not to mention that it is a 10-year-old boy. Yes, the one who spoke is the future King Kai. But now he is just a good ninja, and his fame is not at the same level as Kakashi, who is a super genius. Everyone treats him as a joke. Only Dohei knows that the other party's opponent's statement is really not funny at all. Even Kakashi is not worthy of comparing with him in the future. His terrifying perseverance, hard work, and determination are not something Kakashi can touch. Whether it is blood or background, Kakashi is far superior to Kai, but he is not as good as him in achievements, so he has already lost. Even if it is a comparison of misery, Kai is not weaker than Kakashi. He has been discriminated against since he was a child, and his father also died in battle to protect him, which is indeed no better than Kakashi. So, it is indeed correct to say that Kai is stronger than Kakashi. However, Emperor Kai in this life is not so tragic for the time being. Beside him, there stood a girl with long hair and a shawl, wearing a tight martial arts uniform because of her good figure, in disguised appearance. Hinata Kangyu. Looking at the appearance of the other party and Kai, it should be because of what Dohei said before that the other party has the strongest physical skills, so he became interested in him, so he began to teach him physical skills. The Hyuga clan has always been a big boss in physical skills, so she has the qualifications to teach him. Feeling Dohei's gaze, Hinata Kangyu slowly walked over. Sister Juzingna knew you were coming back today, so she pulled me along to greet you. She explained softly, as if she was really pulled here. However, when she approached Tang Ping, her movements froze instantly, then she lowered her head and sniffed lightly, a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes, and finally turned into a deep murderous intent, and when she raised her head again, it turned into a well-behaved look. Even the Sichuan opera's face changing is not as fast as hers. Which thieving cat is it? Is it Red Eyes? No, she is now on the front line to resist the Mist Ninja, and it is impossible for her to appear in the land of demons. It must be said that Hyuga Kangyu is much stronger than the Anbu ninja who is good at collecting intelligence. Just when they met, she realized that her treasure was not clean. And Tang Ping naturally didn't know this and said, "Okay, let's go back to the village first." After a few days of traveling, he really wanted to go back and take a shower and rest. Although there were 3 little ones working as laborers along the way, camping in the wild was still enjoyable for a short time, and those who understand it will understand it after a long time. Yes, I have prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Uzumaki Kushina turned around and led the way. It's a pity that she didn't notice the expressions of several people. The smile that was originally due to returning to the village disappeared in an instant, replaced by a mask of pain. It's not a question of whether the food made by the other party is difficult to eat, but a question of whether it will cost your life. Anyway, whether it is Dohei or the 3 little ones of Minato's team, they would rather face a few more monsters than face that big meal. After all, monsters will not kill you, but that kind of big meal will. Don't worry, I will also participate in this big meal. Hinata Kangyu's words pulled several people out of the abyss of pain and turned them into smiling faces. benefactor. Their eyes when looking at her expressed this meaning, and they even felt that she was carrying a layer of holy light. Next, Dohei naturally had a sumptuous meal to celebrate the successful completion of this mission, and then returned to the Uchiha clan. After entering the underground laboratory, he saw the masterpiece that cost him countless efforts at a glance. Chapter 181 Danzo, I colluded with the Mist Ninja to make Konoha great again. Armor. A tall white humanoid armor, soaked in an enlarged life support cabin. There is a white vine as thick as an egg on the armor, connecting to a white zetsu in a normal life support cabin on the side that is nearly times shorter. Yes, this white armor is alive and grew out of the white zetsu. White zetsu is like a vine, and power armor is its fruit. Otherwise, if you use white zetsu as a material directly, it is impossible to create such a large. The power armor is several times larger than itself. Of course, when cultivating, it is natural to mix in some materials prepared in advance. Thanks to the jump potion left behind in advance, Hinata Kangya was able to complete the cultivation as instructed. The cost is the consumption of dozens of bottles of nutrient solution. If it weren't for the reward from the top brother on the list, this power armor would have no way of being cultivated. Of course, this is a luxury custom version. If it is changed to the beggar bankrupt version, the training cost will be greatly reduced. By the way, where is Koji? Tang Ping looked at the power armor that had already taken shape, nodded with satisfaction and asked a question. If the other party is in the village, it is impossible for him not to come to pick me up. Recently, there were some problems at Honda Chamber of Commerce, and he took people to deal with it. Hinata Kangya looked to the side corner and answered casually. Business wars in the ninja world are simple and plain. False business war, competing on price, service, wits, and courage. Real business war, competing for background, poisoning, murder and arson. It is indeed very characteristic of the ninja world. With Yamama Koji's elite jonin strength, there is no need to worry about him encountering any accidents when resolving such business competition. Do you really think elite jonin are cabbages that can be found everywhere? Even in Konoha, the number of elite jonin is less than double digits if we exclude the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. If you think about the number of elite jonin in the future during the reign of Prince Naruto, you will realize how rare elite jonin are. Once he comes back, we can do the surgery. How's the news going? Tang Ping became concerned about another thing. Of course, it is impossible to take out the power armor at will. First, let the mountain clan spread the word and change the family records to show that their clan did have such a magical ninja tool, but it was lost outside and they are trying to find it back. Ninja tools. It is the new identity of power armor. Moreover, there are all kinds of strange ninja tools in the ninja world, so there is no need to worry that someone will think that power armor is not a ninja tool. No problem. Hinata Kangya nodded slightly. Under normal circumstances, a ninja village will not investigate the intelligence of the ninjas in its own village. I'm just speaking out now because I'm afraid that if the power armor performs too exaggeratedly in the future, it will arouse suspicion. This can be considered as preparing for a rainy day. With the power armor, Koji Yamama's combat capability is completely comparable to that of a Kage, only limited to frontal combat. Yes, the improvement is so exaggerated. That's why we need to prepare first. At the same time, Tang Ping slowly walked to a life support cabin in the corner and looked at the curled up red fox tail inside. It looks like a fox's tail, but it contains a lot of white zetsu, Hashirama's cells and nine tails chakra, making it stronger in toughness, strength, chakra conductivity and storage. Of course, the defensive power is naturally far inferior to that of power armor. This is the extraordinary organ specially prepared for Hinata Kangya, but it has not yet been fully formed. I exchanged the two secret techniques of Needle Jizo and Random Lion Hair with Senior Jiraiya. After you learn them, you will be able to better control the extraordinary organs in your body. Dohei took out 2 scrolls of secret techniques and gave them to Hinata Kangya. It not only contains secret techniques, but also various details and key points of cultivation. Only the founder of the secret technique can come up with these. If they are captured, they will not be there. Secret technique. Hinata Kangya took the scroll. When she finished reading it, she had a general impression of it. This is indeed a very good secret technique. The most important thing is that it is extremely suitable for female ninjas like her who have precise chakra control and long hair. Maybe it's not surprising that she is stronger than Jiraiya in 2 secret techniques. In the ninja world, it is not surprising that the creators of secret techniques are not as good as the learners. One is crossing the river by feeling the stones, the other is standing on the shoulders of the pioneers. Under the premise of different difficulty levels, it is indeed not difficult to surpass others if one has stronger talent. Just like the two forbidden techniques of Flying Thunder God and Impure World Reincarnation are the best examples. Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru directly surpassed Senju Tobirama, the creator of forbidden techniques. Just after Tang Ping returned to the village, a conspiracy loomed over him. In the headquarters base of the route, is Uchiha Tohei back? With half of his body bound in bandages, Danzo's cold aura became stronger and stronger as he asked the root ninja who was half kneeling in front of him. Yes. The latter replied concisely. Well, let's use our spies in the mist to pass on this information. Danzo handed a letter to the other party. Yes, he had thought of a brilliant plan. Use the mist ninja to deal with the Uchiha clan, and by the way, drag the biggest threat Uchiha Tohei into the water. At the same time, Uchiha can also be used to severely damage the mist ninja. At that time, he can get the credit for defeating the mist ninja and pave the way for himself to take the position of Hokage. I have to say that when Danzo was plotting against his own people, his IQ instantly maxed out. Whoosh! The root ninja took the letter and disappeared in the root base. Hiruzen, since you can't protect Konoha, let me do it. Danzo muttered to himself. Even though he did such a thing, he firmly believed that everything he did was for the good of Konoha. It is said that no matter how many weirdos there are in the ninja world, there are only a few who can hypnotize themselves to this extent. Among them, Danzo and White-Eyed Wolf are definitely among the top ones. A person who makes Konoha great again can do anything: assassinate the Hokage, frame the strong men of the village, plunder the blood of the ninja clan, and suppress the ninja clan. In order to create a world with Lin, it is not a problem to kill his master, his mother, his family, and his friends. The two of them can be called sleeping dragons and phoenixes. Now, Danzo has actually restrained himself in colluding with the Kiri ninja to harm Uchiha. At least you didn't borrow someone else's knife to clear your side, right? But Tang Ping didn't know this. In the past few days since he came back, he has been making final preparations for the operation. A few days later, Yamamakoji returned to the village with several young ninjas who had taken refuge with Tang Hei. Of course, he left the village by accepting a sea-level mission. But what you do when you go out is another matter. Otherwise, active ninjas cannot leave the village without reason. The ninja village's control over active ninjas is completely beyond imagination. But the family ninja doesn't matter. When Yamamakoji and the others came back, they brought back a huge set of full-body armor. Armor is the legendary ninja tool. When the villagers saw it, no one cared. They all thought it was just a ninja tool. It was no big deal. It was not a legendary ninja tool like the Thunder God's Sword, Seven Ninja Sword, Uchiha Fan, etc. But what no one noticed was that the weight and shape of the armor Koji Yamama brought back were wrong. The height of nearly 2.5 meters, and the width that has gained more than a few laps, are completely inconsistent with his body shape. In terms of weight, it weighs more than several tons and is completely unusable by flesh and blood. To be honest, if a ninja uses chakra to explode, let alone a few tons, even if it weighs hundreds of tons, it is not a problem at all. Just like when Kaihuang used the 8-gate dungeon, every blow could destroy mountains. The power weighed more than hundreds of tons. There are also hundreds of tons of toad statues and psychic beasts in Mingtei's Mushin Sage mode. And just throw it away. In comparison, a few tons is nothing. The problem is, this is armor. It needs to be worn on the body all the time, not something that can be lifted up and forgotten in an instant. Even physically powerful taijutsu ninjas such as the Kai and Akimichi clan cannot wear such heavy armor. So it is indeed wrong. But as long as today is over, Tohei will be able to give Konoha a little shock. Chapter 182 Extraordinary Organ, Powered Armor. In the spacious laboratory, the bright shadowless lamp illuminates the operating table below in detail. If you regret it now, it's still too late. Tang Ping glanced at his friend who was lying down in only his underwear and asked for the last time. No matter how high the success rate is, there is always a probability of failure. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yamamakoji's usually expressionless face. I can't wait. His confidence in Tang Ping is stronger than his own, and even if something unexpected happens, he will not regret it at all. In order to pursue power, it is natural for a ninja to take risks. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, how could he hesitate? Then let's get started. Tang Ping injects the anesthetic gas. This kind of thing is not difficult for him to prepare at all, and there is no need to buy it at all. The operation is to use white cells to construct nerve connection points on his body. Then connect it to the power armor through the connection point. In this way, the power armor is equivalent to its own accessory tissues such as hair and nails. It can be used without being injured due to its destruction. The price is that it is extremely troublesome to put on and take off. If you want to perform this implantation surgery, you must have astonishing levels of expertise in medical, biological, and other fields, and at the same time be protected by pharmaceuticals, white zetsu cells, and medical ninjutsu. The most important thing is to have the jump potion, which is Tang Ping's blood, to achieve the final fusion and evolution, otherwise the implant will be useless. A series of conditions led to the fact that only he could do this surgery for the time being. Throughout the entire operation, there was no such thing as a critical moment, and it was miraculously successful in the end. Daily accumulation, as well as experiments and tests, made Tang Ping's surgical process extremely smooth. Finally, when he finished the operation, Yamamakoji had 9 more egg-sized white pit-like nerve connection points on his body, which looked extremely terrifying. Through these nerve connection points, you can freely control the power armor and make it become your own skin. It can only be said that this kind of black technology was impossible even before time travel, but I didn't expect that it could be realized in the ninja world. After completing the operation, Dohei's hands lit up with the light of medical ninjutsu. The healing technique allows the incision to heal, and then it is a very classic B-level medical ninjutsu. The art of extracting minor troubles. An unpopular and extremely difficult medical ninjutsu. It has no therapeutic effect and is used for detoxification. But Dohei knew that this ninjutsu had another effect. Anti-inflammatory and anti-toxic. It can be called the best assistant during surgery. But not many people in the ninja world know this. It can only be said that this is a matter of knowledge. As for why he knows medical ninjutsu, don't forget that he has absorbed all the knowledge of Konoha Hospital, and with the knowledge given by Tsunade, it is not surprising that he can understand these medical ninjutsu on his own. It's just like the art of hundreds of heroes, there is nothing we can do about this type of S-level medical ninjutsu for the time being. It finally worked. Dohei looked at Koji Yamama on the operating table with satisfaction, and then cut off the anesthetic gas input. With Yamama Koji's terrifying body after the first stage of becoming a god, ordinary anesthesia would not be effective if he did not actively cooperate and if Dohei increased the anesthetic dose. Now that there is no more continuous input, it will naturally wake up slowly. Opening his eyes, Koji Yamama looked at the familiar shadowless lamp above his head and the surrounding environment, and his consciousness began to come online. Is the operation successful? He spoke slowly, feeling uncoordinated. Yet. Tang Ping nodded and walked to the life-saving cabin not far away, using a scalpel to cut off the vine connecting Baizetsu and the power armor. Next comes the real highlight. Armor piercing. The operation is to enable it to control this power armor, but it does not mean that it can be improved after surgery. Step. Yamamakoji sat up from the operating table, his strong and huge body full of pressure. At over 2 meters tall, he is more than a head taller than ordinary people. However, compared with the armor in the survival cabin, it is still a few times smaller. Wow! After the nutrient solution was pumped out, a glass side of the large life support cabin that was enlarged to nearly 5 meters high opened as an entrance. Looking at the smooth and delicate white power armor in front of him, Koji Yamama felt like he was connected by blood. Everyone has said that it is a luxurious and enhanced version, so it can naturally recognize its owner. When nurturing, the blood of Yamamakoji was used, which is the most suitable for each other in all aspects. Sand. The originally airtight white armor suddenly opened from the front to both sides, as if a human being was embracing it with open arms. Chakra. Equivalent to everyone's DNA, the power armor will take the initiative to deploy when it senses Yamamakoji's chakra. If it had been anyone else, even Tang Ping, the creator, would have been able to destroy it by force and would not have been able to make it open on its own initiative. Taking the initiative to walk into the open power armor, Yamamakoji fell into boundless darkness. Even if it looks like it's been swallowed by armor. But because of his trust in Tang Ping, he was calmly swallowed into the power armor. And at the 9 nerve connection points on the back of Shanjian Koji's head, limbs, etc., the white roots inside the power armor penetrated into them. In an instant, it was as if he was just wearing a layer of light clothing, and he could even feel the air flowing through him. Thin and breathable. This was Yamamakoji's first feeling after connecting to the power armor. It was obviously a powered armor with a thickness of more than 10 centimeters, but it gave him the illusion of being thin and light, which made him a little uncomfortable. Power armor has many functions, including being immune to illusions, storing chakra, reducing weight, flying briefly, etc. Tang Ping introduced the special effects. Of course, it can also greatly improve your basic strength and reaction speed. He added. Using white Zetsu cells to imitate the muscle bundles of ant structures, it can be called a supernatural power in the power armor state. The nerve reaction speed was inspired by Tsunade's Ran body charge medical ninjutsu. It can convert chakra into neural electrons to speed up reaction speed, which is definitely a huge enhancement for close combat. If anyone thinks that Koji Yamama will be clumsy if he is too big, he will definitely die in a rhythmic manner. There are chakra meridians inside the power armor, so wearing it will not affect the performance of ninjutsu. Skills such as treading water, climbing trees, etc. are not a problem. The principle of immunity illusion is also very simple. Camera principle. No matter how powerful the illusion is, it cannot be effective by detecting the images transmitted to the brain by the ninjutsu, right? However, this function is an active effect. When turned on, it will block the field of vision and consume chakra. These active abilities consume chakra, so there is a half-meter-sized backpack on the back of the armor, with 2 jet ports underneath. The backpack can store chakra and is built based on the principle of yin seal. Anyway, the power armor has chakra meridians, which can allow chakra to flow freely, as long as the excess chakra is sealed in the backpack. If the difficulty of doing this in the human body is 100, the difficulty of doing it on a backpack is less than 10 at most. And the upper limit of the chakra reserves depends on the user, which is only about 3 times at most, which is far inferior to the yin seal. However, this kind of improvement can already bring a qualitative change to the wearer. Be careful, don't move around yet. Doping looked at Koji Yamama, who was about to make a move, and suddenly reacted and stopped him. Now the other party is completely Superman, and he doesn't want to destroy the laboratory without the other party being familiar with the power. Even if it is not completely destroyed, casually damaging some instruments will be a huge loss. Money is still a trivial matter. These precious experimental instruments are not easy to buy. Yamama Koji, who was about to exit the life support cabin, immediately stopped. After he became familiar with his new body little by little under the instructions of Tang Ping, a few hours had passed, and Hinata Kangyu, who was guarding the door, walked in impatiently. Finally, Yamama Koji slowly walked out of the life support cabin as if facing a formidable enemy, and followed the 2 of them to the training ground. The next step is to test the specific data of the power armor. For this extraordinary organ performance, both Tang Ping and the 2 were full of expectations. Chapter 183. That day, Yamama Koji entered the top of Konoha training ground. After several expansions, the area has become much larger than the initial one. There are also many more training items. For example, wooden stakes have different materials, which can accurately reflect some detailed data. There are also various standards for weights to train strength and endurance. There are also leggings like the one that weighs 100 kilograms like the future Xiao Li, which is completely everything. Although Uchiha Miai doesn't have much money, she is not stingy in investing in the laboratory, and she is completely spending a lot of money. By the way, the future Xiao Li only carries a few hundred kilograms, and the noise is so loud when he falls from a high place just because the force area is small. Let's start. Tang Ping signaled Yamama Koji to walk to the thigh-thick wooden stake and take action. Boom. The sound of a main battle tank shelling sounded in the training ground, and there was even a feeling that the air was shattered. As for the wooden stakes, they are everywhere. It was smashed to pieces by Yamama Koji easily. You know, before, it was just broken or knocked away at most. Next one. Doping had no expression. This wooden stake was just an appetizer, to let Yamama Koji understand that the power armor was different from his usual self, and it was not a test. Then it was in front of the wooden pillar as thick as a waist. Bang! Another punch smashed it. The terrifying power made people feel a sense of power just by looking at it. Bang! Boom! The punches were thrown out, making the underground training ground seem to be bombarded by heavy artillery. Finally, it was concluded that a punch had a force of dozens of tons, which was equivalent to Kai Huang's 6-gate state. Don't think it's weak. You know, when Kai Huang opened the 8 gates, he could kick the 6-path level Madara as a ball. Although the 8-gate state is 10 times stronger than the 7-gate state and 100 times stronger than the 6-gate state. But Yamamakoji only tested pure physical strength, without the blessing of chakra. In other words, on the battlefield, he can kill from beginning to end. Normal ninjas will become weak when their chakra is exhausted on the battlefield, and it is impossible for them to fight a protracted war. If they only use physical skills, they can last longer, but it is far inferior to pure physical strength. The reason why Yamamakoji is so terrible is not only because the human cells in the ninja world are more than those of ordinary people before the time travel, but also because the long steps to God directly gave him several tons of basic strength. This basic strength is amplified by the muscle bundle of the power armor, which becomes such a terrible effect. Yamamakoji can throw ordinary large summoned beasts directly. It is completely inhuman. In the past, you had to worry about whether your flesh and blood body could bear it. But now, you don't have to worry at all. Next is dexterity. Du Ping, who was standing at the edge of the training ground, pulled the rope and activated the mechanism. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, all of them shot towards Yamamakoji in the center. The future filial son played like this during his training in the Anbu, shocking Orochimaru, who saw it by accident for 100 years, and made him start to covet the Sharingan. Yamamakoji naturally did not have the Sharingan, but the nerve reflex speed brought by the power armor made him as fast as lightning. Ding, ding. The kunao in his hand swung, and he accurately knocked away and avoided the incoming kunao one by one. The picture looked a little weird. The white strong man who was nearly 2 meters and 3 meters tall was as agile as an ape. 1 minute later, the kunao that was constantly shot finally stopped, and on the ground around Yamamakoji, a large number of kunao that were shot down piled up. After testing one project after another, Du Ping's mouth corners were curled higher and higher, and Hinata Kangyu's eyes were full of strange lights, which never stopped. It was terrible. Yamamakoji, who was wearing the power armor, was unwilling to compete with the opponent in physical skills even if she was. The last test was the defense. This is also the most basic and important ability of the power armor. Ninja is a very fragile profession. Attacks can destroy the world, but a kunao can easily kill. But it's a different story with power armor. Bang, bang, bang. The kunao hit the power armor, leaving only shallow marks, but then disappeared. Then there were all kinds of ninjutsu bombardment. It took a full half-hour to test in turn and draw a conclusion. Except for piercing ninjutsu, the attack effects of other ninjutsu are not very good. In other words, the Chidori that Kakashi just researched is a type that is extremely restrained against power armor. If the opponent can hit it. As for the flying ability, there is naturally no chance to test it in this underground, so Yamamakoji can only find an opportunity himself. Let's go eat first. After watching the test, Dohei spoke. He hasn't eaten anything since the operation, and he is really hungry. By the way, it can also make the villagers get used to Yamamakoji's new image. By the way, the face armor can be opened, and excretion can be carried out through a specific posture, so there will be no funny situation where a living person is suffocated to death by urine. After mastering the secret technique exchanged from Jiraiya, the power armor will have a more terrible effect, and it will not be so troublesome to put on and take off. When the three of them left the underground laboratory and came to the courtyard, they stopped. A 2.5 meter tall full body armor stands in the courtyard. Move quickly. Tang Ping called to Hinata Kangyu to come forward and dismantle it together. An ordinary person might have to use props to dismantle this armor. But as a ninja, this weight is not a problem. Soon, Dohei and Hinata Sogitsu dismantled the heavy armor, which was funded by several small ninja clans such as Yamama, Shinkawa, and built in the land of craftsmen, into multiple parts. Click, click. Then assemble the parts one by one on Koji Yamama. It took almost a few minutes to penetrate the opponent's body with this armor weighing several tons. After putting on the armor, he is directly 2.5 meters tall. Not to mention taking action, even standing still can give the enemy a huge shock. How? Tang Ping curiously asked Yamamakoji how he felt. Wearing a layer of metal armor on top of the power armor was his own suggestion. Not only can it give the power armor an extra layer of camouflage, but it can also improve its defense. Very nice. Yamamakoji moved his body and did not feel any discomfort. If it were a flesh and blood body, it would definitely feel uncomfortable wearing armor. But if it is an accessory tissue of the body, that is another matter. Just like if your hair is crushed by a heavy object, will it make people feel uncomfortable? But it is true that it is a little inconvenient to move around. After all, it is heavy armor. By the way, this heavy armor also has a special design. The visor can also be flipped up, and there is a gap on the back specially reserved for the backpack, so that the jet port can be exposed. And there is still a place for ventilation, so there will be no airtight situation. Putting on this metal armor has an additional effect. Attractive. As soon as he left the courtyard, he attracted a lot of Uchiha's attention. If Udohei hadn't been there, they might have come up for questioning. Is that the ninja tool of the mountain clan? How strange. My whole body is in it, isn't it boring? Various whispers continued to sound. After leaving the Uchiha clan, there were even more such eyes and voices. Anyway, wherever they pass by, everyone will look over. In an instant, Yamamakoji was promoted to Konoha's top, and his fame skyrocketed. The three of them arrived at their destination. Ichiraku Ramen. Behind is a two-story building, and in front is a storefront with lanterns hanging on it. Half of the curtains are hung, blocking the eyes of passers-by. Uncle Hand, would you like 20 bowls of ramen first? Tang Ping opened the curtain and started shouting, as if he was going home. The famous Ichiraku Ramen, legend has it that Otsutsuki had to avoid this place when he came. How could he not be familiar with it? If it were anyone else, Shouta would naturally advise him not to order so much, but the girl with the white eyes next to him still remembered the terrible appetite, so he got busy without hesitation. Soon, bowls of steaming hot ramen were served. The three of them ate in silence. Only Koji Yamama was not sitting on a stool, but half squatting. The special structure of the armor meant that he did not need to maintain this posture. If you really want to sit down, the stool will probably be gone. Suck. The fragrant ramen was eaten quickly. Suddenly, Tang Ping felt a few strange glances, and he was a little stunned after turning his head to see clearly. Chapter 184 Taking Office in Shashin City, Eshin. Chapter 184 Taking Office in Goose City, Shashin City. What a sin! It turned out to be Sarutobi's family. Sarutobi Shinashuk, Sarutobi Sachiko, Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Ui Kurane. It was a complete stab at Sarutobi's nest. No. Ui Kurane's last name is no longer Sarutobi. Oh, that's okay. After this period of time, the other party became more and more beautiful. Status when I was 16 years old, now less than 11 years old. Asuma really deserves to die. Using your identity as the son of the Hokage to pick up girls is completely shameless. Uchiha Danhei. The smile on Sarutobi Shinashuk's face froze. Because he didn't expect that when he took his girlfriend and brother out for a party today, he would meet this guy. Also, is the armor worn by Yamamakoji the legendary ninja tool of the Yamama clan? I'm very happy that you recognized me at a glance. Tang Tang shook his head slightly and said, but you didn't even call me sir, which made me very angry. The same excuse, the same reason. He didn't even think twice about making excuses. Moreover, Dohei has never concealed that he dislikes the Sarutobi clan. It was simply too fierce. If it had been anyone else, the body might have been cold. But it just so happened that it was him, a guy with a strong shadow level and who didn't care about the village at all, who directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen numb. Because Tang Ping has already revealed his whole body. He is really against it if something happens. But Konoha really couldn't do without him, at least during the Great Ninja War. Therefore, not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen not punish him, but he warned his clansmen not to allow them to provoke Dohei. Now, Shinashuk is in a dilemma. Hearing Tang Ping's words, his fist hardened and he wanted to punch him in the face. But his reason told him that not only could he not punch, but he had to endure the tone. People won't tolerate him. If he does that, they might give him a big backhand, and then he will die. Lord Tanghei. Sarutobi Shinashuk knelt down very quickly this time, and it was not like he had never surrendered before. Yet, Tang Ping nodded with satisfaction. Then he said something that made the other party's blood vessels burst. Actually, I don't like to hear these formalities either. You don't like it? Sarutobi Shinashuk wanted to spray Do Ping to death with a mouthful of salt soda, but unfortunately, thinking of the difference in strength and status between the two sides, he could only endure it. By the way, what conditions did the village use last time to exchange them from the hands of the Sand Ninja? Do Ping asked curiously. Although nominally it was a prisoner exchange between the two sides, anyone with an IQ above the passing line would know that there must be another inside story. Otherwise, do you really think that the Sand Ninja is doing charity, even a son of the Hokage is released? This has nothing to do with you, right? Before Shinichiro could answer, Sarutobi Sachiko took the initiative to protect her husband. Anyone with eyes can know the relationship between the two. It seems that the future naughty child Sarutobi Konohamaru is the blood of the two. I'm just curious. The ramen made by the hand-beating uncle is really good. You can sit down and eat it if you are not afraid of me. Doping said a word and said nothing more, pointing to the long bench next to him. If it weren't for the last sentence, they might have left immediately, but it was because of this sentence that they had to sit down. Slurp. But as time passed, the eyes of several people changed. Because they found that the 404 team was simply a gathering place for monsters. Let alone Doping, who was the core. At this age, he was already a cage-level strongman and a village leader. The remaining two teammates, one of whom was the same age as an elite jonin, although he specialized in physical skills, he could also be called a super genius. The last Hyuga branch, who was mediocre in all aspects, could eat dozens of bowls of ramen. The stacked bowls were taller than his head, and he was still eating. It was so terrifying. It was because the other party's Byakugan confirmed that it was correct. Otherwise they would have suspected that the other party was a member of the Akimichi clan. After waiting patiently for Hinata Kangyu to eat 80% full, Tang Ping stood up to pay the bill, and glanced at Asuma and the beautiful red-eyed girl beside him with displeasure. That is to say, there is no excuse, otherwise he would fight him every time he saw him. Facing Tang Ping's kind eyes, Asuma lowered his head silently. In the past, he always bullied others, and never was bullied by others. But the person in front of him really dared to slap his wolf, so he was subconsciously afraid. Let's go. Tang Ping took the lead to leave the ramen shop, and after the villagers saw the new image of Yamamakoji, his goal was achieved. Next, he was going to take office. Southwest Ninja Army. It must have been divided at this time. Only after all these are done, will he be allowed to return to the Ninja Army as the Chief General. Otherwise, with him in charge of the Ninja Army, Shimura Setsuna can't do anything. Well, good calculation. If he didn't want to go to the new defense zone, he would never obey the village leaders. The southernmost area of the Land of Fire is not only adjacent to the river country, but also has the advantage of being close to the sea, which can be called the foundation of kingship. That area will be his base in the future. After it develops, he can use the power in his hands to listen to orders but not to announcements. He will not be stupid enough to openly oppose Konoha, but will only continue to erode the other side. Other colleagues will either directly raise the banner of rebellion and fight with the village after crossing, or find a remote corner far away from Konoha to start a new business, which is a complete waste of resources. Konoha itself is the best blood bag. Talents, resources, territories, etc. are the best in the ninja world. If you don't suck its blood to strengthen yourself, you are just asking for trouble. At this time, several small ninja clans who have surrendered to him have already begun to build bases, absorb population, and conduct preliminary environmental surveys in the stationed area. Honda Chamber of Commerce is constantly raising funds for itself and purchasing various materials. In the future, that base will belong to him instead of Konoha. After all, he is the only Konoha ninja, and the forces under his command are not Konoha ninjas, so they are naturally not under the command of Konoha village. It's not without precedent. The major ninja clans should not have too many industries in the Land of Fire. Do you really think they are all in the village? It can only be said that the ninja-related ones are indeed in the village, but the Chamber of Commerce, industries, etc. are all distributed throughout the Land of Fire. Now Du Ping is ready to learn from them. Soon, Du Ping arrived after his vacation and asked him to go to the defense zone assigned to him as soon as possible. After receiving the order, he left the village immediately without hesitation. Do you really think he likes to play house with these LYBs? And this time, it's not just his 404 team, those who went back to the village for vacation together left early, but also a large number of convoys. A large number of ordinary clansmen from several small ninja clans are also preparing to go to the garrison. If they stay in the village, their future will be just like that, so they might as well follow Du Ping to fight. And the convoy is also pulling a lot of supplies. There are many things sponsored by the Big Brother on the list. There was no excuse before, but this time I can take it away. A large number of convoys left the village smoothly. Go to Goose City. Shashin City. Do Ping almost said this when he left the village. Shashan City. It was the southwestern ninja army station he had chosen. Although it was called a city, the population was less than a few thousand and the surrounding area was extremely remote. Do Ping went to Kikyo City first, and from there he took the points. Allocate half of the Southwest Ninja Army to yourself, and then go to the garrison. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the safety of the fleet. After all, there are Hinata Kangyu and Yamamakoji to protect them. With the two of them working together, even if the attacker is a shadow-level powerhouse, he will definitely come back defeated. This is still a hidden strength. If you don't hide it, even if Onoki comes, you will have to kneel down without warning. However, what Tang Ping didn't know was, just when he left the convoy, a piece of news appeared on the black market of major money exchanges. Someone offered a reward for plundering the convoy, and also indicated that there was a large amount of property in the convoy. Is there such a good thing? A figure with green bean eyes and a lot of stitch marks on his body put away the banknotes in his hand and saw the reward. After a while, he accepted the reward and left the money exchange. People at various gold exchange offices have accepted the rewards one after another. Chapter 185 Bloody Night. Wow! The convoy of hundreds of people was slowly heading south towards Shashan City. It can be seen from the number of caravans encountered on the road that the Fire Country's business is very prosperous. Even if the Ninja World War is starting, there are still caravans coming and going. The biggest problem is that the roads are not good. Nothing but mud is mud. As for why this is the case, it is naturally because the Fire Country is divided into fiefdoms of noble lords. If something like building roads cannot be solved in one link, it will not be successful and it will only be a waste of money. A carriage in the center of the motorcade. How's it going? Wearing metal armor and standing higher on the ground than the passengers in the car, Koji Yamama asked the girl inside in a low voice. They already knew it from the moment they were targeted. After all, with Hinata Kangya here, it is impossible to be targeted without knowing it. It's just that these guys should have gotten the information and were all following the convoy 1 kilometer away. The limit of Hinata's field of vision is 1 kilometer. But Hinata Kangyu's reincarnated eye's field of vision is further than the clan's 3 kilometer limit. The limit of vision for a full 5 kilometers. As long as you are in this range, you can see through, zoom in, or out, etc. So those stalkers have already been seen by her. Roll your eyes. In terms of reconnaissance, YYDS is used, so the locations and numbers of these enemies are all known. The number of people has not continued to increase, but many people have circled to the front to form an encirclement. It seems that they will take action tonight. Hinata Kangyu gave positive information. Yet, Yamamakoji left silently, without saying what to do. But from the murderous look on his body, we knew that tonight would definitely be a bloody night. After dark, the convoy began to set up camp. Although you can rest in towns along the way, it is safer and more comfortable that way. But nobles from all over the world have always been imbecile. If they really want to enter the opponent's territory, it would not be surprising if something happens. Therefore, in order to avoid any accidents, it is best to rest in the wild. Deep in the woods far away from the convoy, two masked figures stood on the tree, staring coldly at the faint fire in the distance. Roots. This time their mission was only to conduct surveillance secretly. Naturally, Danzo wanted to use the reward to kill the most loyal thug under Uchiha Tohei, and then eliminate the small ninja clan who had taken refuge in him. He has always spared no effort in targeting the Uchiha clan. Even if the plan fails, we can still take the opportunity to solve these hidden dangers of the Fire Country. So much money. Regardless of whether the plan is successful or not, the final result is a fundamental benefit. Unfortunately, the two of them did not notice that a figure wearing a bone mask and a black cloak with a 12-star array appeared quietly behind them. It turns out to be a rat at the root. A soft and unpredictable mysterious voice sounded behind the two roots. Not waiting for them to look back. Ifis. In the soft piercing sound, the two Kunao had already crushed their hearts. It's so dirty. Hinata Kangyu shook off Kunui's blood in disgust. It was so dark and bloody, and the focus was on the department that had repeatedly gone against them. If Tang Ping hadn't called it a leak and couldn't cut it off at once, she would have destroyed it long ago. Now, even if there is blood on the other person's body, she is unwilling to touch it with her hands. As for Hyakseong Kangyu who is in the convoy at this time? Of course it's the shadow clone. Choke. After plundering the roots, How could you not get this extremely practical B-level ninjutsu? The art of shadow clone. Several members of their 404 team have learned it, but since there is no way to explain the source, they will not use it publicly until the clues are dealt with. But if you use it secretly, it will be fine. Hyuga Kangyu directly used this ninjutsu, leaving a shadow clone in the convoy, and he directly transformed into the shell organization to collect the corpses. Whether it is the scrolls or corpses carried by ninjas, they are of great value. Worried about the lack of resources, these ninjas came to the door bringing their own dry food. At this time, a battle suddenly broke out at the convoy station 1 kilometer away. Wind release. Wind cut technique. Fire escape, flame bullet. Ninjutsu appeared one by one. Of course, we are not targeting the caravan. They are if you want to rob someone casually, of course you won't attack the chariots and horses. But I have no scruples about attacking Yamamakoji. When Rixiang Kangyu saw this, she was not in a hurry and walked back slowly. She was just here to deal with these two strange figures, and she didn't want to get involved in the battle over there. So, when she returned to the convoy, she saw a hellish scene. There are corpses everywhere. Trees were blown away, rocks were shattered, and the ground was dyed red. There was only a tall figure whose whole body was wrapped in metal, standing in this bright red. Under the bright silver moon, cruelty and beauty are intertwined. Hinata Kangyu turned her head and looked sideways, as if she had discovered something. A ninja wearing a tacky forehead protector, a black cloak, evil green bean eyes, and a mask walked out completely ignoring the blood on the ground. Takiyin betrays ninja. Yamamakoji turned his head and looked at this figure that exuded a faint threat. The forehead protector on the opponent's forehead is indeed the name of Takigakure village, but the deep scratch that cuts open the symbol representing the village shows that he is a traitorous ninja. Kid, your head is worth 10 million taels. If you don't resist, I can let you die without pain. Angle ignored the losers on the ground. And he would give this promise because there is no shortage of hearts now. Otherwise, he would have kept the heart of such a strong man. Snort. After Yamamakoji snorted coldly, he got ready for battle. In the battle just now, he had already dealt with these ninjas without exerting much force. Without the need for defense, the killing efficiency is really exaggerated. Punch a ninja. After dealing with these miscellaneous fish, there was no chance for Yamamakoji to use chakra. He was motionless just now, just sighing at the power of the power armor. With power armor, as long as he didn't encounter those shadow-level experts who were extremely restrained, he would have the confidence to fight against them. Now that an enemy jumped out that made him feel threatened, not only did he not feel afraid, but he was eager to try. You ungrateful little brat, you're so cute and charming. When Kakuzu saw Yamamakoji's reaction, he felt a little unhappy instantly. After all, I am also a famous senior, and I even assassinated the first Hokage back then. Now that you, a brat from Konoha village, disrespect me so much that I can't stand down, then don't blame yourself for being ruthless. Well, of course Koji Yamama didn't know about the little theater in Kakuzu's mind and took the initiative to attack. Ejection starts. Boom. The ground was trampled to pieces under his force, allowing him to reach Kakuzu like lightning. After getting the power armor, he simply forgot all about ninjutsu. Because even if it is a B-level ninjutsu, the attack power is not as terrible as a full blow blessed by his chakra. Moreover, physical skills consume little, are quick to activate, and do not require sealing, making them extremely threatening. However, if you specialize in physical skills, you usually need to spend a lot of time exercising, which not many people have the perseverance to withstand. It's just that once a ninja specializing in physical skills grows up, it will be very scary. At this time, a shadow-level strongman realized this. How could it be so fast? Kakuzu was horrified, and he narrowly avoided this friendship-breaking fist. Even if he had never fought before, just by looking at the opponent's appearance, he knew that he was definitely a powerful type. With his rich combat experience, he certainly couldn't go head-to-head with him. After a few rounds of taijutsu, Kakuzu wanted to curse. I originally thought that with such a heavy armor, my dexterity would be absolutely worrying. I could use this to deal with the opponent. Unexpectedly, the other party reacted extremely quickly, no slower than Fen Hao. There is still armor. If not, I don't dare to think about it, I really don't dare to think about it. Tentacle punch. Suddenly, Kakuzu's right hand was ejected by countless black threads at his elbow, and the unprepared Koji Yamama was hit hard and flew away. Chapter 186 Kakuzu, I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Boom. It flew more than 10 meters before landing. What a terrifying power. Yamama Koji slowly got up from the ground, fighting spirit boiling in his heart. The opponent's strength is unexpectedly strong, at least quasi-shadow level guaranteed. Face the movie level. It was definitely something he had never dared to think about before. In the past, he only wanted to restore the glory of the mountain clan, but now his achievements have far exceeded that ideal. Impossible, you. Kakuzu looked a little surprised. Because the tentacle fist he just used was one of his killing moves, and he used this move to hunt down many jounin and even elite jounin. But the other party? There were just fist-sized wounds on the armor. Yes, Kakuzu's punch directly penetrated this armor carefully crafted from the land of craftsmen. You know, this is metal armor that weighs several tons and is more than 10 centimeters thick. Even if there is no added chakram metal, and it is not pure steel, its thickness alone is enough to withstand countless magic weapons. Now it is penetrated by a fist, which shows how powerful Kakuzu is. Actually, Tang Ping is also to blame for this. Because he didn't tell the two of Kakuzu's information, otherwise Yamama Koji wouldn't wonder why the other party was able to do this. It seems that this state is not good. After muttering something to himself, Koji Yamama twisted his right hand on his side. Click! A whole piece of armor was taken off. It's really troublesome to put on armor, but if you don't pay attention to the order when taking it off, if he had enough strength, he could take it off quickly. With Yamama Koji's strength, it would not be a problem to tear the armor apart. Ding, ding! Armor parts fell to the ground one by one. Kakuzu did not take the opportunity to attack. After all, this was not a flaw, and he was also curious about what the other party was doing. But when he saw that there was a layer of smooth and delicate white armor like jade under the metal armor, he was shocked even though he could not understand it. You have to wear 2 sets of armor, and wear 1 set and throw 1 set away? In less than a minute, Yamama Koji completed the achievement of taking off the armor to fight Kakuzu. That is to protect the armor, otherwise if it is torn violently, it can be struck off in less than a few seconds. For Yamama Koji, this set of metal armor is just a restraint for camouflage. The increased defense is not worth the loss compared to the weakening. Now, when he encounters an enemy worth his full effort, he naturally removes the restraint without hesitation and goes all out. Koji Yamama of Konoha. Moving his armor without armor restraints, as if he could feel the breeze passing through it, Yamama, who had never announced his name before, said his name. This enemy deserves his name. But Kakuzu did not respond. Even if the other party investigated and could find information about him from the forehead protector of Takigakuer, he would not say it. This is the reserve of a rebel ninja. Boom! The ground was crushed. Yamama, Koji, launched an attack again. However, compared with the previous one, both the explosive power and speed were improved by more than 1 level. Just now, it was equivalent to carrying several tons of weight to fight, and the degree of speed and agility weakened can be imagined. So Kakuzu found an opportunity to hit that blow. So fast! Kakuzu did a thrilling backflip to avoid the attack, and his surprise could no longer be suppressed. Don't think he is making such a fuss. It's all because he has lived for so many years and has seen even the god of ninja and the Shura of ninja world. What else has he not seen? I've never seen this .jpg. But a ninja wearing 2 sets of armor, one of which was even several tons of armor, let alone seen, he had never even heard of it. While his body was still in the air, Kakuzu formed seals with both hands and released a ninjutsu. Fire style, head turning. A stream of fire instantly expanded after landing, turning into an overwhelming wave of flames that swept out. Compared to the fire styles that pay attention to the flight speed, such as the fire bomb and the fire dragon fire bomb, this fire style pays more attention to the attack range and power. Facing this fire style, Yamama Koji's eyes were calm. As a follower of Dohei, he should not be too familiar with fire style. Even if this fire style is extremely powerful because it is performed by a cage-level strongman, it is nothing compared to the fire styles he has seen. After seeing the high mountains, it is naturally impossible to feel anything when seeing the earth slope. Yamama Koji shouted in a low voice. 8 gates. Open. Since the power armor has been exposed, he will not even use the 8 gates, but open the first gate directly. For someone like him who has amazing perseverance and has undergone the long step surgery, The 8 gates is completely a rhythm of tailor-made. And when Hyaga Sogitsu was instructing Kai, he also followed him to practice from time to time and received guidance from Might Guy. If there was no evaluation from Dohei, he would certainly not learn from a genin. But with that evaluation, he was able to observe the father and son carefully, and was shocked by the others' perseverance and strong physical skills, so he was naturally happy to learn from them. It was under the guidance of the other party that Yamamakoji's training progress was so fast. He can use this forbidden technique directly in actual combat. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know the power of this forbidden technique, otherwise he would have stopped it no matter what. After all, before Might Guy, no one had succeeded in this technique. Therefore, stopping Might Guy's explosion last time was not without benefits. At least it allowed Yamamakoji to drain the opponent's decades of physical skills. After entering the state of the first of the 8 gates, Yamamakoji can fully exert his physical fitness. One punch. Whoosh! The terrifying fist wind, like a sharp blade, tore through the sea of fire that was rushing towards him. Looking down from the sky, you can see that the sea of fire that swept everything suddenly revealed a passage several meters wide in the middle. Boom! The ground was crushed, and Yamamakoji went upstream along the gap torn by the fist wind, rushing straight to Kakuzu behind him. Facing this terrifying enemy like a ferocious beast, Kakuzu felt a huge threat and used another ninjutsu at the first time. Earth Escape. Earth Spear. When this B-level ninjutsu was used, his body quickly turned black, as if it was made of steel, and his strength increased wildly. The most incredible thing is that such exaggerated hardness does not affect the flexibility of the body. It is simply unreasonable. With this ninjutsu, Kakuzu's melee ability was greatly improved. Bang! The two sides exchanged fists. Kakuzu was directly knocked away, which surprised both of them. Yamamakoji was amazed at the opponent's exaggerated defense. His punch was in the state of opening the door, and even a wall could be smashed, but the opponent didn't even spit out blood. As for Kakuzu, of course he was shocked by this. The terrifying punch could even send him flying in the Earth Spear state. Although the Earth Spear was only a B-level ninjutsu, after his research and improvement, its power was definitely not inferior to that of an A-level forbidden technique. But even so, he felt as if his body was shattered. Shadow Dance Leaf. Before Kakuzu could come to his senses, he was kicked into the air. And Yamamakoji, who had kicked the opponent away, bent his knees and gathered strength. Furious, fierce. At the same time, two intense flames suddenly spurted out of the jet poured on the back of the power armor, and Yamamakoji, who had finished gathering strength, jumped up. Boom! The terrifying power burst out, causing a huge pit on the ground. With the help of the jet backpack, Yamamakoji instantly caught up with Kakuzu in the air and punched him directly. Cosmic Phantom. And Kakuzu, who was being sent flying, naturally could not defend or dodge, and took this multiple superimposed big move. Crack! Even the body in the Earth Spear state was smashed into several pieces by a punch. So terrifying! This blow pierced through the stars. Even if it was the Hokage building, Yamamakoji had enough confidence to smash it with the Cosmic Phantom. Too strong. But he didn't know where Dohei got so many whimsical ideas. Although most of them could not be realized, there were many feasible aspects, which allowed him to master this move in just a few days. The heavy body fell to the ground with a bang, crushing the ground. After landing, Yamamakoji released the 8 gates and prepared to leave, when danger suddenly came from behind. Chapter 187 Earth Resentment U Final Shooting. Chapter 187 Earth Resentment U Final Shooting. Thunder Release. Pseudo-darkness. Along with this voice, there was also the sound of surging electricity. Sizzle. Lightning bolts as thick as fingers cut the earth with an indestructible force. And Yamamakoji was right in the middle of it. Under the sudden attack, he could only half squat and put his hands in front of his head, so that he could withstand the attack with the least area. When the lightning net swept through, the power armor had been cut with scars of varying depths. Especially the left arm was pierced, leaving a wound that continued to bleed. The power of the ninjutsu used by the shadow-level strongman is extremely exaggerated, not to mention the lightning escape with the strongest piercing power. Only this little damage is already considered a heaven-defying defense of the power armor. The injury looks terrible, but it is not too serious. This can be seen from the fact that Hinata Kangyu, who was observing secretly, did not move. If she really thought that Yamamakoji would be in danger, she would not have any martial ethics and would have directly killed and besieged the other party. But even if she did not take action, she saw a very interesting situation through the reincarnation eye. What is that? Her eyes lingered on the masks on the other party's body, which was stitched by countless black threads. One of the blue masks had been broken, and the other had just been broken into several pieces, and now they were glued together by those living black threads. However, there are all kinds of strange things in the ninja world, even monsters from other worlds such as ghosts, so Hinata Kangyu did not rush to attack, but continued to watch the battle. On the battlefield. Rest gate, life gate, open. After being injured, Yamamakoji opened the second and third gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia in succession. Hey! A green light enveloped his body, and even lifted some loose soil around him. People are different. The 8 gates of Dunjia is a forbidden technique that depends on people. The stronger the body quality, the stronger the improvement after opening the gate. That's why you have to exercise and accumulate in daily life, and burst out at the critical moment. The power depends on your usual accumulation. And Yamamakoji, who has undergone the God Ascending Long Steps operation, far surpasses normal ninjas in terms of physical quality. In addition, his perseverance is equally terrible, so he can naturally open the third gate. In the future Chunin exam of Prince Naruto, what Xiao Li, who is only 13 years old, can do, there is no reason why Yamamakoji, who is older, has stronger physical talents, and is equally strong in perseverance, can't do it. That is, the time to obtain the 8 gates of ninjutsu was too short, otherwise he could open more gates, not to mention 3 gates. The combat power of Yamamakoji in the 3-gate state has been qualitatively improved. Seeing this change, Kakuzu naturally went all out, quickly forming seals with both hands, and the 2 masks that climbed to his shoulders opened their mouths. Wind style. Suppress. Fire style, head hard. 2 B-level ninjutsu were performed at the same time, and their power assisted each other. In an instant, a large-scale flame comparable to a landslide was set off, and it quickly pressed towards Yamamakoji. Combination ninjutsu. It means using different ninjutsu to exert greater effects. If successfully performed, it can often achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Faced with such a terrible combination of ninjutsu, ordinary ninjas naturally have nowhere to escape and can only face it head-on. But Yamamakoji had another choice. Bend his legs slightly to gather strength. Flame, raging. A large amount of flames gushed out from the jet port of the backpack behind him. Boom! Then he suddenly jumped up with his legs, and swooped down like an eagle towards Kakuzu on the ground in front of him. But his choice made Hinata Sogitsu, who was hiding and watching the battle on the side, take action. She suddenly stepped forward and rushed to the battlefield. The reason was also very simple. Because the 3 masks on Kakuzu's body were gathered on his right arm, emitting a terrifying light, and it was obvious that he was brewing a terrible big move. It was good to avoid long-range attacks on the ground. But after jumping into the air, he was completely treated as a target. So, this combination of ninjutsu just now was clearly to induce Yamamakoji to jump into the air. It can only be said that Kakuzu is stronger in combat experience, and all these years have not been in vain. Go to hell, kid! Earth Grudge final shot. Kakuzu made his strongest attack. As long as he could hit, he was confident that he could severely injure or even kill the opponent. The dazzling light illuminated the night sky, and the huge beam of light stabbed Yamamakoji in the air like a spear. Even if the latter tried his best to dodge, this chakra cannon was much faster than him, and he was about to be submerged. Tianyan of all things! A mysterious voice sounded from the woods on the side. Under the terrifying suction, Yamamakoji in the air suddenly moved sideways against the law and avoided the fatal blow. From the beginning to the end, Yamamakoji was not panicked at all, because he believed that someone would rescue him. Others did not know. Of course he knew that in his own 404 team, he was the second strongest on the surface, but the real second was someone else, so he was not surprised to be rescued, but a little ashamed. Even though he had power armor, he was defeated by this mysterious unknown enemy. After his body flew across the sea of fire, the strong gravity suddenly disappeared, causing Yamamakoji to fall from the air. As soon as he landed, he was about to attack again, but found that the target was gone. He turned his head and looked around, but found nothing, so he could only look at the woods on the side. The one who walked out slowly was naturally Hinata Kangyu, who had already removed his disguise. The person has already escaped, it's hard to catch up. Hinata Kangyu did not expect that the other party would be so decisive. After finding out that the chakra cannon had missed, he ran away without looking back, leaving her no time to chase him. How cunning! Facing such a slippery guy, she lost her temper. Although she could fly, her flying speed was not as fast as the opponent's instant body technique. If she tried instant body technique, she didn't know how long it would take to catch up with the opponent. So she had to give up. After all, the goal this time was not to kill these bounty ninjas, but to protect the convoy. If something unexpected happened during the pursuit, it would be troublesome. Yamamakoji didn't mean to be dissatisfied or blame him. He was grateful that he could save his life at a critical moment, and he would settle the grudge of defeat later. Once he got familiar with the power armor, he would be confident of winning. Now the power armor has only been in his hands for a few days, and its ability has not been brought to its peak, so there is a lot of room for improvement. Not to mention, he has only opened the third gate of the 8 gates. Unlimited potential. So Yamamakoji didn't worry at all that he couldn't defeat the opponent next time. After today's battle, he also understood his own strength. If he goes all out, he can be at the level of a quasi-shadow. However, if he encounters a restrained type, he can be used as a shadow, and his survivability is even stronger. Thinking about these, they began to clean up the battlefield. Damn it! Hinata Kangyu's dissatisfied voice sounded. It's not about Yamamakoji, but the bodies of the ninjas killed before were burned to ashes in the opponent's several large-scale fire escapes. And many of these bodies have bounties. Being able to touch the other party's property first and then get the bounty is completely double the happiness. But now? Nothing is left. How can Hinata Kangyu be happy? Her extraordinary organ is in need of a lot of capital investment. Now that a large amount of income is gone, she naturally regrets it. After seeing the actual combat performance of the power armor, she is more looking forward to her extraordinary organ. Yamamakoji silently speeds up the cleaning speed. As for his injuries, they were a minor problem with his terrifying recovery ability. The bleeding had stopped naturally, and he could recover quickly even without the use of healing potions. The trouble was the power armor. It needed to consume a lot of nutrient solution to nourish and repair. The damage caused by that lightning escape was far beyond imagination. Of course, it was also because of the power armor that Yamamakoji was able to survive, otherwise he would have been cut into pieces by that lightning escape. Do you really think that Kakuzu, a cage level, is like the third Hokage who blows away like a third-generation Hokage? However, the detailed information about the attack on the convoy was still sent out after the battle. Chapter 188 I come, I see, I conquer. Kikyo Mountain. Dohei burned the information in his hand with flames, without any waste at all. For fire escape, his mastery is getting deeper and deeper. With the accumulation of various aspects, his current speed of progress in fire escape is definitely far beyond the imagination of countless people. Now, he is developing his second chakra attribute. Earth attribute. With fire style and earth style, you can try a bloodline limit. Melting style. This is the bloodline limit that Dohei feels is underestimated. At least in his opinion, there is too much room for development. Especially according to his idea, it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness. And with the example of the Four Tails Jinkraki, Lao Zi, it is proven that it shows that this road can indeed work. Although the opponent's record is poor, the same sentence remains. The strongest thing is that it is always the user, not the blood inheritance limit. If Senju Hashirama is given melting release, he will still be able to achieve the invincible record of wood release. In the past, Dohei might have had to worry about acquiring earthbending ninjutsu and knowledge. Now, due to the looting of the roots, he has gained a lot of earth escape ninjutsu and knowledge. Of course, these are far from comparable to Yanyan village. That was the master of earth escape. A series of high-level earth escape made Tang Ping so excited that he secretly prepared to make plans later. Denso, he really has a style of fighting for his life. After burning the information, Tang Ping stood up with a sigh and glanced at the busy outside. The division of the ninja army is not a simple separation, it also involves all aspects. For example, factions, strength, logistics, etc. That is to say, the village has given too many benefits, and the place is his favorite. Otherwise, if someone dared to reduce his power like this, he would probably never die. After a while, Shimura Setsuna and Narita walked into the office, and then saluted and said hello. My lord. *2. Since he was very concerned about what he had done during this period, Shimura Setsuna lowered his head for fear of giving Dohei an excuse. "Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you. Tang Ping reassured you before saying, but my business and entrusted tasks." He was executing the orders of the village's top brass, so he naturally couldn't get into trouble with such a sensible guy, but he also made conditions. "Yes, I can take orders. But you must take care of the Chamber of Commerce and the commission tasks. If the other party doesn't even agree with this, then don't blame Tang Ping for flipping the table." "Please don't worry, sir." Shimura Setsuna didn't hesitate at all. Not to mention Tang Ping saying hello himself, even if he didn't say hello, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take action, and would even protect him carefully. A person is just gone but not dead. He is even his superior. Only when his IQ was below the line did he dare to attack him. After all, seizing the power of the Southwest Ninja Army is the village's action, and he is just the executor. But if he dares to get involved in this kind of personal behavior, does he really think that others dare not do evil things? Even the son of the Hokage dared to compete with Kabuto Fan, but he didn't feel that his status was higher than the others. "That's good. If the Sand Ninja attacks in the future, you can ask me for help." Tang Ping made a promise with satisfaction. "That is, when you can't withstand the Suna ninja's attack, you can send a signal for help to yourself. Whether he will come or not is another matter." "Thank you, sir." Shimura Setsuna's expression was excited. What he needs is this promise. After all, he was stationed at Mount Kikyo, and he was also worried about the Sand Ninja breaking the agreement and attacking. They had several cage-level experts, and he was an elite jonin. It would be good if he didn't feel weak when facing this lineup. A promise is at least a hope. After the explanation, Tang Ping also formally stood up and left Plati Kodon Mountain. As for the Naratien people, they won't be taken away. Although the other party did not participate in Shimura Setsuna's operation at all during his absence, he did not stop it, so it was considered a neutral state. Therefore, Tang Ping is naturally unwilling to bring this kind of neutral subordinate to his king's foundation. He is a smart person, and if he really wants to make some noise, he will probably find out. Only when the general trend is in hand can these neutral people lean towards him, so until then, just maintain a cooperative relationship. In the past, there was no manpower, but now there are several small families who have taken refuge, and they do not necessarily need help from each other. And more than that, Tang Ping also has a group of foreign aid who should be able to arrive soon. The witch from the land of ghosts will also bring monsters and 1,000 terracotta warriors and horses, which was discussed with Maitreya before. Don't think that Maikos are simply priests. The Maiko of the Kingdom of Ghosts is a comprehensive profession, involving medical skills, management, intelligence, and other aspects. With this group of witches and a few small families who have taken refuge, Tang Ping dares to absorb refugees. Otherwise, without management personnel, a large number of refugees would be a disaster. Don't worry about food. The Honda Chamber of Commerce has started preparations long ago. Even if Konoha is short of food, they will not be short. The ninja world is an extremely contradictory world. Most people live in poverty and hunger, but a small number of people cannot spend all their food and money no matter how much they consume. Yes, I'm talking about those nobles. The food in the warehouse can be described as piling up like a mountain, and no matter how many civilians starved to death under their rule, they would rather let the food rot than use it for relief. The Honda Chamber of Commerce purchased a large amount of grain from the nobles in advance. Even the food prices in the Fire Nation have been pushed up a bit. It can only be said that in order to open a sub-base, Tang Ping started preparing very early. In particular, the Lord of Shashan City unfortunately died in an accidental last month, turning this area into an unclaimed land. The Minister of the Fire Country knew that the Southwest Ninja Army was going to be stationed here, so he incidentally sold it to the right to use the hall for 99 years. That is to say, he is not a noble, otherwise he would not be sold but given a title. Doesn't it sound like a coincidence? No acting skills, it's all coincidence. It was an operation without acting at all, and many people noticed it, not to mention the Leaf Village, even the ministers of the Fire Nation noticed it. But no one said anything. Because Tang Ping's fist is strong enough, and this area is barren and backward, no one cares about it at all, so it was only natural to throw it to him. There is not much in the country of fire, except for the worthless wastelands and endless civilians. The ninjas assigned to Dohei's command are mainly civilians, and there are also a small number of non-Hokage ninjas. This distribution is also related to the subtle opposition between him and the Hokage system. Therefore, half of the Southwest Ninja Army, that is, nearly 800 ninjas, a total of 1,500 establishments, giving him an extra 50 places, have a somewhat complicated expression. It's both uncomfortable and reassuring at the same time. This happens naturally because they all belong to the exiled type. Everyone can see that the half of the Southwest Ninja Army in Mount Kikyo are the real children of Konoha, and the half who hang out with Dohei are the kind raised by their stepfather. If you feel at ease, it's because Tang Ping is too good at fighting. If you follow him around, at least you don't have to worry about being betrayed by a shadow-level powerhouse. Whoosh, whoosh. After turning his head and looking behind him, he saw that the rudimentary form of the fortress had been built on Mount Kikyo before Tang Ping took the lead and left. The logistics personnel and the like had already set off in advance, and only the ninja army was the last to set off. Using standard marching speed, it took almost 2 days to reach the destination. Shashin City. A small mountain city near the sea. Surrounded by desolate and hard land, there are also sparse tea trees. Occasionally, you can see a few human corpses that have been chewed by wild beasts with only bones left. There is no way, it is not safe in the wild. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many escort missions. If you encounter a wild beast, you are lucky. If you encounter a monster or a ninja beast, no matter how many guards you bring, as long as you are not a ninja or a special profession, you will have to kneel down. That's why the one country one village system emerged. Because a ninja village is needed to deal with these beasts and monsters. We're finally here. Tang Ping, standing at the front of the team, looked at the small mountain city in the distance and said domineeringly, I come, I see, I conquer. The foundation for his future hegemony is finally about to start. Chapter 189, The Mountain City and the Arrival of Monsters. When Tang Ping and his party followed the uneven path to Shashin City, they realized how miserable it was. The loose stone wall, which is 2 meters high and half a meter wide, can at most protect against ordinary beasts, but not even humans. There are also gaps in some places, so the dark red bloodstains should not be too conspicuous. Inside the wall are stone nests, wooden houses, and thatched huts built randomly, which makes people worry about whether they will be blown down by the wind. A civilian with only skin and bones huddled in every corner, looking at the ninja troops entering the city with curiosity and fear. The ninjas in the team remained calm. Because they have long been accustomed to this situation. It is precisely because they know the cruelty of the ninja world that they cherish the environment of Konoha village. At least live like a human being. Yes, the demand for people in the ninja world is so low. The prerequisite is that you are not a noble. The nobles are celestial dragons in the ninja world, and what they pursue is not to live like humans, but to live like gods. And it doesn't matter how bad the environment is. Because he is planning to build this place into his base from scratch, so he doesn't care what it was like before. When the team reached the top of the central slope, they saw the team that had arrived early. Honda Chamber of Commerce. Ever since they knew that Tang Ping would be stationed there, they had been transporting things to Shashin City. Most of the road was built by their fleet. In the past, there would be a lot of losses on the road to the Chamber of Commerce. After all, the wilderness of the ninja world is really dangerous. But after taking refuge in Tanghei, he was protected by ninjas every time, so he was naturally very safe. Even soon a ninja will consciously give up robbery and attack when they see the Honda Chamber of Commerce flag. The reason is simple. You dare to play like this, do you believe that Tang Ping also plays like this? When a shadow-level powerhouse acts randomly, the destructive power is absolutely beyond imagination. Therefore, the Sand Ninjas can plunder and destroy the Konoha team, but they will never do this to the private caravans under the strong men. It is a public matter between villages, and a private matter between individuals. Now you know why the Honda Chamber of Commerce took refuge in Dohei, right? The benefits are really many. But it's not like they didn't give up. At least half of the strength is running for Tang Ping. Whether it's making wooden cows, purchasing various supplies, or absorbing refugees, they are all responsible. Mountains of supplies and food, a large number of refugees, are the results of the Honda Chamber of Commerce during this period. With a total of several thousand people, it seemed extremely lively. Among them are 3,000 young refugees. After this period of recuperation, I have recovered a lot. At least compared to these people in Shashin City, the difference can be seen at a glance. It's not that we can't absorb more refugees, but that it's difficult to select and transport them. Otherwise, let alone the Ninja World War, there are countless refugees in normal times, and it would not be easy to absorb them. Whoever made the nobles of the ninja world non-human beings has been creating refugees, so there will never be a shortage of this group. Lord General. *N. Honda Sheng, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, brought the fat Honda Eagle and a group of senior officials to greet him. Tang Ping nodded slightly and had to admit that the Honda Chamber of Commerce performed really well, and they dared to bet that they would spend most of their resources on themselves. They deserve to be able to rise. As his best friend, Honda Eagle also took on the task of protecting the president of the Honda Chamber of Commerce. Long-term tasks, following the other party to deal with affairs, can be regarded as doing things for oneself in disguise. If a serving ninja wants to retire, he must either obtain the Hokage's consent or die or become disabled. Of course, Honda Eagle cannot take these routes, and can only use this method to save the country through curves. A genin directly pays a high price to designate the other party to perform sea-level tasks. The village can get most of the commission, so it is naturally impossible to refuse. Okay, you two get settled first. Tang Ping turned around and gave the order. Yes. *2. Xiao Linping and another middle-aged man with a beard and full of gangsterism responded at the same time. Yes, Kobayashi Ping, a civilian jounin, was assigned to doping. He had nothing to do with it. The strong ones in the ninja world are respected, even if Tang He is much younger than him, he still admires him endlessly. Because of their previous relationship, he was promoted to the position of deputy to Dohei on the way, replacing his previous duties as a Narita native. The bearded man is called Nobi Nobita. Born in the Nobi small ninja clan, he is very prestigious among the civilians of the Southwest Ninja Army and the ninjas of the small ninja clan. He has a fiery personality and is not like a ninja at all, but more like a samurai. The two of them can be regarded as Tang Ping's right-hand man. One is responsible for internal affairs, and the other is responsible for managing the ninja army. Anyway, the Honda Chamber of Commerce has prepared tents, campsites, etc. in advance, and all that remains is to distribute them. By the way, how many wooden cows will you bring this time? Dohei disbanded the ninja army and followed Honda Masaru and others to the temporary office prepared for him and asked about it. Wooden cow. This is the most important product of the United Fruit Merchants Association, which has been produced a long time ago. They brought 200 wooden oxen and some spare parts, which is enough for us to use. Honda Sheng answered without thinking. Every wooden ox is more efficient than a real plowing ox. Because it can be replaced by human power, and you can work longer by changing people, and you don't have to worry about running out of energy. Even if something goes wrong, parts can be replaced. There are at most more than 100 parts, and even ordinary people can quickly replace them. That's good. Let Ying Yu be responsible for managing the wooden cow and these refugees. Tang Ping glanced at the people around him and finally handed over this task to his best friend. Even if the opponent is not the strongest, he is the youngest. But whoever makes him one of our own must of course be vigorously cultivated. Anyway, now is the initial stage. If something goes wrong, it's not a big deal. It can be cultivated slowly. After giving instructions one by one, the General Tang Ping was fine, so he began to return to his old profession. Fishing. It's still early for him to be able to use the immortal mode freely. He doesn't want to rely on Tang Chuan in the future. Almost a week later, the team led by Hinata Kangya did not arrive, but another important team had arrived first. In order to greet him, Tang Ping took his Honda Eagle directly out of the city for more than 10 kilometers to greet him. Dohei was extremely surprised when he saw the elegant Kyo Ashashi in front of him, who was wearing a black hat. Because the other party is the Minister of the Kingdom of Ghosts, and he is the chief assistant to Moroku, the Shrine Maiden. He is usually inseparable from him, so I didn't expect him to come. His Majesty Mate Rhea ordered me to come and assist Lord Tang He for a period of time. Zukian Kingfu smiled bitterly. He also didn't expect that he would be sent here to work for the other party. The good news is that you only need to get through the initial stage and you can go back. The bad news is that this mission is not easy. Secretly, he has another mission. Watch out for the monsters. It's not that he is asked to do something, but that he is asked to remind and supervise Tang Ping to collect fear for him. In the current ghost country, the arable land directly under the control of the witches has increased by more than 100,000 acres, and several ditches have been dug for irrigation, making it a fertile land. In the past, even if they mobilized all the manpower under their command, it would take more than 10 years to complete it. But after having the demons, it only took less than 10 days to create these. In this case, how could they not realize the importance of sprites? Now, it is generally accepted that sprites have become the treasures of the kingdom of ghosts. So on the way here, I treated the other party as an ancestor. Don't worry, it will be enough for at least half a year. I have already figured out how to collect it. Tang Ping made a promise. In half a year, with the efficiency of 1,000 3-meter-high terracotta warriors and horses, it was enough to change the world. It's all thanks to Lord Tang Ping. Zuqian Kingfu bowed his hands and saluted. Okay, let me introduce him to you. Little fatty Tang Ping pulled out, he is Honda Eagle, the future successor of Honda Chamber of Commerce. You can communicate more. The two of them will be working together next, so naturally they need to get to know each other. At the same time, Tang Ping also wants to let his best friends know the existence of the demon. After all, some cover-up efforts require the cooperation of the Honda Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 190. He is worthy of being the top brother on the list. He really gives you the benefits. What? Impossible, how could such a thing exist in this world? It's actually true, it's amazing. It's done, it's done. Honda murmured to himself, his expression changing endlessly, from shock to suspicion. And finally to ecstasy. No way. No matter who it is, they will have this expression when they hear that a monster from another world can play like this. The limitations of thinking. Even if others catch the monster, they will only choose to seal it or destroy it. At most, they would choose to use the other party to fight for themselves, and it is absolutely impossible to think of using them for construction. There is only one reason. Ninjas are mercenaries, and their thinking is inherently limited to combat. As a time traveler, Tang Ping naturally doesn't think all about combat, so he can use the sprites in this aspect. In the end, with the combination of his own strength and sealing skills, he obtained the construction course that the ruler dreamed of. No need for wages, infinite strength, no need for maintenance, etc. Capitalists will drool after seeing it. What kind of job is this? No wonder. After finishing the conversation, Honda Taka realized why Tang Ping did not rush to let him lead people to reclaim the wasteland, but let the refugees recuperate first, just to wait for the monsters to arrive. Of course, it's not like nothing has been done in the past few days. At least the surrounding area has been surveyed and a development plan has been made. It's like the 10 main ditches planned. Each one is tens of kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide. It is impossible to dig out under normal circumstances. But with these terracotta warriors and horses, it's not a problem at all. At the same time, weeds, vegetation, stones, etc. are no longer obstacles to reclamation. The wooden ox driven by human power can be used for planting and harvesting, but it cannot be used for reclamation, digging, etc. These are all your responsibility, but you have to find a way to conceal the existence of the sprites. If necessary, you can mobilize the Southwest Ninja Army. After Dopey saw Honda Eagle calm down, he gave the order. The other party will be responsible for the next work. Shashan City will first open up hundreds of thousands of acres of paddy fields, and then transfer the monsters to the river country to start frantically absorbing refugees and farming. The reclamation here is just an experiment. After all, Dohei and the ninja army are here to handle any accidents. After the test is successful, it will be placed outside the Kingdom of Fire. If hundreds of millions of acres of paddy fields were to be reclaimed here, they would be noticed and suppressed immediately. Don't worry, with the ghost, building the legion, and with the help of the wooden cow and the witches, I guarantee that the mission can be completed. Honda Eagle confidently gave a guarantee. First use 1,000 terracotta warriors and horses to open up paddy fields and ditches, and then use refugees and wooden cows to plant them. And there are this group of witches acting as management personnel, who can absorb more refugees later, which is enough to complete the task. After solving the farming problem, Tang Ping checked the situation of the monsters and emphasized his commitment again. You will collect fear for it, but the other party has to work for you before going to meet another team. The team of Hinata Kangyu and Yamamakoji. Due to the presence of the convoy, the progress was not very fast. As a result, Dohei, who set out together, went around to Mount Kikyo and divided the ninja army to come to Shashan City for a while. Soon we saw the convoy. This. Standing on the top of the tree, Tang Ping saw a red motorcade. Almost all the carriages were stained with dark red. That is the color of blood after it has dried. Coming to kill. The information passed to me before did not say that the situation was so serious. I can only say that Danzo is more ruthless than expected. After knowing that the combat effectiveness of the convoy was unexpected, we should raise the reward and find a way to encourage the bounty hunters to take action. If a large number of Konoha ninjas protect the convoy, then these people will definitely not be fooled. But when he saw that the convoy was only protected by a few ninjas, and knew that the convoy contained a lot of wealth, he would naturally take action uncontrollably. The result was, Koji Yamama had a great time killing him. He had just obtained the power armor, and so much upgrade experience and meaty targets were prepared for him. Danzo is real, I cried to death. Donping-kun. Hinata Kangyu rushed over quickly, followed by Koji Yamama who was like a little giant. There are a lot of scars on the armor, and there are holes in the chest as big as fists. Tisk, tisk, your journey has been really troubled. Tang Ping looked at the two of them and joked. How many times have we been married? Sun Xiang Kangyu's eyes turned, as if she was a fox hunter who had stolen a chicken, feeling triumphant. Make money? Tang Ping looked confused. If you are not escorting a convoy, how can you still make money? But he soon thought of the reason. Reward. In the ninja world, there is such a place as a gold exchange house. Most of the rebel ninjas have a reward from the ninja village. Along the way, you will naturally encounter a large number of bounty characters. 30 million taels. Tang Ping gave a not low number. The reward for an elite jounin is only tens of millions of taels. In the future, a sumo will have a bounty of tens of millions of taels. This is more because of his status as the son of the Hokage, but it does not mean that the elite jounin is worth this price. It would be almost the same if he were a shadow-level powerhouse. But for shadow-level experts, no one would choose to hunt, because usually shadow-level experts hunt bounty hunters. Dang dang, it's 50 million taels. Sun stretched out 5 white and tender fingers towards Kangyu. She had exchanged this money at the gold exchange office, so she naturally remembered it very clearly. Too many. Tang Pingyuan originally thought that the number he guessed was high enough, but he didn't expect that it would be far beyond imagination. How many rebellious ninjas must be killed? Only there will be no next time for this operation. After this incident, those rebellious ninjas will definitely not touch this kind of iron plate again. At the same time, without the cooperation of the root, it is completely impossible for a large number of rebellious ninjas to actively hit the knife edge like moths to a flame. All I can say is that Danzo is worthy of being his top brother, and he really gives you the benefits. Of course, the other party also made money this time. After this cleanup, at least in the Land of Fire, there will be a lot fewer uncontrolled rebellious ninjas and wild ninjas. In the convoy, in addition to the resources and ninjutsu plundered from the roots, the most important thing is naturally the various experimental instruments. Since Shashin City will be regarded as the foundation of king domination in the future, the laboratory will naturally be transferred there. With the increase in strength, not to mention the village, even the Uchiha clan began to covet Dohei's experiments. This is also an important reason why he brought the instrument. Of course, the equipment for cultivating seaweed remains in the Uchiha clan's land, so that the Uchiha clan can continue to master healing potions. It can be regarded as his reward for the Uchiha clan protecting him. Before his strength grew, he could avoid being caught by the senior management and work as a coolie in a small dark room, but with the help of Uchiha, he naturally had to admit this. At this point, all teams have arrived. Next, he will divide his ninja army into small teams and station them at various outposts to control this large area. Because these areas are the defense zones assigned to him, allowing him to resist the sand ninja from going south, and at the same time prevent the mist ninja from bypassing the border defense line from here. The assault force led by the 7 ninja swordsmen had bypassed the defense line from here. Otherwise, do you really think that he is just allowed to take half of the Southwest Ninja Army on vacation? Resisting the Sand Ninja and Mist Ninja is his real mission. However, Tang Ping didn't take this task seriously. The reason is also very simple. What strength do you have here? In addition to his own strong shadow level, there is also Yamama Koji, who is a bright shadow level, and there is also a secret strong shadow level, which can be called a super luxury lineup. He does not believe that anyone wants to die and dares to cause trouble. If he is stationed at a key point, then others may still make a desperate move. But the place where he was stationed was not a place like Platikodon Mountain, so he really wasn't worried about someone coming to attack. But it was only a few days before I felt at ease in Tangping. A sudden visitor interrupted his peace. Chapter 191 The Collapse of the Mist Ninja Front. Seaside Fishing Spot. Yashiro. Tangping looked at the figure in front of him and didn't understand why he appeared here. Shouldn't he stay in Konoha village? Something happened to Miss May. Yashiro told a piece of news that made Dohei unable to calm down. What? Tangping, who was sitting on the homemade wooden chair, stood up subconsciously. Miss May and the Chongfang family are now trapped at the southeastern border defense line. Only you, my lord, can come to the rescue now. Naturally, Yashiro would not be a whisperer at this time, so he raced against time to tell the information that was blocked by the village. It turned out that the two powerful families, Uchiha and Hyuga, suddenly discovered a rare opportunity to counterattack, so they organized a counterattack. It went very smoothly at first, defeating the Mist Ninjas steadily. Seeing this great opportunity, he immediately put most of his strength into the counterattack, while the Uchiha Fang lineage was left to guard the family. Unexpectedly, this was a trap. The attacking troops were defeated by the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen led by the 3rd Mizukage, using tactics of defeating them one by one. There were also ambushes on the way back, forcing the defeated army to retreat through other routes. As a result, the Chongfang lineage who still remained on the border defense line were surrounded by the high-powered Mist Ninja army. After receiving the news, the village immediately blocked the news and began to form a second line of defense. As for the allowance, sorry, we don't know who that is. Directly use the opponent as a victim to buy time for the establishment of the second line of defense. That's pretty much what it means. Therefore, Yashiro Uchiha came to find Dohei instead of asking for help in the village. The Uchiha clan had nothing to do. Not to mention that most of the clan's strength has been drained, the rest are members of the security department and cannot leave the village without permission. Even if a rescue was really needed, the priority would definitely be to respond to the defeated Uchiha troops. After hearing the detailed information, Tangping became furious. Is he, Uchiha Fugaku, a pig? Even if it's a pig, he can't give it away. Even if it's a trap, he has to step on it. You really can't fight internally, and you won't be able to fight externally. After losing Denzo and losing to the Kirin ninja, you won't have to lose in the future. It's a mistake to let him become the patriarch. He doesn't have the ability, you know. Originally, he planned to let his fiancée slowly improve her strength, and then challenge Uchiha Fugaku to seize family power, which would at least ensure control of the eldest son's lineage. I didn't expect him to do such a stupid thing. It's obviously a trap, but I have to step on it for the sake of credit. Originally, 2 wealthy families could withstand the attack of one of the 5 great ninja villages, but the losses after this battle can be imagined. No wonder the future wealthy families are so excited. In the original historical line, I must have been tricked like this once. Otherwise, Tangping really can't imagine why the two can a famous cage-level powerhouse kill Uchiha? Even a sneak attack is impossible. There are thousands of tribesmen and over 1,000 ninjas. Even if they are all pigs, they can't kill them all, right? But if they were tricked like this first and the strength of the clan was greatly reduced, then it would not be impossible. Hearing Dohei curse, Uchiha Yashiro was a little embarrassed. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is also the clan leader. Although he is from the Kofusa lineage, he is still an Uchiha. Isn't it a bit disrespectful for Dohei to criticize the clan leader in front of him like this? After spraying for a while, Tangping finally calmed down. There was something he didn't understand at this time. Why didn't you receive the message? As the commander-in-chief of the Southwest Ninja Army, it stands to reason that he would receive this kind of information. But until now, no information has been sent, indicating that it has been blocked. It's not surprising that the village's senior officials are unwilling to give him the information. After all, the other party is planning to sacrifice the Chongfang lineage to let them delay time to create a second line of defense, so it is a normal choice not to send the information to themselves. But why didn't Uchihame send a message to herself? No reason. No matter how strong and domineering the other party is, he wouldn't rather die than send himself a letter when faced with such a desperate situation, right? So, there is only one possibility. TCH, it's that old immortal guy again. Tangping muttered something. Needless to say, it must be that old guy Madara who is causing trouble. Only Baiju can block the news quietly. And I don't know what the other party's goal is. But it's definitely not a good thing. If the other party is doing something secretly, there might be some conspiracy involved. The opponent should be in the final stage now. If Team 404 were to use full firepower, there would be no chance of knocking out the opponent's trachea. But if that happens, everything about him will be exposed to the ninja world, which is completely like committing suicide. Therefore, the plan of finding that old guy and sending him to death first is not feasible for the time being. But it's okay. As long as you wait a few more years, the other party will naturally GG. Fortunately, the other party is in the light and you are in the dark, so you can deal with it carefully. Okay, let's go. Countless thoughts came to Tang Ping's mind, but in the end this was the only one left. No matter what the opponent's conspiracy is, he can crush it with his absolute strength advantage. In fact, there were not many battles in which he was at full strength, that is, the battle at Platikodon Mountain. From then until now, he has only shown part of his strength, so it is impossible for the opponent to know all his information. But after hearing his answer, Yashiro Uchiha asked in great surprise. Just us? He glanced around and found that there were indeed only 2 people here. Of course not. Tang Ping gave the other party a strange look, and then said after the other party relaxed, it's Team 404 and you. If we really want to take the Southwest Ninja Army, let's not talk about how much time it will take. The point is that it won't be of much use. The trap carefully laid by the Mist Ninja must be for the purpose of encircling the point for reinforcements. The more troops he brings, the faster he will die. So he has to adopt special tactics. At least the tactics must be unexpected by the opponent to be successful. Soon, Hinata Kangyu and Shanji Unkoji were summoned. At the same time, their substitutes will disguise themselves as them and continue to stay in Shashin City. Of course, the name here has changed now. Castle Tower. As Tang Ping's station, he certainly has the right to change his name. And it can be recognized by the village and the Fire Country. So he was a little willful. Directly name Shashin Castle as the Castle Tower. It is very consistent with his usual bad taste. The 4 of them quickly came to a secret place. After Hinata nodded slightly to Kangyu and confirmed that there was no Baizetsu, Tang Ping bit off his finger and applied it directly on the back of his hand to form a seal. That's right. Directly channel Tai. If it were anyone else, he would definitely rush there from the ground. But Tang Ping was prepared to use airborne tactics. Only in this way can the opponent appear unexpectedly and have a chance of saving Uchiha. Psychic Art. Tang Ping slapped his right hand on the ground. Relief. A large cloud of fog emerged. Perhaps because he felt Tang Ping's will, Tai did not make a sound this time, but stood quietly on the ground. Come up. Tang Ping jumped on his back first and started greeting. Don't worry about not being able to carry it. Even with his wings folded, Tai was more than 20 meters tall on the ground, equivalent to the size of a 5 or 6-story building. It was extremely easy to carry the 4 of them. Can. Uchiha Yashiro hesitantly looked at Tai's huge body covered by dark golden wings. Top psychic beasts each have their own tempers. If they jump on each other's back without their permission, they may anger each other. Taiki is quite famous in Uchiha, and countless people yearn to own such a powerful and gorgeous top psychic beast. At least better than snakes, toads, and insects, right? However, after seeing Dohei's confused look, Uchiha Yashiro gritted his teeth and jumped on his back. Tai spread his wings and took off, flying towards the east at full speed. There is a conspiracy waiting for them over there. Chapter 192 Uchiha, no imitation, all borrowing. Izumo Fortress on the southeast coast of the Land of Fire. This wooden and stone fortress is Konoha's largest stronghold against the attack of the Mist Ninja Army. Surrounded by dense and lush low jungle. But now this jungle area has become dead silent. Because there are countless fogs covering this area, people can't see their surroundings clearly. Only the occasional screams and explosions prove that there are people in the fog. In the center of the fog is a fortress covered with traces of war. Because of the barrier, there is not a trace of fog in the area surrounding this large fortress. However, as soon as the barrier disappears, the fog will quickly engulf the fortress. On the fortress wall, the group was looking at the extremely thick fog outside, which seemed to hide countless enemies, and their faces were filled with worry. Many people still had blood on their bodies. The person at the center of the crowd was naturally the eldest ninja from Uchiha's family lineage. Uchiha Shizuka, who was wearing a tight black combat uniform, seemed to have finally made up her mind. She lowered her head and said to the girl beside her, "Mei, if you can't hold on later, go find Do Ping." She really couldn't bear to see the girl she had raised die here. Beside the two of them, Uchiha Shouta, who was as tall and strong as a bear, had a blank expression on his face, but his fists were clenched a little tighter, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. No matter what, he must protect the girl. "No need, Sister Shizuka," Uchiha Mei said calmly and firmly. There is no Uchiha who has ever abandoned his people and ran away. With her pride, she would rather die in battle than abandon her people and run away. If he really wanted to escape, he would not have escaped now, but would have escaped as soon as the Mist Ninja army arrived. Seeing Uchiha Mei's determined expression, Uchiha Shizuka could only say bitterly, "It's all that Fugaku's fault. You clearly warned him that the sudden defeat of the Mist Ninja might be a problem, but after he received the letter from the village, he ignored everything in order to save the situation as soon as possible. They really should hate the other side. If their main force had not been defeated, they would not be trapped here." After several rounds of fighting, only more than 100 people were left out of the nearly 200 members of the Chongfang clan, a loss of nearly one-third. This loss is already exaggerated. After all, although the eldest branch of the family has more than 1,000 members, most of them are not ninjas. Now they have lost dozens of people, which is an unprecedented loss. Once all of them are wiped out, the members of the security department alone will not be able to support the eldest branch of the family. No need to say more. Uchiha Mei shook her head to stop the following words. She always disdained to talk about others behind their backs. If she has something to say, she will say it to my face. If Uchiha Fugaku was in front of her, she might have slapped him, but since he was not there, she let it go. I don't know what happened to Xiao Tangping. I sent so many letters, but after a few days, there was no response. It would be great if he was here. Uchiha Shizuka naturally understood Mei's personality, so she changed the subject. Uchiha Mei was also thinking about this question. She didn't doubt whether Tangping would come to support, but she felt that there was something wrong. Because she sent the message immediately, she would not gamble with the lives of the eldest branch of the family. But it is clear that Mingxiao Pavilion, we have communicated with each other and knew that the name was changed, is only more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. If a single person travels at full speed, he can get there in one day, but there has been no movement until now. This means that either the letter was not delivered or the other party was stopped by someone. Boom, boom. At this moment, explosions continued to sound outside the barrier. One after another water-style ninjutsu and attack, all landed on the barrier as if they were free. The Mist Ninja attacked again. In the past few days, they have attacked whenever they got the chance, without giving them any chance to rest. No matter how strong the Uchiha is, he is still a human being. His physical strength and chakra are not infinite. He has no temper at all when facing this kind of tactics. As for breaking through, they didn't dare to go out as they were surrounded by endless fog. Silent killing technique. This technique of the Mist Ninja is well known throughout the ninja world, just like the Konoha fluid flow technique. In this situation, defending the fortress can still help you hold on by relying on the terrain, because the enemy is not willing to suffer too much loss. But if they give up the advantage of terrain, coupled with the fact that the fog restrains the Sharingan, their manpower will not be enough for the enemy to kill them in a few rounds. Uchiha Mei looked at the constantly fluctuating barrier, and a determination flashed in her eyes. Originally, she was planning to hold out and wait for help, but it seemed that the reinforcements would not come. She would not wait to die, so she raised her voice. Everyone listen up. Following her voice, more than 100 Uchiha on the city wall and hundreds of civilian ninjas, some of whom remained behind, all looked over. Stick the detonating talismans everywhere, and detonate them one after another when the barrier is broken. Then we will break out to the east. Uchiha Mei is preparing to borrow some tactics from Dodera Kikyo Mountain. However, she was not planning to fight back, but to break through. Because the strength in his hands is too weak, even if he can severely damage the Mist Ninja, the final result will not change at all, so he can only break through. As for why we decided to break out to the east, it was naturally a matter of careful consideration. The north is the direction of Konoha, and the west is where Dohei is stationed. These two directions are definitely guarded by the Kirigakure ninjas. There is the sea to the south, so there is only a glimmer of hope to the east. I can only say Uchiha was lacking in character, but she was extremely keen in war, and she quickly grasped the only weak point in the Fog Ninja's encirclement. Yes. *N. All the Uchiha clan members responded in unison, and the civilian ninjas also agreed. Maybe the villagers in the village will be afraid and hostile to Uchiha, but this definitely does not include the frontline ninjas. Because on the battlefield, you can always trust Uchiha. As long as you can tolerate their cold faces and bad tempers, Uchiha is definitely the best choice for teammates. A few hours later, explosive symbols have been plastered all over Izumo Fortress. Only Konoha dared to play like this. If it were other ninja villages, even if they wanted to play, they wouldn't have so many detonating charms to make. Boo! The barrier was also broken down by the Mist Ninja's continuous offensive, and a massive amount of Mist Ninja and mist poured in. Looking at the fortress that has been stationed for several years, Uchiha, who had already retreated to the east of the fortress with everyone, propped up the pit with wooden planks, gave the order. Detonate! A detonating talisman posted in a hidden place began to be ignited by the connected chakra wire. Rush! Break Izumo Fortress! Don't let those Konoha ninjas escape! After the Mist Ninjas entered the fortress, they were all ready for a hearty massacre. But what greeted them was not blood and screams, but another kind of sound. Hiss! Countless fine burning sounds stunned the Mist Ninja who had just arrived in the mist. In an instant, they thought of what the sound was. It's a detonating talisman. Run away! Damn Konoha! Kill them! All kinds of panic sounds sounded. The Mist Ninja pursues an elite policy, which means that they value individual strength more and don't pay too much attention to cooperation and discipline. Therefore, these Mist Ninjas are in chaos due to different choices. Command, what is that? Before the Fog Ninjas could reach an agreement, the detonating talisman began to explode. Boom boom boom! Thunderous explosions continued to sound, shattering the Izumo fortress and causing a lot of damage to the Mist Ninja. Even the thick fog that poured in was forced back by the flames and explosions. At this moment, Uchiha jumped out of the pit. Kill! She rushed towards the east at full speed like a tigress descending the mountain. The three Megatama Sharingan emerged, and the ninja sword in his right hand was unsheathed, completely in the rhythm of a god blocking a killing god. Uchiha Shizuka on the left, Uchiha Shota on the right, followed by more than 100 members of the Uchiha Fusa clan, and finally a few hundred civilian ninjas, mainly genin. A total of several hundred ninja troops launched a desperate breakout battle. The process was extremely smooth. The Fog Ninjas in the encirclement to the east probably didn't expect that they would break out from this aspect, so they were easily killed. Only just broke out of the fog. Uchiha, who was at the front, stopped rushing forward, with a look of despair on her face. Chapter 193 Sandame, do you also want to dance? A figure wearing a bamboo hat with the word water on his head stood in front of the Konoha troops who broke out. Behind the opponent, there was a Mist Ninja waiting in full formation. The third generation Mizukage. I didn't expect to appear on the battlefield in person. The one behind the opponent was a handsome young man with green hair and purple eyes, a suture scar under his left eye, and a stick-like weapon with a hook at the front and decorated with green flowers. However, judging from the position of the other party, he looked like he was inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. These two are both shadow-level powerhouses. The number of intercepted ninjas is not too exaggerated, less than 500, not much better than their breakout force. But just two shadow-level experts were more than they could handle. San Magatama is indeed strong. But it is impossible to be an opponent when meeting a shadow-level powerhouse. There is a huge gap between film level and non-film level. Even a cheat like the Sharingan cannot make up for it. If you surrender, I can guarantee that Uchiha will get the treatment he deserves. The Sandame Mizukage issued a solicitation. Uchiha. Who wouldn't be jealous of this person? If he could recruit him, he would definitely be able to add a powerful line of succession to the village. Snort. Uchiha Mei snorted and took action. She was a special Jounin when Dohei graduated a few years ago, and now she has been promoted to Jounin. Together with the three Megatama, she has the strength of an elite Jounin. If it weren't for the appearance of several heaven-defying beings such as Dohei, Kakashi, and Koji Yamama, she would definitely be the most dazzling genius. It's a pity that she met these people, so her reputation has dropped a lot. But this definitely does not affect her strength. Not only is she an elite Jounin, she is also proficient in nin, body, and illusion. She has no shortcomings at all. Uchiha style. Sword leaps through thunder. The ninja sword in Uchiha Mei's hand emitted light of thunder and lightning, increasing its cutting power to the highest level. With just one strike, even steel can be easily cut into pieces. Water escape. Water formation wall. The Sandame Mizu cage, on the other hand, calmly performed a water release. Wow! Countless water droplets gathered together and turned into a rotating wall of water surrounding itself, preventing Uchiha Mei from moving forward. If the Sandame Mizu cage can take the position of cage, the minimum guarantee will only be cage level. For a strong person, the power of the water release used by him will be greatly improved, and it is not surprising that he can block the attack of elite Jonin. Do it! Uchiha Shizuka and Uchiha Shota were also preparing to step forward to assist. The two of them only took a few steps forward before they were blocked by a baby-faced boy with green hair and purple eyes. Yakura! Uchiha Shota shouted lowly and then took the initiative to attack. He didn't say anything like, "I'll hold on here, you go and support me." Because the other party may not look like a baby face, but he is actually in his 20s. Although he is younger than them, his strength is really like a monster, and he can be called the number one person under the third generation of Mizu Cage. Facing such a shadow-level powerhouse, they are no match for each other together, let alone supporting them individually. The only option is to fight for your life, quickly deal with the opponent or severely injure the opponent, and then have a chance to save Uchiha Mei. Interesting. Gaji Yagura smiled lowly and waved the coral staff in his hand to fight. He is obviously a small man, but he uses this heavy and strange weapon. Of course, no one dares to underestimate him. His reputation was gained on the battlefield. Both Uchiha and Hinata were blasted by him. The battle between the two sides entered the life-saving stage from the beginning. Because the breakout troops knew that once they were entangled, there would be no possibility of escape until the mist ninja troops arrived from other directions. Therefore, whether it was the Uchiha tribesmen of the Nagafusa lineage or hundreds of other civilian ninjas, they all attacked regardless of life and death, and even traded their lives for lives, just to find a way out. The 6 Uchiha Jonin were all held back by the Sandame Mizu cage and another cage-level powerhouse. One ninja fell down, and the ground was stained red with blood. But no one cares about this now. Ninjas are a profession with high attack, high dodge, and low defense. When they decide to go all out, they will naturally not dodge, and the speed of casualties can be imagined. At this time, both sides were furious. Many Uchiha are wildly exploding and displaying amazing combat effectiveness. 1 versus 2 are all basic operations. Unfortunately, he was held back by the civilian ninjas. Most of the civilian ninjas left behind were genin, and there was not even a jounin. If Uchiha uses them as cannon fodder, they might have a chance to break out. But with the pride of Uchiha, no one would do this. Instead, they would support from time to time, which resulted in no chance to break out. As expected of Uchiha, Gaji Yagura forced back several Uchiha jounin who besieged him with one blow. Seeing the performance of those Uchiha, he couldn't help but admire them. At this moment, Uchiha Shizuka's 3 Megatama eyes turned. The art of magic shackles released this most powerful illusion. She believes that even shadow-level experts will be affected. With plugins, you can do whatever you want. But it's just an illusion, so it's naturally impossible to kill the opponent, and someone needs to do the finishing touch. Poof! The ninja sword in Uchiha Shota's hand pierced the heart of Goto Kibana Yagura, who was possessed by the genjutsu. In small-scale battles, kunao and the like are very convenient, but on the battlefield, ninja swords and the like are more convenient for killing people. However, Uchiha Shota's face was extremely serious. It feels wrong. For him who has been killing people for a long time, he can tell the slightest difference. It's just that it's too late to stop and retreat now. Another Gojo Yagura suddenly appeared, slapped his stabbing right arm with a palm, and corals grew out of it. Coral Palm. It can be regarded as one of Gojo Yagura's signature abilities. As long as it is hit, coral will grow in the target's body. It is a vicious and terrifying secret technique. Uchiha Shota immediately handed the sword to his left hand, and then cut off his right arm. At this time, the wolfberry Yagura that he had just pierced had turned into water and disintegrated. It's not a water avatar, but a special secret technique of the other party. Water escape and water mirror technique. A ninja can be copied, and even the techniques used can be copied. However, some secret techniques, blood inheritance limits, etc. cannot be copied, and there are many restrictions. But if it is used to copy itself, it can be completely fake, which is equivalent to doubling the combat power. It can also be used as a shield to withstand some big moves. After Uchiha Shota broke his arm, the situation took a turn for the worse. On the other side, Uchihame was pressed down and beaten by the Sandame Mizukage. The other party did not use powerful ninjutsu, but used experience and various low-level ninjutsu to beat her hard and lose her temper. Suddenly, she was knocked off balance by the opponent's attack. Water escape, the art of the high water wrist. The Sandame Mizukage formed a seal with his right hand and used this B-level water escape. The effect is to make the arm produce strange power that can break steel. As long as it hits, it will definitely turn her into Mei-chan. The others were either held back by the enemy or had no chance to rescue them. At this moment, a voice echoed across the battlefield from the sky. Let the flames purify everything. Then came the terrifying rapid spread of high temperature. Such an earth-shattering momentum directly attracted the attention of both sides on the battlefield, causing them to subconsciously separate. A strange red light flashed in the eyes of the Sandame Mizukage, and then not only did he not stop, but he accelerated his attack, preparing to smash Uchihame with one punch. Unfortunately, the white beam of light falling from the sky arrived first, forcing him to duck away. Flame Finger. After entering the immortal mode, both power and range have been qualitatively improved. Zheng Tanghai also thought of the name Magic Light Killing Cannon, but when he thought about it, it was related to the ninja world. The style of painting was too inconsistent, so the name was not changed in the end. One blow to save the siege. Then he, wrapped in white flame clothing, rushed towards him. Step. Standing in front of Uchihame. Sandame Mizukage, do you also want to dance? Dohei looked at the third Mizukage in front of him and knew that the other party was in a state of illusion, so he did not communicate at all and prepared to take action directly. Immortal mode was activated immediately, which already explained his attitude. It's impossible to chat in this state, so don't beep if you can. Chapter 194 Shattering the Mist Ninja's Outlook. Uchiha Danhei. The Sandame Mizukage took off the Mizukage hat and outer robe, revealing his combat uniform. Black and long straight. The same long black shawl hair as Orochimaru, coupled with the narrowed eyes, the style of his painting is completely unlike that of a Kage. Are you afraid that the traces of illusion in your eyes will be discovered? Tang Ping immediately thought in this direction, but it did not affect his action. You retreat first. As he spoke, he rushed forward. When he saw the other party appearing here, Tang Ping already understood the plan of the mastermind behind the scenes. Test. The other party wanted to use the Sandame Mizukage to test his strength. The last time the other party asked the 7 ninja swordsmen to raid Konoha, their success failed due to my intervention, and because I was active during this period, I turned my attention to myself. This time they deliberately laid siege and refused to attack for a few days, which was clearly waiting for him to take action. Maybe even if he didn't arrive in time, the other party would try to let him go like a cat and mouse, and then pursue him until he appeared. Otherwise, there is no explanation why 2 shadow-level warriors came to intercept the remaining troops instead of pursuing the defeated main force of the 2 wealthy families. It's just that the other party wants to test his own strength, so of course he has to do what the other party wants. Immortal Method. Zhu Rong's true body. He entered the state of opening the Gundam without any preamble. Fierce. Endless flames emerged out of thin air. First, it was woven into a huge flame giant, and then wrapped in layers of flame coats, it turned into a red armored giant form. Compared with before, there is no need to enter the fire armor incarnation before entering the Zhu Rong real body, skipping the prelude directly. And the appearance is more precise, the consumption is smaller, etc. These are all due to Tang Ping's improvement in fire escape and his growth in Sage mode. Although there are many things to do in daily life, Tang Ping is not idle. Qingming agent is now used as an oral liquid, and the growth rate can be imagined. Of course, his chakra has also been growing, and now it has increased by a few calories compared to before. Although this growth did not allow him to break through the 30-card barrier, he was able to perform at least a dozen more A-level ninjutsu. The appearance of Zhu Rong's true body had an extremely shocking impact. There is no fog here, so everyone can see clearly. What is that? How terrible! It's a god, it must be a god. Even if ninjas don't believe in God, they seem to have forgotten this at this time. How shocking! It makes people lose even the desire to fight. Immortal magic. Orakai. Dohei stood in the Gundam, without charging or aiming, and directly launched this big move towards the fog ninjas in front. Fierce. The endless white flames swept forward like a wave. There is really no need to aim at the wave of flames that are tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, because it is basically a large-scale clearing technique. Quickly block the opponent. Don't panic, we can win. Escape with water. Various sounds rang out among the mist ninjas, followed by various water escapes, trying to block this magical spell. Water escape. Water bomb. Water escape. Water formation wall. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. The water escapes were used one by one, filling the battlefield with countless water flows. Although this is not the sea, which greatly reduces the effect of water escape, at least it is a seaside, and the degree of weakening is not exaggerated. Dozens or hundreds of water escape ninjutsu formed a wave of waves blocking the front of the wave of white flames. Finally, it was the Sandame Mizukage who quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escape. Who will build the dam? Big water bursts into waves. Directly used this A-level ninjutsu. Shadow level does not mean that you will definitely be able to use S-level forbidden arts, just like a certain strongest Hokage, except for a ghoul, can't be S-level at all. Hiruzen, can this also attack me? In the hands of the third Mizukage, the A-level water escape of big explosive water charge is no weaker than that guy from the future whose chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast. However, people rely on chakra to make bricks fly, and the third Mizukage relied on his terrifying water escape skills to increase his power to such an exaggerated level. Water defeats fire. At least that's how it seems to the ninjas in the ninja world. However, today they saw a scene that violated this code and shattered their outlook on life. Facing the overwhelming water flow, the white flames not only were not submerged, but instead quickly evaporated the water flow and surged forward against the water flow. Indeed, water does restrain fire. But when the temperature and quantity of flames are much higher than that of water, even restraint it won't have any effect. Zzz. The mist ninjas didn't react until someone was first scorched by the high temperature and then ignited by the flames and turned into ashes. Leave now. Don't stay here any longer. Retreat. Following these sounds, they all retreated quickly. With one strike, the combined ninjutsu of hundreds of ninjas was directly defeated, which shows how exaggerated the power of Dohei's magic is. At this time, his fighting ability is no longer comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. And showing strength to Madara, the old bidden, is also to make the other party stop targeting him. If your strength is not strong enough, the other party will definitely find a way to deal with you. But when the other party finds out that his strength is terrifying and cannot be easily defeated, he will try to avoid him. Especially when I am outside Konoha village where I cannot affect his plans, he will ignore me. It is precisely because of this that Tang Ping went all out, using Sage Mode and Sage Magic as soon as he landed, without any reservation at all. Just as he was holding back the Mist Ninja interception troops, on the other side. Quick! Hurry up! Take the injured people away as well. Hinata Kangyu commanded the remaining breakout troops and took the opportunity to bypass the battlefield from the side and leave. With her supervision, she is most suitable for the command role. Die! Yamama Koji's 2.5 meter tall body was charging at the front like a tank, with no enemies in front of him at all. What's this? Ah! Damn it! Faced with the counterattack, he didn't even dodge, but just faced the attack head-on to clear the way. One punch for each kid. Under the terrifying power, every punch is like being blessed by the heroic water wrist technique. As the pioneer, no one can stop you. With his presence, a gap was created for the breakout troops behind. Until, Kohatsuki Yagura stood in front of him. You are so weird. While speaking, the other party quickly formed seals and swung the coral staff in his hand. Secret technique. Water mirror technique. He directly used his hidden secret technique. A water mirror appeared in front of Koji Yamama, and then a figure identical to him suddenly appeared in it. Interesting, Yamama-Hazan shouted with boiling enthusiasm, 8 gates of ninjutsu. Open! Directly entered the 8-gate state. At this time, he had already mastered the basics of this forbidden technique. The next step was to continuously hone his body and there was no need to keep it secret. The replica also made the same move. Both sides threw out with right fists at the same time. The huge crash was like 2 high-speed trains colliding. However, Goto Kibana Yagura, who was preparing for a surprise attack, looked surprised. How is that possible? He discovered that the clones created by his secret technique were showing signs of collapse. The opponent doesn't have any secret techniques or bloodline limits, so the clone's strength should be the same as the opponent's, right? If you can copy my body, then come on. Koji Yamama's momentum becomes more and more powerful. He had already learned a lot of information about this secret technique on his way here. So I was mentally prepared and faced the opponent on purpose. The clone can indeed copy the target's ninjutsu, but not the physical strength. Are a piece of iron and a piece of iron that has been hammered thousands of times the same thing? Fierce, fierce. Flames suddenly erupted from the two nozzles behind him, and Yamama Koji gathered his strength and launched a big move. Cosmic Phantom. It will definitely not work to attack Gojira Yagura directly, because he will dodge. But fighting a clone with low IQ is not a problem, because the opponent will also use the same tricks. Boom. The two terrifying powerful moves collided, directly blowing away the surrounding soil and shattering the air, as if a heavy missile had been detonated. At the same time, this attack will also shatter the replica. It's not a question of attack. Instead, the body of the replica could not withstand such exaggerated damage and was directly shattered. Come again. Koji Yamama dealt with the clone and pounced directly on Yagura Kiruta. After entangling the enemy, the breakout troops can leave smoothly. On the other side, the Sandame Mizukage and the Mist Ninja troops did not want to let go of the breakout troops, but the prerequisite was that they had to be able to pursue them first. Because Tang Ping performed the second large-scale magic without even taking a breath. Chapter 195 Breaking Out of the Siege. Immortal Magic. Earth fire burns the city. Zurong's real body, which was dozens of meters tall, directly used this anti-city magic. It is a fairy art, not a fairy method, which means that Tang Ping has not modified it yet and it is not a fairy method specially prepared for fairy art chakra. But this is enough. When Zurong's real body performs the same ninjutsu as an individual, the power will undergo a qualitative change. Because when Zurong's true body is used, the power will be increased by more than 10 times. This is also the reason why the previous Big Snake attack was able to defeat the third-generation Mizukage and hundreds of Mist Ninjas. Of course, consumption also increases by that much. Zurong's true body itself consumes most of the immortal chakra to use, so using another large-scale immortal technique would almost drain his body. However, now that he has grown in all aspects, he is able to display his talents again. A large-scale immortal technique. Crack, crack. The sound of biscuits breaking continuously rang out from the ground. The earth was torn apart. And the affected area was extremely shocking. More than a kilometer radius with Zurong's real body as the core. The range sounds extremely shocking. But if Zurong's real body is regarded as a ninja, it is equivalent to a few dozen meters around a ninja, so it is not an exaggeration. Retreat quickly. The third-generation Mizukage noticed something was wrong and gave orders loudly. The earth was broken by countless magma and flames, erupting like a fountain, igniting and drowning everything on the ground. Ah! Run away! Be careful of the ground! The Mist Ninjas had no time to chase Konoha's breakout troops at this time, and they were completely unable to protect themselves. Although the attack of the underground fire burning the city was slow and there was an obvious prelude. The problem was, the range was too large. With an attack range of kilometers, who can withstand it? One by one, the Mist Ninjas were swallowed up. Although it is difficult for middle and upper ninjas to be hit by such a large-scale attack. But those genin can't. Even if they sense the attack, they may not be able to avoid it. Water escape. Sea Dragon Bite. Seeing this, the Sandame Mizukage directly used his strongest S-level water escape to deal with Doping first. Wow! Countless water flows emerged out of thin air and condensed into a huge sea dragon biting towards Zurong's real body. In fact, the power of this ninjutsu has been greatly weakened. Because the temperature in this area is terrifyingly high, it is difficult to perform water escape in such a place. Two big moves collided. One is an S-level fairy method, and the other is an S-level water escape. But Doping has absolute confidence. Zurong's real body is a defensive fairy method, and amplifying the attack is just a side effect. And he doesn't even look at the surrounding environment. Magma and fire. Using water escape to fight against me in this environment? He is just a fool. This is true. When the huge sea dragon hit and bit Zurong, it looked extremely dangerous, but in fact it was easily withstood. However, Zhu Rongzhen was also knocked back more than 10 steps. As expected of the Sandame Mizu cage. Tang Ping sighed in a low voice. That is, it is here. If it were on the sea, the result might be different. After the opponent's attack, it would naturally be his turn. Flame finger. Tang Ping pointed with his right index finger. Swish. A white beam of light broke through the air and flew towards the Sandame Mizu cage who had just cast the spell. Swish. This quick and sharp flame finger successfully hit the opponent's left arm. No blood flowed out because the wound was burned in an instant due to the terrifying high temperature. What a pity! Tang Ping curled his lips. Because he aimed at the opponent's heart, but he didn't expect the opponent to react so quickly and directly avoided the key part. If he could really hit it, he would have an additional achievement of slashing shadow. But he didn't mean to go forward to finish off the opponent. Because those mist shadow Anbu and shadow guards had already stepped forward to block the water shadow behind them, if he dared to go up, he would have to fight with the opponent. If it was in his prime, it would be fine. But now that he used several large-scale immortal spells and immortal arts, his body was directly hollowed out, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, and he had no chance to break through the opponent's defense line. Immortal spell. Zhu Rong's true body. Immortal art. Great Snake S. Immortal art. Earth Fire Burning City. See, after several big moves, he didn't fall on the spot, which was already good. And there is a huge difference in consumption between single target and large-scale immortal arts. If it was a single target magic like the Ten Wuun sword, he wouldn't even have time to breathe even if there were more. But with the Orakai and the Earth Fire City, one was enough, let alone two. Rain. Do Ping used the flame robe to spray flames and escape. No one dared to chase him. After all, his godlike performance just now was indeed too exaggerated. Soon, Do Ping caught up with the breakout team that had broken out of the encirclement. As for Yamamakoji, he was having a good time fighting with Kyuji Yagura. The opponent was the type that he could restrain, so he could not only bring out his own strength, but also was not in danger. Great! This is better than any sparring partner. And with the power armor on his body, there is no need to worry about safety issues. Even if he was surrounded, he could force his way out with his defense, and no one could stop him. This was indeed the case. After a while, a tall figure fell from the sky in front of the team. Boom! The heavy body crushed the ground. It was Yamamakoji. At this time, he looked extremely embarrassed. The metal armor on his body disappeared, leaving only the power armor, and the armor was full of wounds, as if it was draped on his body like rags. And there were several piercing wounds, and a lot of blood dyed the power armor red. Miserable. Too miserable. It looked like he was beaten up. Is that guy Yagura Kyuji so strong? Du Ping asked in confusion and felt pain in his heart. It's not difficult to repair the power armor, just spend money to buy nutrient solution. The point is that the damage is so serious that it can't be solved with a few million taels. Maybe 1 or 2 cans of nutrient solution can be repaired. Create technology with heart, play with money without NMB. This is how the scientific research route is strengthened. If you don't have money, just go to bed. Of course, if you don't use nutrient solution, the cost is not much, and it can be repaired in a few years. The key is to repair quickly, so nutrient solution is needed. There are also the Sandame Mizu cage and the Shadow Guard. Yamamakoji's words directly silenced Dohei-kan. Because he didn't expect the other party to be so brave. It was not enough to challenge the future 4th generation Mizu cage alone, but he also challenged the Sandame and the Shadow Guard together. It's simply explosive. After today, I believe Yamamakoji will be officially recognized as a shadow-level strongman. Before there is an official record, no matter how loud it is, there will be doubts and disbelief, but with an iron record, there will naturally be no such things. 2 shadow-level strongmen in a team, what kind of fairy team is this? The last time there was such quality, it was the 3 ninjas team of Konoha's top group. In fact, Team 404 does not have 2 cage-level warriors, but 3, and even 2 of them are strong cage-level warriors. It's just that Hyuga Sogitsu's situation is too complicated to be exposed. Therefore, in fact, their Team 404 has surpassed the 3 ninja teams and become the strongest team. I didn't expect it. Uchiha Shizuka on the side looked at Yamamakoji who was seriously injured but seemed to be fine and exclaimed. She naturally knew him. After all, when she investigated Dohei, she also investigated his two best friends. So she knew very well that with his potential, he could only be a chunin at most, and he would have to be more than 30 years old. But now? He is already a cage-level warrior. With her eyesight, she could not be wrong, so the change in the other party could only be caused by Dohei. Creating a cage-level warrior? Thinking of this possibility, she felt a little dry in the mouth. Don't worry, Uchiha Namiya will soon welcome his own cage-level warrior. Dohei said directly, without any hint. Because he does have a way to train a cage-level warrior. Not to mention the long steps to godhood and power armor, the Radiance Potion specially refined for Uchiha alone has a high probability of allowing Uchiha-me to have a Mangeki. He is not going to let the other party open his eyes by using the method of pain, it hurts too much. Because opening the eyes in this way will greatly stimulate the spirit and become extremely paranoid, comparable to the rhythm of a mental patient. And the Radiance Potion is the best way. If one bottle doesn't work, then 10 bottles, if 10 bottles don't work, then 100 bottles, he doesn't believe that the other party can't open a Mangeki with his potential. That's great. Uchiha Shizuka naturally understood what Dohei said, and an expectant smile appeared on her face. However, when her eyes saw Uchiha Shouta with one arm cut off, she looked worried. One arm is missing. It has a great impact on ninjas. If it was before, she could even retire directly, but now there is no way. Chapter 196 False Allies and Real Allies. Don't worry. Doping naturally saw Uchiha Shouta's miserable state, so he promised. I will arrange the operation when I return to the castle tower, but before that, try to cover it up. Because the newborn potion is too difficult to make, there is no finished product in advance, so it takes some time to prepare. Now that we have white Zetsu, we can use it to cultivate better and stronger limbs, but the cost is really high, and this kind of limbs is also easy to be seen by others. If we don't disguise it, maybe others will find out that he has a way to regenerate people's broken limbs, which will be troublesome. At least Danzo will force him to regenerate his broken limbs like a mad dog. Don't worry, I have blocked the news in advance. Uchiha Shizuka replied in a low voice. What she didn't notice was that when facing Doping, she had put herself lower and lower. At this time, it was like a subordinate answering the inquiry of his superior. This is a subtle process. That's good. You will lead these people. Then, according to King Yu's command, we have to speed up and leave. Doping knew Uchiha Shizuka's ability very well, and directly asked her to lead the team. As for why Mei was not allowed to go, was he afraid that he would not die quickly enough? The hostility between the two was obvious to everyone. Letting Uchiha-me lead the troops to obey Hinata King Yu's command was a completely suicidal suggestion. Speed up. Uchiha Shizuka didn't understand what this meant, but soon found out. Because the team that was originally heading east suddenly turned to the south, and then moved forward to the west, which was equivalent to going around a circle and a half, changing Uchiha-me's previous decision. Before, she wanted to break out from the east and then go back to Konoha to the north. But now she is breaking out to the west and going around the west castle tower. It doesn't seem to be much different, but the difficulty and danger have soared countless times. If there was no Hinata King Yu, Doping would not play like this. But with a super radar with a range of 5 kilometers, he naturally couldn't give up this advantage. He could just take the remaining troops, whose number barely exceeded 200, back to the castle tower. He was too lazy to go back to Konoha. Of course, he also had another idea in his mind, which was to swallow up this army. Don't even think about it. But now the Nagafusa suffered heavy losses, and there are less than half of these Uchiha left, that's another story. Besides, if they really return to the village, they may not be welcomed. After all, the village leaders have already decided to sacrifice them to build a second line of defense, and they may have reached a compensation agreement with the Uchiha leaders. Now go back. Those who understand will understand. So, Duping will have the idea of swallowing this group of Uchiha. The key point is that these are all from the Nagafusa lineage. And with this group of troops joining, his castle tower will have a real force, a force that belongs only to him. The Southwest Ninja Army belongs to Konoha, and Duping knows this better than anyone else. So he has no intention of winning over Kobayashi Tera and Nobi Nobita at all. Only when the other party's family moves out of Konoha and comes to the castle tower, he will believe that the other party will join him, not Konoha. Now you know how important this group of troops is to him. It can save him countless time. The process of moving forward is extremely smooth. Since they were all ninjas, they were naturally very fast. With the command of Hyaga Sogitsu, they could easily avoid the search and sentry points of the mist ninja and slip away from the enemy's encirclement. Of course. This was also because the enemy had no information about Hyaga Sogitsu, and there were not many people, otherwise it would not be easy to get through the encirclement. It took a few hours to come here, but more than 2 days to return. After all, there were many genin in the team, and there were also some wounded. Just when they stepped into the vicinity of the castle tower for more than 10 kilometers, they were given some small productivity shocks. A flat and wide gravel road, almost 10 meters wide, appeared in front of them. How is it possible? Uchiha Shizuka exclaimed. Because she knew very well what such a road represented. Let's take the simplest example. Such a 1 kilometer long road requires thousands of people to work for several months to achieve this. Because the stones need to be crushed, transported, compacted, and so on. The work efficiency of ordinary manpower can be imagined, and this can be seen by looking at the productivity of the ninja world. The average yield of rice per mu is about 100 jin. It's a sin. And it's not just that. As we moved forward along the road, everyone saw that the wilderness on both sides, which should have been hard soil blocks, had now turned into fields, and there were ditches that kept flowing into the river, flooding them and turning them into paddy fields. Some people sprinkled some powdered things, earth-made fertilizer, into them from time to time. In some paddy fields, there were some cow-shaped wooden puppets, which were slowly moving forward under the pedals of 2 people on their backs, inserting the seedlings in the rollers towed behind into the fields. What is that? Uchihame, who had been silent in the team, suddenly spoke up. She was very curious about those wooden cows because she had never seen such things before. If they were puppets, they were not controlled by puppeteers. If they were not puppets, they had a clear sense of puppets. It's a wooden ox. It's also the first product of the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce. With this thing, a lot of manpower can be saved. In the future, in addition to planting, there will be work such as harvesting and threshing, all of which can be done with this thing. Tang Ping introduced proudly. And he was really not afraid of imitation. Making a wooden ox requires the intervention of a puppeteer. Even if someone can solve this problem and find a sand ninja to do it, the high cost also means that this thing is destined not to be owned by ordinary people. Making materials by yourself requires 500,000 taels, which ordinary farmers simply cannot afford. As for the nobles, the grain in their warehouses is almost rotten, and there are many untouchables under their rule, so they don't need wooden oxen to save manpower and improve efficiency. Therefore, people who need wooden oxen can't afford it, and people who can afford it don't need it. If it's just 1 or 2 places, it may just be shocking. But when this is the case for more than 10 kilometers, it's a kind of shock. Such a lot of land will be a huge fortune. The most important thing is that this place was a wilderness that was difficult to develop before, but now it has become like this. How can it not be scary? When they arrived at the foot of the city. Welcome to my castle tower. Doping opened his arms and made a hugging gesture, indicating that this area belongs to him. Don't forget that this area is his private property. Although he is not a noble and cannot own a territory, the right to use it for 99 years is no different from that of a lord. In other words, this road and the paddy field belong to him personally and have nothing to do with Konoha. Even if the Southwest Ninja Army retreats, it will not prevent him from continuing to own the castle tower and the surrounding area. How did you do it? Uchihame couldn't control her curiosity. Because she was thinking all the way, how could she do it, but unfortunately there was no answer. Secret. Doping smiled mysteriously. He would not tell the matter of the monsters in such a place. And he was so high profile along the way, which was also a display of his strength to prepare for the conquest of the Longhouse lineage. If it was just a remaining T-mountain city, it would be a dream to get people to join in. But a city with unlimited development potential is different. With land and food, at least the people who come to rely on themselves can have enough food, which guarantees the bottom line. Add to that various technologies and benefits, which are enough to make these stray dogs who are not welcomed by their families and villages make a choice. Here, Tang Ping wants to praise the village leaders by name. If they hadn't made the decision to sacrifice these people, Tang Ping would not have had any chance to pull the other party in. From this point of view, Konoha F4 is definitely his best assistant, and those who are excluded and suppressed by the other party in the future can become his strength. False allies, Honda Chamber of Commerce. Real allies, Konoha F4. With such allies, there is no need to worry about the failure of the great cause. Chapter 197. A stab in the back. After entering the city, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because the situation in the city has not changed, it is still shabby and shabby. If this place also changes like the earth-shaking changes outside, they may have to doubt whether they are under the illusion. It's too scary. So far, the remaining troops that have just broken through have indeed felt a little productivity shock. Kobayashi Tera and Nobi Nobita also came out to greet them. And the latter looked at Uchiha Shizuka at the first moment. Dohei was puzzled. It seemed that the two of them must have some relationship. However, he would not ask about such things, but waited until the two of them came before he opened his mouth and ordered. You are responsible for arranging people. With subordinates here, these tasks really don't need to be worried about by himself as the commander. Uchiha Yashiro began to hand over to the two. At this time, most of the refugees and ninja soldiers in the city had left the castle tower and were performing tasks or working outside, so even if they came, there were more than enough empty tents. Especially the arrival of the witches of the demon country made management much easier. In addition to purification and exorcism, these witches are more proficient in management. With them as managers, together with several small families and Honda Chamber of Commerce who defected to Dohei, they formed a primary management organization. That is, the ghosts and terracotta warriors went to the river country next door, otherwise it would be more lively. Honda Ying and Ashiaka Yoshi led the way, and a group of shrine maidens followed the ghosts to the starting point orphanage. There are still some concerns in the land of fire. But if there is no river country even in the ninja village, then you can do whatever you want and fully exert the productivity of the ghosts. Oh, right. Do Ping had issued an order before. Clear the bandits and wild ninjas in the river country. The castle tower is too close to the river country in the west. In terms of the mobility of the ninjas, they can kill in front of them in less than a day, so it is not unreasonable to solve the hidden dangers on the flank in advance. And such an order is within the authority of Do Ping, the chief general of the ninja army, and he does not need to pay the price. Even if there is a price, it is paid by the village. See. What is freeloading? Directly use the power of Konoha to do your own things. Anyway, after he played like this, the area around the river island where his own starting point orphanage is located has become extremely clean. The extremely harsh environment could not stop the ninjas. At the same time, the ninjas' reconnaissance ability was enough to find and solve those hidden targets. What the nobles and lords spent countless energy and manpower on but could not solve was immediately solved under a command from Dohei. However, he did not go too far and asked the ninja army to plow the entire river country. Only the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of the area south of the river country near the sea was the target of clearing. This piece of land was enough for his early development. If an operation of this level was issued as a task, it would cost at least tens of billions of taels to hire, and the effect was not guaranteed. After all, the scale was too large and the time was too long. But during the war, Dohei, as the commander, did this without any cost with a single order. And he could do it again at any time if necessary. As the commander, he could do whatever he wanted. Soon, Dohei brought Hinata Sogetsu, Yamamakoji, Uchihame, Uchiha Shizuka, and Uchiha shouted to the commander's office or conference room. It might be impossible to rebuild the mountain city in this short time, but it is not a problem to make a dual-purpose office. The new potion will take some time. You can pretend to be injured during this period. Is that okay? After Dohei sat at the head of the conference table, he immediately asked Uchiha Shao, who was as strong as a bear and could debut with Nobita and Nobita as the wild bear duo. No problem. Uchiha Shouta, whose right hand was tightly wrapped in white bandages and actually had only dead wood inside, nodded slightly. New potion. It was not a secret for them. Then it was. Dohei handed Uchihame a piece of information that Kobayashi Tera had just given him. It showed the movements in the village during this period. The information was enough for Uchihame to clearly know the situation she and the Chong lineage were facing. Should he return to the village regardless of the consequences and endure the dissatisfaction of the village leaders and the family, or should he sacrifice on the front line and become a hero of the Uchiha in the village? That's right. The village has already publicized all the Uchiha clan members who went to the war as sacrificed heroes and even gave a lot of things to the Uchiha as compensation. Now the publicity has been done, compensation was given. The sudden return of sacrificed heroes like Uchiha Nagizawa to the village was a complete slap in their faces. It would be strange if they could look upon them in a good light. All I can say is that Tang Ping was amazed when he saw the information. Konoha F4 is indeed worthy of being his real allies, they are trustworthy. In this way, they almost cut off the retreat route of Uchihame and Nagafusa ninja. When he returned to the village, he was targeted by the village and ostracized by his family. After all, their existence is a stain on the village and Uchiha, so naturally they must be eliminated or turned a blind eye to. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchihame kept muttering this name to herself, her eyes full of hatred. If the other party appeared at this time, no one would doubt whether she would chop the other party. It's so inhumane. The eldest branch of the family is also Uchiha. Under the village's appeasement and deal, they actually tacitly accepted the sacrifice of the eldest branch of the family. It's no wonder she reacted like this. Uchiha Shizuka and Uchiha Sho, who had also read the intelligence, wanted to rush back to the village with swords and chop Uchiha Fugaku to death. Even though the decision to sacrifice this time was not made by him. But as the head of the Uchiha clan, he acknowledged that the sacrifice of his clan members was his fault, and it would be of no use even if the village gave him a lot of compensation. The dead cannot enjoy any compensation. I can only say that what Dohei cursed in front of Yashiro before did make sense. And Dohei knew one thing more clearly, that is, Uchiha Fugaku did not acquiesce to Nagashina's sacrifice just for the sake of compensation. He was not that kind of person. But it's because of the will of fire. Take advantage of this point, don't be too easy to control him. And this is just the beginning. Not only did he give in step by step for the sake of the village and the will of fire in the future, he even watched his family being slaughtered by the village using his son's hands. Calling him a moron is a compliment to him. At the same time, Tang Ping also understood something that he had not figured out for a long time. Why is there no record of a super talented and beautiful girl like Uchihame in the original history? Perhaps it was because of this incident that it became a taboo, so there is not a single trace of it. In other words, her originally destined fate of death has been changed due to my appearance. However, Tang Ping did not make this guess. Before he could get to the point, he said that his castle tower would be open to their eldest branch, and they could treat it as their new home. The messenger ninja brought up a piece of urgent information. What urgent matter could there be right now? It can't be that the second line of defense was breached by the mist ninja, right? Dohei waved his hand to let the messenger ninja retreat, while he made a hand seal to release the seal and teased. He has always been serious about the top management of Kurakia. But when he saw the information on the scroll clearly, he cursed subconsciously. Damn! His face also froze at the same time. Because no matter what, he never expected that something like this would happen. Something that was totally beyond his expectations. Chapter 198 An Unchangeable Fate? The incident of the 3 auspicious treasures occurs again. It turned out that after following the Sandame Mizukage to defeat the main forces of the 2 powerful families, the 7 ninja swordsmen chose to go to Konoha for revenge privately. This was also the reason why the previous ambushers did not show up. Because of their small number and strong strength, they were able to get to a place less than dozens of miles away from the village. As a result, they met Guy, Ebisu, and the Moonlight Gale team again. However, this team also successfully sent out a warning signal, letting the village know that the other party had appeared. Might Dai, who was training around the village, arrived at the critical moment and stopped the remaining 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although support from the village arrived quickly. But this short period of time is enough for people to torture and kill them countless times. Therefore, in order to protect Team Guy, Might Guy opened the last gate of the 8 gates. Death Gate. He instantly gained super shadow level strength and kicked the 6 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures. It was also seen by the 3rd Hokage and village leaders who arrived. In an instant, the 8 gates ninjutsu, originally a B-level forbidden technique, was directly written into the sealing technique. It was completely impossible to exchange it by making contributions as before. Must have the approval of the Hokage. The techniques in the sealing technique will not appear in the regular exchange. You can only exchange them with the consent of the Hokage. Otherwise, it will be useless even if you have contributed enough. In addition to the power of exchange, the allocation of high-level tasks is also controlled by the Hokage. Now you understand how powerful the Hokage is. However, when Tang Ping saw the incident of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the emergency intelligence, he felt like hell. Damn it! He had clearly blocked the opponent last time, and even the long knife and stitches were still in his hands. But this famous scene still did not disappear, How could he not look unhappy? It's not because of Mighty Dai's death. Even if the other party hadn't died, he wouldn't have had any chance of winning him over, so no matter how much he admired the other party, he wouldn't be angry about it. What he is unhappy about is fate. This incident seemed to be explaining something to him. Might Guy was destined to die in the Seven Ninja Swordsmen because of saving Team Guy. The same in his hand. If fate is destined, does it mean that all his efforts are in vain? So, he was naturally very unhappy. Handed the intelligence scroll to others. How is it possible? Uchihame frowned after reading it. It's too fake. A genin facing the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, even if they are one less, they are still a terrible opponent who can surround and kill the cage-level strongmen. But half of this lineup was killed, and the remaining 3 could not escape unless they ran fast. When did Konoha genin become so terrible? If Dohei knew what she was thinking, she would definitely tell him that the most terrible thing about Konoha is genin, and he can even save the world in the future. Although Uchiha Xiang and Uchiha Shizuka did not speak, they also felt that there was something wrong with the intelligence. Only Hinata Sogitsuo and Yamamakoji, the two of them subconsciously looked at each other, and then looked at Dohei with admiration. They had heard from Doping that Kai had the potential to be the strongest in physical skills in the future, and they were very confident in this, but occasionally they would have doubts. But when they saw that the 8 gates of ninjutsu could actually allow a genin to exert such a heaven-defying strength, this doubt disappeared instantly. Because they knew very well that Kai's talent in physical skills was indeed much stronger than his father's. At the same time, the terrifying perseverance required for the 8 gates of ninjutsu was not lacking in the other party. With a stronger talent in physical skills and terrifying perseverance, it is normal to surpass his father. Kai is indeed qualified to be the strongest in physical skills. Might Dai does have this strength after opening the Death Gate, what a pity. Doping endorsed this information, dispelling the doubts of Uchihame and others. 8 gates of ninjutsu. Uchiha Xiang muttered to himself. He is also a physical skill-based type, and naturally yearns for this forbidden technique. Even though he knew that he was doomed to die after opening the Death Gate, this moment of glory was still enviable. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to get it now, he had no chance. The third Hokage would definitely guard it tightly and not give anyone else any chance, unless they were from the Hokage family. Don't worry, I have the forbidden technique. Dohei could naturally see what Uchiha Sho was thinking, and he piqued his interest with just one sentence. This forbidden technique was sealed, which meant that in addition to the creator of the forbidden technique, only the village had the power to teach it. But he was afraid of nothing. If I can't use it openly, can't I use it in private? He has never been a law-abiding person. Even if he was caught, he could say that he copied it with the Sharingan when he was communicating with others. Thank you. Uchiha Sho naturally understood what Dohei meant, and finally nodded. Learning the forbidden technique of sealing technique without the consent of the village is not a trivial matter. If it was before, he would definitely not do it. But now the village has let their long-term Uchiha lineage sacrifice, so what's wrong with learning some forbidden techniques? The castle tower will be the new home of the long-term lineage. Dohei suddenly confronted Uchihame. Yes, he wanted the long-term lineage to leave Konoha and the village and come to the castle tower. If it was before, let alone do it, even if they just proposed it, they would be treated as traitors and eliminated by the village and the Uchiha clan. But now that the long-term lineage has sacrificed, they have no way out. The key point is that they did not surrender to other ninja villages. If they were to surrender to other ninja villages, whether Konoha or Uchiha, they would do it regardless of everything even if they were unwilling. But surrendering to the castle tower in the Land of Fire, then the village and Uchiha would not be so determined to take action. Why, they can't return to the village, don't they even give them a way to live? From this point of view, the castle tower is definitely the best and last resort for the long-term branch. Otherwise, they must risk returning to the village and watch the long-term branch being purged and excluded. The Konoha high-level YYDS. Without the opponent's assistance, Dohei originally planned to wait until the night of the extermination before finding a way to move the long-term branch. But it was because of the opponent's divine assistance that he had the opportunity to annex the long-term branch so many years in advance. Yes, not an ally, but an annexation. The castle tower is like a new village, and the Uchiha is equivalent to a large clan that migrated, not a village. Due to the one country, one village system, the castle tower cannot create a ninja village, but it does not mean that it cannot do some things that only ninja villages can do. This situation is not uncommon. For example, Forces such as the Fire Temple and the 12 Guardian Ninjas, are also forces that control ninjas, and Konoha does not target them. The task share cannot be snatched, this is the lifeblood of the ninja village. But asking ninjas to protect their caravans, spy on intelligence, etc., isn't that too much? Besides, Doping doesn't care about the little income brought by the mission. The Fire Country can't have a new ninja village, but that doesn't mean the neighboring river country can't have one. One country, one village. Then it's normal for a new ninja village to appear in the river country, which originally had no ninja village, right? Anyway, Doping has considered everything. The castle tower is where he sucks Konoha's blood, and the blood he sucks will be transferred to the river country, allowing it to grow rapidly and become a force that is not inferior to the 5 major countries, or even surpasses the 5 major countries. It's just that this ambition cannot be said for the time being, but he will do it step by step. The first step now is to absorb the lineage of Uchiha Nagato's first son. There are also hundreds of civilian ninjas. These are my real team members. The Southwest Ninja Army can be used, but it must not be relied on, because as long as the village says a word, the Southwest Ninja Army will turn its guns without hesitation. To rely on it is to seek death. I need to discuss it with my tribe. Uchihame did not nod, but gave this answer. But when Tang Ping heard this answer, he smiled even more happily. Because this answer means there is a chance, not the slightest possibility. This is also true. It only took less than a day for Uchihame to discuss with the Uchiha Fang-ai lineage who broke out of the encirclement, and received a positive answer. Agree. After knowing that they were sacrificed by the village and the Uchiha clan, they were about to fight back with their swords. After all, the Nagafusa was originally a martial arts sect within the clan, and he must have been dissatisfied with the village. With this incident, it was very worthy of Konoha that there was no on-the-spot rebellion. Now that we have the castle tower, a force created by our own people to rely on, we naturally agree directly. Next. As long as Danhei can reconcile the village and the Uchiha clan, he will be able to obtain this capable and loyal Uchiha. Chapter 199 A Gift for Your Fiancé. It is not easy to get the village to agree to the Uchiha Fang lineage leaving. Because in their opinion, Uchiha is a person of Konoha when he is born, and a ghost of Konoha when he dies. Even if he dies, he must die in the village, and they will definitely not be willing to let him leave. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. After all, it was his fault, and the other party did not seek refuge with other ninja villages. But Tang Ping is not in a hurry, and is ready to establish the established facts first. Just leave the person here first and then block the news. After a long time, we will slowly find an opportunity to nail this matter. It's impossible for the village to give orders to the village hero who has been sacrificed, right? If you really dare to play like that, you just slap yourself in the face without saying anything, and you have to swallow back the words you spat out before. Therefore, even if he knew that Uchiha Fang's lineage was in the castle tower, he would not expose the matter. Instead, he would find a way to help cover it up. As for civilian ninjas? After receiving the pension, you still want to go back to the village and work as a gangster? Not even the Uchiha Fang lineage dares to go back. If you, an ordinary civilian ninja, want to go back, you are afraid that you will be disappeared halfway. So these people have no choice at all. As a result, in addition to half of the Southwest Ninja Army, Dohei also had 100 Uchiha and about 100 civilian ninjas. Note that these 200 ninjas belong to him personally and not to the village. With these people, Tang Ping will have a large number of available manpower. Although he is the chief general of the Southwest Ninja Army, it does not mean that he can let him handle personal matters for him. Can the Southwest Ninja Army do something like absorbing refugees? There were also bringing back parts of the wooden cow from the Kingdom of Wind, capturing thieves and wild ninjas to serve as experimental subjects, and so on, but all of them were hidden from the light. Now, these tasks are thrown to Uchihame. As the head of her house, the strength of the 3 Megatama Sharingan is enough to overwhelm others. Uchiha Xiang and Uchiha Shizuka are her best assistants. The most important thing is that with her relationship with Tang Ping, she is not afraid of her becoming too powerful. At this time, the most important task at the castle tower is to absorb refugees and assemble wooden oxen so that these hundreds of thousands of acres of paddy fields can be developed as soon as possible. As long as these paddy fields can be used well, raising hundreds of thousands of people and a ninja army will be easy and enjoyable. Note that the food output of the shinobi world does not represent the food output of the United Fruit Merchants Association. There are thousands of acres of rice seedlings, which are hybrid rice seeds that Tang Ping has quickly cultivated by using the spring water to promote growth. Although it is far less than the output of time travel, it is definitely beating the ninja world. Before the crossing, the average rice yield per mu was 500 kilograms, and the highest was more than 1,300 kilograms, which was completely unbelievable. Of course, the rice seeds cultivated by Tang Ping are not that exaggerated, with a yield of only 200 to 300 kilograms. Even if the paddy fields have just been cultivated, the yield will be affected. But with the help of soil and fertilizer, a yield of 150 kilograms per mu is not a problem. Compared with the current average yield of 100 kilograms per mu in the ninja world, which is about 50 kilograms, this output has tripled. Coupled with the wooden ox, a universal agricultural tool, only tens of thousands of laborers are needed to take care of these paddy fields. With the help of Uchiha, Dohei could concentrate on his research, and he immediately started working on the rejuvenation potion. The most important ingredient for the potion is the lizard tail from Drowning Lake. And it needs to be fresh, so there is no way to reserve it. Now when necessary, we start to capture special lizards to extract materials. By the way, Drowning Lake is less than 200 kilometers away from the castle tower. If you are a ninja, even at the standard marching speed, you can go back and forth in one morning, so you have issued a special mission. 1,000 taels for each lizard tail. This mission was assigned to the private troops under Tang Ping's command, which also gave them an opportunity to earn extra money. The protection tasks of Honda Chamber of Commerce and United Fruit Chamber of Commerce were also entrusted to them. At the same time, the forehead protectors on their heads also had to be changed. At least you can't act under the name of Konoha. After all, in terms of the organization of Konoha village, they are all sacrificed people, acting in the name of Konoha. It's just impersonation. Sky. A forehead protector engraved with the word is the symbol of Tang Ping's power. A total of several million taels were spent on Uchiha Sho's right arm. After all, the lizard tails alone cost thousands. Plus other materials, the price was not excessive. This still does not count the technical value. If these intangible things are included, then a bottle of more than 10 million taels is a friendly price. Anyway, these products produced by Tang Ping have no other problems except that they are expensive. And after this period of time, he also produced some good things. Brilliant potion. There are 5 bottles in total, all extracted without harming Baiju. The other party is like a plant. As long as sufficient nutrients are provided, it can grow back. This is also the reason why Tang Ping can do so many things with just one white zetsu. With the potion and Hinata Kangetsu, Dohei found Uchiha. At this time, she was training in a small forest. Whoosh, whoosh. A kunao was thrown out, halfway through the air. Clang clang clang. The kunao collided with each other and hit the center of the target on the tree trunk in the blind spot of the surrounding field of vision with incomparable precision. Not one of them missed the target or deflected. Incredible skills. If it had been a battle just now, the enemy would have been penetrated by these kunao. Uchiha throwing technique. Some special arrangements were needed, so a training ground was built in this small forest. The future dutiful son will be so handsome because of this skill. Cut. Hinata Kangxiang curled his lips when he saw this. She disliked Uchiha a lot, not to mention that the gift was a misappropriation of her funds, so how could she not be filled with resentment? But there is nothing Tang Ping can do. During this period, in order to build the castle tower, he spent money like water. The ninja army really doesn't need his money. But the castle tower and the orphanage, the starting point of the river country, required his own private money. The money I got would definitely be a huge amount of money if I spent it alone. If it can be used to build power, it will completely make him understand what it means to gather wealth is like a needle picking through soil, and to lose money is like water washing away sand. Not to mention other aspects, just purchasing food, tents, tools, etc., made him understand what it means to be dangerous. Too expensive. It's all about people. If he hadn't still been the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army, it might not be impossible for him to double the price and sell it. Hundreds of millions of taels were spent on these aspects. It's just basic consumption. After all, there are already thousands of refugees under his command, and with the original population of several thousand in Shashan City, no matter how much money he has, it will not be enough. At this time, Tang Ping was already looking for a new big brother. If it goes well, there should be some income. Just when he was thinking about other things in his mind, Uchihame also finished his exercise and came over panting slightly. The tall figure that has begun to take shape has its ups and downs. Coupled with her cold and flawless pretty face, her charm is extremely amazing. What do you want from me? Uchihame asked directly. She also knew that there must be something going on to come to her, otherwise she could just let someone notify her. This is a gift for you. Tang Ping showed the small wooden box in his hand. Although it is inconspicuous, the cost is at least over 100 million taels, and it was made by misappropriating the material fees for the extraordinary organs of Haiga Kangyu. He plans to improve his fiancée's strength first. Otherwise, if something happens, she won't be able to handle it with her elite Jonin strength. With the example of Mat Dai, he was also afraid that she would make the same mistake after finally escaping her fate. After using up 5 bottles, how can you open your eyes, right? Both the white-eyed wolf and the dutiful son seemed to have their eyes opened when they were teenagers, a few years younger than the current Uchihame. With this help, there is no reason why they can't open their eyes. Even if it can't be opened, there will definitely be a qualitative change in strength. No matter what, it's not a loss. Uchihame didn't ask anything else, she just opened a bottle and drank it. Her decisiveness was frightening. But she soon realized something was wrong. Chapter 200 I don't eat eagle meat. What's this? The eye power is improving. More, I want more. Uchihame murmured to herself. She doesn't know the existence of the radiant potion. When Uchiha Yashiro was experimenting, due to Dohei's instructions, it was naturally impossible to say anything nonsense, not even to Uchihame. From this point of view, he is indeed a smart man. No wonder he was able to get ahead in the longhouse even though his strength was not very good. Humph, this red eye is cheap. Hinata Kangyu's pouted little mouth can be hung with an oil bottle. She is very clear about the effect of the radiant potion. It was clear that her strength had been crushing the opponent, but now she saw that her opponent had a chance to catch up with her, and she really felt bad. Notice. The radiant potion this time was not diluted at all, and the effect was 100 times greater than the previous experiment by Uchiha Yashiro. Dohei wanted Uchihame to rush into the kaleidoscope at once. As a genius, she definitely has the talent to open her eyes, and she is not bad at her age. That's why Tang Ping was prepared to let him open his eyes. Even if it can't compare with those time travelers who have a kaleidoscope at a few years old, it can't be much slower than the dutiful son and the white-eyed wolf. Of course, he opened his eyes on purpose. Otherwise, with his palm having resources and knowledge does not mean that there is no opportunity to open their eyes in advance. The sooner you open your eyes, the better. Like a certain ninja Shura, entering the kaleidoscope is the adult. Replace it with those young people in their teens who have a kaleidoscope. They bleed frequently, are physically weak, and even suffer from blood diseases. They are completely negative examples. If the current Uchihame was not in danger, Dohei would not give her this gift in advance. Suddenly, Uchihame's eyes turned blood red. The Sharingan appears automatically. The 3 black Megatama stones kept turning, and the cold feeling became stronger and stronger. Eye power is improving. This is the undiluted version, and its effect is far stronger than the one used by the 8th generation. However, if Yashiro is allowed to use a version of this concentration, he may be swallowed by the potion. After all, the amount of potion that 1 Megatama and 3 Megatama can withstand are different. A few minutes later, the changes stopped, and the 3 Megatama did not turn into a kaleidoscope. Give me 3 more bottles. Uchihame was savoring her own changes, and suddenly stretched out her hand toward Dohei. The power of pupils is boiling. With just 1 bottle like this, she had the confidence to compete with her aunt in terms of pupil power, which saved her a lot of polishing time. It can be dangerous if the dose exceeds the tolerance limit. Tang Ping handed over the 3 bottles of Radiance Potion and also gave a warning. But he did not interfere with the other party's judgment. Gilu. 3 more bottles of undiluted Radiance Potion were consumed, leaving Tang Ping with only 1 bottle left in his hand. Ah! Uchihame gritted her teeth and screamed. Because a layer of green appeared on her body and her hair began to change color. It's green, she's green. Of course, it was not because of the impact of Dohei's incident, but because the effect of the radiant potion in her body was too strong, and the Sharingan could no longer suppress the wood release effect. White Zetsu was created by Uchiha Madara using Hashirama cells and the demonic beast of the outside world. These medicines are equivalent to weakening Hashirama's cells. How could they not be dangerous? Do you want? Hinata Kangyu looked at Tang Ping beside her. As a member of the pupil family, she also has pupil power, so it's not like she can't help at critical moments. But if she takes action, the potion will be wasted. Tang Ping did not decide immediately, but observed the condition of his fiancée. Even though her whole body was transforming into a plant and her flesh and blood body was being devoured, she had no intention of calling out for help. Chasing power. It's totally her style. Maybe for her, it would be better to die without power. The self-destructive state when she was blind has shown how deep her obsession with power is. Now that this opportunity to gain strength is in front of her, let alone suffering, she will not refuse even if she puts her life on the line. Any hesitation for even half a second is disrespectful to Kaleidoscope. So Tang Ping shook his head slightly and signaled Hinata Kangyu not to act rashly. But he was also ready to take action. You can't just watch your fiancée get her lunch and go offline. Branches and leaves began to grow from Uchihame's body. And the Sharingan in her eyes also dimmed. It's not really going to be a bloody plot. Tang Ping complained in a low voice. The kind of jokes about abusing one's wife for a while and chasing her to the crematorium were something he didn't miss before traveling through time. If it were that kind of novel, I would have watched my fiancée die with my own eyes, and then go through 9 or 81 difficulties to resurrect her, and the process would be extremely bloody. But what he traveled through was the ninja world, not a romance drama. Just when Dohei was about to take action, Hyaga Kangyu had already entered the reincarnation state, and stretched out her hand to stop him as if she had seen something. The reincarnation eye. It is not only a super-humanoid radar, but also a microscope, scanner, and other complexes. He is a natural scientific research assistant. Even if you don't have scientific research talent, you can still benefit a lot from recording some results and changes. If Orochimaru knew about the Tensegan, he would definitely abandon the Sharingan he had always coveted without hesitation. What is the Sharingan? We are not familiar with it. Please don't contact me. I'm afraid of misunderstanding about the reincarnation eye. That's almost the feeling. Now Dohei is also training Hinata Kangetsu to act as an assistant. She is learning some basic knowledge, so she can discover the changes in Uchihame's body. This is also true. The branches and leaves that were growing wildly began to slowly stop growing and withered, as if their vitality had been drained. The gloomy Sharingan in Uchihame's eyes was also extremely active at this time. The 3 Megatama were almost connected in a line, and the cold power of the pupils became stronger and stronger, as if they were sprinting towards a certain limit. At the critical moment, the unexpected happened. Phew! The harsh call of the messenger eagle sounded in the sky, representing the highest order from the village. And this voice also interrupted Uchihame's sprinting state. Once the state is broken, it cannot be condensed again. All in one go. Is this really a joke? Tang Ping, on the other hand, glanced at the messenger eagle hovering in the sky with pity. Tisk, tut. I don't know whether it will be braised or steamed. I hope more seasoning can be added, otherwise the meat will be a bit too spicy. Uchihame is not a kind-hearted character. Domineering and strong are almost engraved in her soul. If Tang Ping hadn't saved her when she was in despair, he wouldn't have been able to enter her heart. Her character would naturally remain the same for other people. Now that this messenger eagle had interrupted her chance to sprint through the kaleidoscope, how could she not be unlucky? Let's go. Tang Ping quickly rushed to the castle tower. The messenger eagles are here, which means it's not a trivial matter, and we really need to rush back as soon as possible. The training ground is a few kilometers away from the castle tower. Ordinary people would definitely think it was far, but to ninjas it was extremely close. The 3 of them arrived at the office within a few minutes. Snap! The landed messenger eagle was now fluttering its wings and taking off, preparing to return to the village. At this moment, Uchihame, who had been keeping a cold face on the road, as if he was ready to slash someone with a knife, raised his head and glanced at the messenger hawk. 3 Megatama spin. And the eyes of the communication hawk that had already taken off suddenly turned blood red. That night, Uchihame added game meat to her dinner and said that she does not eat eagle meat. Tang Ping naturally noticed her little move, but didn't say anything. The messenger eagle is not a psychic beast. If something happens, something will happen, and the village is not without backup. When he entered the general's office, he found that several jounin in the city were waiting for him here. Lord Tang He. Xiao Linping handed over the village order brought by the messenger eagle. After Tang Ping unlocked the seal, he saw the contents clearly. It wasn't a big deal, but the village didn't want him to have any leisure time, so they gave him a simple task. Hunting the Sandame Mizu cage. Maybe in the eyes of the village's senior officials, he's just a water shadow. Do it with him. That's why I gave the task to him. Fortunately, after reading the detailed content, Tang Ping stopped thinking about trolling people. Because he really didn't expect that the plan was actually feasible.